A colossal, crumbling structure, a monument of decay, clawed at the desolate, cloudy sky. While Myrion stood isolated in the massive, sandy wasteland, a silent plea burning in his mind. With a subtle shift of his clothes, he straightened his tie, his eyes locked onto the ominous structure in the distance. Then, a sudden thought hit him, a burning question about the bizarre building. Elsewhere, two hulking, muscular figures, decked out in tough gear and bandanas, surveyed the same barren land, one of them letting out a shocked exclamation. Myrion, now spotting them, questioned if the distant form was human, a thought he immediately affirmed. One of the burly men, his face etched with scars and eyes dark, slowly twisted his lips into a chilling smile, a single word escaping him. Suddenly, a masked figure with sinister glowing red eyes appears, looking down at him with a chilling laugh. What a stroke of luck, he sneers, as Myrion just stares back, completely unfazed. Then, another masked menace appears, joining the first as they both loom over him. "Little boy, where are you from?" the second barks, clearly ready for a fight. The first one presses, a sinister edge to his voice, "Don't you know it's dangerous? Is the kid we captured your friend?" The other one grins, a truly evil expression behind his mask, "Did you come to save him?" With bravos, "I bet he's more dangerous." A wild, maniacal laugh bursts from the first one, "Kaya ha ha ha. We're having a feast." The other one practically drools, hyped for the next move, 2 humans in a day. "I'm sure Mr. Craven is going to be delighted." Myrion's eyes narrow, his calm facade cracking as a fierce determination takes over. As he takes in their threats, his hand shoots out, a silent, primal reaction to the unfolding horror. But then, one of the masked figures, with eyes burning like hellfire, lets out a chilling, questioning growl. Above them, a chilling sign declares, "Top floor." And a menacing voice barks, "Raise your head." The very ground is a graveyard, choked with human skulls and bones, as one of the monsters hungrily ponders, "How long has it been since we last ate a human?" The red-eyed fiend's voice is a guttural snarl of pure hunger, roaring, "After starving for so long, our food has finally arrived." Another hulking, masked brute, brandishing a wicked weapon, confirms, and get this. He's captured 2 humans. Then, a blood-curdling, insane cackle rips through the air from the duo, one of them even clutching a human skull in triumph. And then, the ground shakes as a terrifying horde of masked figures charges, their bloodthirsty cries of "Scream" and "Wah" echoing, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. A soft thud breaks the silence, a foot landing with unexpected precision, revealing a masked figure, bound and gagged, their eyes screaming shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, a faint, ominous purple glow begins to emanate from Myrion, his presence now absolutely undeniable. 2 other masked figures react with utter confusion, one demanding to know what's wrong with this human. The bound figure's internal thoughts are a whirlwind, utterly baffled how their sensors missed any human at the entrance, yet he definitely saw him enter. A small group of masked figures quickly gathers, their expressions hidden but their confusion palpable, one of them still trying to process this insane turn of events. The questioning masked figure from before lets out an angry, frustrated sound, still completely baffled by the situation. The bound figure's eyes widen even further, a silent, explosive exclamation of pure shock. Then, a new voice cuts through the tension, a masked figure politely, almost timidly, asking, "Excuse me, He stands over the downed masked figure, a mysterious glowing orb in hand, demanding to know if his target is here. One of the masked figures lets out a furious growl, then a bewildered, "Huh." Myrion surveys the masked crowd, questioning why his target isn't here when he was promised their presence. The tied-up masked figure, eyes wide with terror, can only silently panic, utterly confused by Myrion's bizarre questions. Suddenly, a masked figure with a fierce red headband charges forward, aggressively asking if this brat is Myrion's ally. Myrion, unfazed, coolly dismisses the accusation, claiming he's never laid eyes on the guy. The red headband figure's fury boils over, his voice practically spitting, "Then, why?" He then unleashes his true grievance, demanding to know why Myrion slaughtered his guards, only for Myrion to calmly begin, "They were." The red headband figure abruptly cuts him off, a single, annoyed word escaping him, "Annoying." The masked leader, draped in a crimson cloak, barks a chilling command to his hulking, bare-chested enforcer, who just gives a silent nod. His glowing eye glints, the target already dismissed as mere hotel food in his cold calculation. Then, in a blinding flash of motion, the red-cloaked figure explodes into action, a devastating impact ripping through the air. He flies through the air, unleashing a brutal, airborne kick that connects with crushing force. As the assault unfolds, the bare-chested guard, a silent observer, finally gives his delayed confirmation. Myrion, now silenced and restrained, fights with desperate, wide-eyed terror, his muffled cries lost to the air. The red-cloaked figure presses his attack, engulfing Myrion in a terrifying, swirling vortex of dark, malevolent energy. The bare-chested guard observes the brutal spectacle, a chilling, almost delighted grin spreading across his masked features. The masked leader, his massive blade at rest, coolly announces his brutal work is done. Then, a terrifying surge of dark, shadowy energy erupts from his hand, twisting into menacing tendrils that whip through the air. They slam into their hidden target with a sickening rustle, relentlessly coiling around it, tightening their dark grip. But from the depths of the shadows, a defiant voice rings out, "You can't kill me with that." The masked leader remains motionless, his eyes locked on the scene, his crimson gaze widening slightly as a hint of shock flashes across his face. The voice, unbroken, finishes its challenge, "That's why." Myrion is still trapped in the masked leader's dark tendrils, fighting for his life as the magic tries to crush him. But with a defiant glare, he screams, "Don't mess with me." Then, with an explosive surge of power, he absolutely shatters the tendrils, dark energy exploding as he rips himself free. But the sheer force of his breakout sends him hurtling through the air, a chaotic storm of debris and crumbling buildings marking his insane fall. He's falling, a blur against the ruined city, the ground rushing up to meet him with terrifying speed, his hand reaching out in a desperate, pained cry as he slams into the earth. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hulking, green-skinned beast with tusks is holding a human prisoner, who's screaming their head off as a huge impact rocks their entire world. The gagged prisoner, eyes wide with pure terror, struggles to get words out, muttering, What was that, and, did you rogue hunters just stick back together?" Craven's eyes widen, a primal growl ripping from his throat as he stares up in shock. Tusks flashing, a furious snarl erupts from him, a defiant roar aimed at the heavens. With a voice that shakes the very ground, he unleashes a furious command, "Everyone, catch that bastard." Craven points, and his patrol explodes into action, a chorus of "W-O" echoing as they charge. Far above, Myrion plummets, a tiny speck against the crumbling skyline. The orc leader's mind races, convinced this is some elaborate trick, a deception he won't tolerate. He screams, "You can't fool us." He roars, "Fool us twice." Then, a chilling command, "Now throw that damn foot into the damn human's territory." The tension escalates, a brutal game of war. Craven's rage explodes. He points a furious finger, screaming, "Mess with my seasoned ORC patrol. This is personal. Avenge for Jeff." The patrol echoes his fury, a cacophony of "W-O," as they sprint, eyes locked onto their prey. The chase is on. But Myrion's gaze is unyielding, a fierce determination burning in his dark eyes as he prepares for the brutal landing. Quagic. The sound of impact reverberates. He was still falling, and for a split second, everything went silent before the chaos. Then, the ground rushed up, revealing a horrifying bone-filled wasteland, and a figure below snapped his head up, totally caught off guard. The sheer amount of bones on the ground was insane, triggering a shocked, primal yell from the observer. Craven's jaw dropped, his eyes bugging out, uttering a bewildered, "woo-woo," as he processed the bone-filled horror. He jabbed a finger at the gruesome sight, his shock escalating into another loud "woo" of pure disbelief. At the same time, Myrion reached out, getting ready to stick the landing like a boss. He slammed into the ground with surprising grace, dropping into a perfect crouch right in the middle of the bone pile, totally fine. Craven was still trying to compute what just happened, only able to grunt out a bewildered, "Huh." And as Myrion casually stood up, Craven's signature, "woo-woo," of utter shock blasted across the bone-filled landscape again. The ground shatters as the impact echoes across the bone-strewn wasteland, Craven's eyes practically pop out of his head, utterly stunned by the sheer force. But before anyone can even blink, Myrion is already a whirlwind of destruction, his legs snapping out with insane velocity. The kick lands with a sickening crunch, sending multiple enemies flying like ragdolls into the bone-filled terrain. In a flash, the entire area is decimated, leaving him as the sole figure standing over a pile of defeated foes. Watching the absolute domination unfold, Craven's jaw drops, letting out his signature "WOWO" in pure, unadulterated shock. Threat level, 0. He calmly takes a breath, scanning the now silent battlefield. And just a few feet away, a gagged man stares in absolute disbelief, his eyes screaming a silent, "What just happened?" But he's not done yet. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Myrion casually reaches for his arm, yanking out a sinister-looking device, blood immediately welling up. The mysterious device is out, leaving a raw, bleeding gash on his arm. Myrion explodes into action, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sends his foe hurtling. He's a dark blur, a whirlwind of motion tearing across the battlefield. Another enemy explodes into a shower of dark energy. He takes a moment to assess the chaos, but then a sharp gasp escapes him, his eyes locking onto something shocking. A searing pain rips through him, forcing him to clutch his side in agony. But even through the pain, he's relentless, surging forward with his weapon poised to strike. His strike connects, ripping through another enemy with brutal force. He pushes forward, eyes locked on his next target. And with a devastating swing, he keeps the pressure on, a true force of nature. Still in the thick of it, Myrion unleashes a barrage of bone-like projectiles, ripping through the air towards his foes with a vicious tear. But then, he abruptly stops, his right hand shooting to his left bicep. And with a grimace, he yanks a small, dark, spherical object right out of his arm. He fixates on the bizarre object now cradled in his hand. His enemies, utterly bewildered by this bizarre display, shout his name in disbelief, Wu. But Wu's eyes stay locked on the object, his face a mask of inscrutable focus. Suddenly, the dark sphere in his grip ignites with a fierce, pinkish-red glow, crystalline energy sparking wildly. As the light dies down, the object morphs completely, now a pulsating, organic mass, like some horrifying, alien brain. His enemies reel back in utter shock, their voices screaming in disbelief, Wu. Wu. With a guttural cry, Myrion winds up, ready to unleash the pulsating organic mass. The bizarre projectile streaks through the air, a wavering blur of raw power. It rips through the space with impossible speed. Myrion, locked in a perfect throwing form, pours every ounce of his being into the attack. He unleashes the throw, and the object rockets from his grasp with a devastating thwack. The organic mass detonates on impact, a blinding burst of energy. Kraven is absolutely obliterated, sent flying backward to shatter against the far wall. And just like that, with a soft thud, the incredible object returns to Myrion's hand. He stands triumphant over the fallen Kraven, as the masked leader silently witnesses the sheer power displayed. And just like that, the organic projectile zips back, landing perfectly in Myrion's hand with a slick whoosh. Boom! The impact hits like a truck, sending shockwaves everywhere. Crack! Another massive sound as the destruction unfolds. But Myrion? He's just standing there, cool as ice, surrounded by the chaos he just unleashed. Kraven and the masked leader are absolutely floored, jaws dropped, completely stunned by the raw power. Even this poor student, gagged and terrified, can't believe what he's seeing. Kraven snaps out of it, roaring with pure fury, "What are you doing? You bastard!" But Myrion doesn't even flinch, just stands there, completely owning the moment as Kraven rages. And the masked leader? He's left scratching his head, wondering, wait, when did he even get there? Myrion steps up, no hesitation, straight up asking the massive dude if he's Kraven. Kraven lets out a deep growl, staring down at the kid. But Myrion just holds his stare, wondering why Kraven's so shocked. Kraven, totally thrown off, snaps back, demanding to know why he's even being looked for. And Myrion just chills, saying someone told him to find Kraven. Then, he drops the bomb, a zombie human like Kraven could actually kill him. Those words hit Kraven like a truck, igniting pure fury as his eyes blaze with a sinister red. And he lets out a primal roar, charging with a blood-red aura, screaming that Myrion's mocking him and is about to get instantly annihilated. But Myrion? He doesn't even flinch, just stands there, cool as ice, practically daring Kraven to bring it on. He calmly asks if this raging monster is even Kraven. As Kraven's massive arm tenses, his eyes burning with fury. The brute's arm bulges, his gaze locked on the boy. His limb transforms into a gnarled, root-like appendage, extending with a sickening crack as he snarls, a chilling warning not to interfere. But before the attack can land, he moves. A single, devastating blow shatters Kraven, his body exploding into a shower of dark particles. The fight is over in an instant. Another creature falls, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. As the masked leader, observing from a distance, can only utter a stunned, "W what?" Disbelief washes over him. Is this? How can he kill the zombie humans? He watches as the boy stands amidst the fallen, a chilling thought forming in his mind, humans, in a flash. A blonde-haired man with glasses whips his head around, his gaze locking onto the new arrival, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A choked gasp rips from his throat, his face contorting in pure, unadulterated shock. His mind races, unable to comprehend, as he furiously rejects the idea of being a puppet, demanding answers and desperately clinging to his own reality. His lungs seize up, each ragged gasp a testament to the sheer, overwhelming shock he's experiencing. He struggles to form words, a frantic, stuttering, W-8, hanging in the air, begging for a moment of reprieve. But Myrion, unfazed by the man's meltdown, cuts him off with a cool, collected interjection. His eyes fixed, he presses on, a clear purpose in his tone as he seeks vital intel. Whipping out a device, Myrion finishes his query, his finger indicating something crucial on the display. The blond man's jaw drops, his eyes practically bugging out, as a fresh wave of absolute, mind-blowing shock washes over him. A monstrous, fish-like beast lies utterly decimated, impaled and lifeless. Towering over the fallen Kraven, he confirms the kill, the identity of his vanquished enemy undeniable. A subtle frown etches onto his face as he processes the result. Inside, he's kicking himself, convinced he'd messed up again. But as he pivots to depart, a blonde-haired man, now on his knees in sheer gratitude, shouts out, overflowing with relief and an instant bond of friendship. His face remains a mask, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The blonde man, still processing the chaos, lets out an incredulous gasp. He brushes off the man's gushing thanks, but the blonde-haired guy won't let up, overflowing with gratitude for his life. With a curt yes, he strides away. He keeps moving, his steps a rhythmic beat against the silence of the ruined world. Every stride a declaration of his relentless will. The wind a silent companion as he pushes forward. He navigates the skeletal remains of a forgotten city, eyes locked on the distant unknown. Every step forward, a fleeting image of a defeated target flashes in his thoughts, a stark reminder of his mission. Flashback. Years ago, a younger Myrion was just a kid, drawing in his notebook, completely oblivious to the zombie virus that was about to obliterate everything. The world was annihilated, but against all odds, humans endured. And the young Myrion walked through the desolate ruins, a survivor in a broken world. He survived the initial chaos, but most of humanity. Gone, transformed into the undead. And as their species evolved, they became a terrifying fusion of zombie and human. This zombie-human outbreak wasn't just an infection, it was the end. Civilization crumbled, leaving nothing but desolate ruins. He somehow clung to his humanity, but the world he knew was utterly annihilated. After that fateful day, he stood amidst the silent graves, a lone survivor. He had become immortal. A wave of deep regret hits him, his mind racing back to what he lost. He mutters to himself, a quiet apology hanging heavy in the air, "I'm sorry, Mom." Alone by a flickering fire, he grapples with the crushing burden of his new reality, a single, broken word escaping him. The stark truth hangs in the silent night, "I didn't manage to die today." His curse, his burden, his entire existence now screams one inescapable truth: he is immortal. The leader surveys the absolute carnage, letting out a frustrated sigh, clearly annoyed by the sheer destruction. Elsewhere, Kyoho is absolutely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just as the leader and Dango find him, collapsed among the debris. Dango instantly drops to his knees, frantically checking on Kyoho and demanding answers about what went down and why he was radio silent. The leader reveals to another operative that Craven's insane explosion caused all this, even getting him captured, as Myrion quietly watches the intense conversation unfold. He then refocuses on the fallen Kyoho. As the horrifying scale of the casualties becomes brutally clear across the devastated area. The leader and his crew are absolutely stunned, staring down at the wreckage. This isn't just a mess, it's a full-blown catastrophe, and everyone's wondering what just went down. Then, the shocking truth drops, some random student just showed up out of nowhere. The leader, eyes blazing red, can barely believe it, demanding answers from Kyoho. Did some kid seriously just solo all those monsters? Dango, looking a bit freaked out, backs up the story, saying it's wild but totally happened, the kid just popped up. And get this, he absolutely annihilated everything. The leader, still reeling, then cuts to the chase, "So, where is this guy now?" Dango just shrugs, confessing he's got nothing. Kyoho chimes in, adding to the confusion, saying he was literally about to ask the guy before he just dipped. And who's watching all this go down? None other than Myrion, just chilling, taking it all in with his signature dark hair. The tension is palpable as Dango, still shaken, can only wonder if the enigmatic student was even human or some kind of super zombie. But Kyoho shuts that down immediately, confirming with absolute certainty that the student was 100% human. He scans his surroundings, a serious look etched onto his face. A hand extends, a subtle movement hinting at a deeper investigation. His eyes snap wide open, a clear sign of shock or sudden realization. Then, in a moment of pure Dango, he asks the burning question, "Did the student leave any snacks?" Kyoho, of course, confirms the snack situation. Kyoho lets out a thoughtful clearly piecing together something big. And just like that, the legendary student himself is revealed, sitting in quiet solitude, his presence radiating an undeniable power. Deep in the forest, Myrion is just chilling, lost in thought, completely alone. But hold up, back at base, Kyoho is totally baffled, like, this guy looks like a normal student, but he took out all those monsters. Dango backs him up, confirming the student wiped out all the zombie humans, leaving Kyoho to ponder what this guy's been up to since then. Kyoho's face gets super serious, clearly deep in thought about the whole situation. Dango's like, "Wait, what?" Meanwhile, Myrion is just chilling somewhere else, looking totally lost in thought. Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack. Kyoho jumps, his eyes snapping to something off-panel. Another thwack hits, and he's totally thrown off. Then, a final, intense crack. Myrion's eye snaps open, like he just figured something huge out. He glances up, a big question mark practically floating above his head, wondering what just hit him, literally or figuratively. Just as Myrion braces himself, Craven explodes into action, launching a deadly barrage of sharpened bones straight at him. From the sidelines, Dongo's face contorts in a mix of regret and shock, a chilling thought echoing, was I really going to kill him? A desperate plea rips from his throat, a frantic NNO, boss, echoing through the air. Kyoho, ever the observer, coolly remarks on Dongo's haughty-tempered personality. But before Craven's assault can even land, Myrion is already there, a blur of motion, delivering a crushing, invisible strike to their ally. A confident declaration rings out, I am one step ahead, as he blazes past, a glowing phantom of speed. The target stumbles back, his arm shooting up in a desperate, futile attempt to block the relentless assault. Then, a blinding, concussive blast erupts, ripping through the very air. Myrion stands triumphant over the defeated Craven and his ally, his gaze piercing as he demands, what will you do now? A lightning-fast blow slams into his face, the impact rattling his very core. He's down. Kyoho looms over him, rifle ready, the fight seemingly over. Kyoho just smirks, a casual, almost mocking tone in his voice. But Myrion, battered and broken, unleashes a defiant roar, you really can't die. Kyoho, still cool as ice, tells him to just give up and get lost. But then, a sudden realization, a spark of doubt flashes in Kyoho's eye. Too late. Myrion explodes into action, a blur of motion, striking Kyoho with impossible speed. The impact sends Kyoho spinning, caught completely off guard. He explodes into the air, a devastating kick already primed and ready. Kyoho takes the full force of the blow, a defiant thought flashing through his mind, makes me want to bother you even more. He's sent hurtling through the air. A human projectile rocketing towards the wall. And slams into it with bone-jarring force. Myrion lands with effortless grace, his eyes locked onto the destruction he just caused. He stalks towards his opponent, a silent, deadly challenge in every step. Then, a chilling sight, his hand begins to pulse with a faint, ethereal glow, charging up for the next devastating blow. The energy surges, swirling violently around his open palm, poised to unleash absolute destruction. He stares down at his opponent, who's still embedded in the wall, a puzzled, what is it, escaping him. He's never seen anything like this. But from the rubble, Kyoho just lets out an astonished, incredible, followed by a curious, huh. Myrion's face darkens, his intent crystal clear, I am serious about killing him. Yet, Kyoho simply laughs, a defiant, ha, ringing out. Suddenly, with a violent tear, dark, shadowy tendrils burst from Kyoho, ripping him free from the wall as he coolly states, thanks for the cold liner. His grin turns sinister, the dark power surging as he emphasizes, I really mean it. Myrion's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, a panicked, he got me, escaping him. A moment of hesitation, I don't know. I don't like killing humans. But it's too late. Kyoho explodes forward, a devastating dark energy strike tearing through the air and slamming home with a brutal impact. The sheer force of the dark blast sends Myrion flying backward, completely overwhelmed. He's thrown back, a bone projectile slamming into him with brutal force. Kyoho's voice slices through the tension, demanding, does it take you to? Myrion, dazed and confused, barely whispers, sorry. He instinctively reaches for his neck, a fresh wound throbbing as he asks, the wound on your neck. Kyoho finishes his chilling thought, and Myrion's eyes widen in shock, yet. A chilling realization hits him as his fingers brush the wound. His eyes snap open in pure disbelief, the wound still raw and refusing to close as he shouts, IT still isn't healing. This is unprecedented, a complete shock to his system, and his voice explodes in a furious roar, what have you done? A mysterious figure, sharp in a dark suit, steps forward, dropping a smooth, almost apologetic line to Myrion. Then, with a chilling gravitas, he drops his bombshell title, Captain of the Lethal Force. A slight turn, a pause for dramatic effect, and he's about to drop his name, oozing power. Myrion, internally owning his Immortal Boy moniker, hears the captain's chilling assessment of his valuable talent. Kyoho's jaw drops, immortal what, as Myrion just wants the ground to swallow him whole. Kyoho quickly sets the record straight, this isn't just a casual join-up, Myrion's getting paid for this. The captain, with a knowing smirk, drops the bombshell, he got the intel straight from Kyoho himself, leaving Kyoho stunned. But then, the captain cuts straight to the chase, hitting Myrion with a brutal truth, he's going to grant his wish to die. Myrion's mind short-circuits, his face a mask of disbelief, stuttering out a stunned, I beg your pardon. Reeling from the captain's insane offer, Myrion hears Kyoho drop a bombshell, they've got a genius scientist on their team. Someone who can actually pull off the impossible. Kyoho pushes, asking if they should just go straight to the source. Then hands Myrion a wicked knife, revealing it's the scientist's own creation. Myrion's mind races, the weight of the decision crushing him. As he realizes this isn't just another fight, this is uncharted territory, a game changer. The idea is undeniably alluring, a dangerous whisper in his ear. But he can't help but question the sheer audacity of it all, needing absolute confirmation. Amidst a haunting landscape, Kyoho meets his gaze, a silent promise that yes, it can be done. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his thoughts, as Myrion looks down, lost in contemplation. He then lifts his gaze, a silent question forming in his mind, what truly defines his name? As if sensing his turmoil, Kyoho's voice cuts through the air, reassuring him not to worry, even as a knife is presented. Meanwhile, Kyoho and Dango discuss their next steps, planning to mop up the remaining threats and retake the lost land. Suddenly, Myrion is gripped by a terrifying vision, a memory of a desperate scream promising death on the day humanity is reborn. Bringing him back to the present, Kyoho addresses him directly, hoping they can get along until then, as he calls out to Myrion. A flicker of memory ignites in his gaze. As a crucial question from his past resurfaces, demanding a vow. He remembers his immediate, unwavering affirmation. Realizing with stark clarity that this very promise is the key to his ultimate freedom, the ability to finally embrace death. A profound, almost shocking realization settles over him. A gloved hand clutches a pistol, and the voice behind it is pumped, asking if anyone's seen this guy before, then immediately confirming it himself. Then, a collective, shocked gasp rips through the group of four, including Myrion, Kyoho, and Dango, as they lock onto something barreling towards them. That same voice, now totally hyped, shouts that he's on his way, right now. Kyoho, looking down with a super serious face, shouts out a quick confirmation, telling them to get there fast. While Myrion and Kyoho are still talking, a car suddenly appears, and a panicked shout confirms, he's coming. Dango's eyes go wide with pure terror, and a desperate, drawn-out scream rips from him as the danger closes in. A sleek black car absolutely hauls ass, blasting past everything in a blur of speed. Dust explodes behind a white car that's closing in fast, forcing Myrion, Kyoho, Dango, and their buddy to book it out of the way. After that insane chase, a door bursts open with a sharp, decisive sound, revealing a new, safer zone. Suddenly, a vibrant, orange-haired woman bursts onto the scene, eyes wide with a mix of panic and apology, exclaiming about being late. Kyoho, ever the calm one, waves off her frantic apologies, telling her not to worry and that it's time for them, including Myri, to get going. Elsewhere, a sharp-dressed, intense young man in a suit makes his debut, looking like he means business and is about to shake things up. Kyoho then brings everyone together, introducing the new guy to the orange-haired woman and Dango, revealing he's a fresh recruit, and get this, he's working directly under Miss Garam. This news sends a jolt of excitement through Jean Garam, who can't believe she's finally getting a junior to boss around. Flashing a huge, welcoming grin, she formally introduces herself as Jean Garam. She reaches out to the new recruit, a clear sign of her enthusiastic welcome. The recruit, still a bit stiff, responds with a brief, almost shy okay. Jean Garam playfully teases Myrion, wondering if he's feeling shy, as the epic title card for Zongan Episode 3 flashes across the screen. Elsewhere, Kyoho drops a bombshell, announcing a special expedition is underway, and Dango gets a chilling update, there's actual footage of the terrifying, Red Dan. Myrion's mind races at the mention of Red Dan, his curiosity piqued, a low hum of intrigue escaping his lips. Jean Garam clarifies for Kyoho, explaining that his lack of knowledge about the Red Dan is totally expected, considering his relentless dedication on the front line. She then drops the bombshell, the Red Dan isn't just any threat, they're one of the absolute top threats, a terrifying, shadowy force with piercing red eyes and an aura of pure menace. Their mission is clear, annihilate the Red Dan, but to do that, they first need to hunt down their elusive boss. Dango and Myrion exchange shocked glances, the realization hitting them, they're heading straight into Kraven's territory, the very Kraven who was once a part of the Red Dan. Kyoho quickly shuts down any concerns, asserting that Kraven has no interest in them, his resolve unwavering. Jean Garam delivers the final piece of the puzzle, a Red Dan branch operates in Jinjae, and uncovering its executive is their next critical move. The mission's on. Myrion is all in, ready to team up with Jean Garam to take down the Red Dan's boss. But Kyoho's got a serious warning, stay sharp, because Kraven, a former leader, is no joke. A monstrous figure with glowing eyes, backed by a savage, wolf-like beast. Their target? A city ruled by a paladin, a seriously critical spot. Kyoho lays it out, no full frontal assault, they've got to scout other areas too. First up, Jinhee, the Chandwon district. Myrion and Jean Garam hit the streets, while Kyoho stresses the importance of their current HQ. Insisting it's the best place to work from. Plan locked. Myrion's got full faith in Jean Garam to handle the details, trusting her completely. Pushing deeper into their mission, Jean Garam gave a final, almost nervous, send-off, wishing him luck but warning him to stay sharp. But a tremor in her voice gave her away, confessing this was her first time, and the nerves were absolutely kicking in. Taking the lead, he just told her to keep up, his determined steps pounding the pavement. Before they knew it, they crossed the city line, officially stepping into Jinhee, a desolate urban wasteland of forgotten cars and chilling quiet. As the mission's gravity hit her, Jean Garam's nerves spiked, her mind reeling about where exactly they were headed in this creepy city. Her rising panic was impossible to ignore, making him turn back with a silent, questioning look. Checking her tech, she dropped the bombshell. Jinhee was crawling with different species. This wasn't just some regular city, it was a battleground where they'd face unimaginable threats. No, Jinhee was anything but ordinary, its very existence shaped by these diverse and potentially hostile beings. Animal-type zombies. The sheer terror of them still burns in Myri-on's memory, a chilling preview of the horrors they're about to face. Cruising through the city, Jean Garam's voice cuts through the tension, a sharp warning that they can't drop their guard for a second, demanding absolute vigilance. From somewhere unseen, a voice cuts in, a tense query about their team's safety. Hunkered down with Myri-on and a third operative, Jean Garam fires back, admitting that while sticking together sounds great, this mission demands a different approach. Peering through her binoculars, she presses on, revealing the mission's brutal difficulty due to the city's bizarre residents, demanding a meticulous scout. Myri-on, eyes locked on the urban sprawl, lays down his plan, asserting his intent to personally scout the situation, fully expecting his orders to be obeyed. Jean Garam, binoculars still glued to her eyes, concedes his legendary status, but confesses she's totally in the dark about his current game plan. Myri-on, surveying the sprawling, perilous city, doubles down on his decision, demanding to personally confirm the situation and keep a close eye on the city's pulse for just a bit longer. Suddenly, a massive thump rocks the area, snapping Myri-on's attention to the source with a jolt. Next to him, Jean Garam's eyes practically pop out of her head, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. She's practically screaming, "What? Why?" her brain struggling to process the impossible sight before them. It just popped into existence, didn't it? Jean Garam practically shouts, confirming the impossible speed of its arrival. Her gaze whips around, desperate for answers, a chilling realization dawning on her as she tries to pinpoint the new, terrifying presence. The sheer velocity of its appearance is mind-blowing, making her question if they're facing some kind of monstrous tiger or something even worse. But elsewhere, in a wasteland of destruction, a fierce warrior with tiger stripes and a masked companion stand grimly, one of them dropping a bombshell question, "Is Craven really dead?" Back with the crew, Myri-on is stone-faced, his eyes locked on the horizon, absorbing every detail with chilling composure. He just lets out a low, "ah," his true intentions hidden as the chaos around them ramps up. He's walking alone, a lone figure on a desolate, rubble-filled road, heading straight into the unknown. But then, a horde of grotesque figures starts to crawl out of the ruins, and someone in the distance can only gasp, "What is that?" Meanwhile, a young man in military gear is watching from afar, frantically realizing he forgot to tell the kid not to get caught. He's still stressing about his command duties, as Jean Garam suddenly pops up, demanding, "Who are you? What are you doing here, human?" Oblivious to the drama, Myri-on just keeps walking, the monsters getting closer and closer. The military guy's mind is going a mile a minute. He caught, he thinks, then corrects himself, no, hiding is natural, before finally turning to Jean Garam with a quick, "Excuse me." Jean Garam lets out a surprised just as Myri-on, now face to face with the horde, calmly states, "I came to kill them all." Her eyes go wide, completely stunned by his words, a sharp shwak sound emphasizing the moment. And then, from the very ground itself, thick, gnarled roots explode upwards, twisting and growing, ready for the fight to begin. A colossal, brain-like monstrosity pulses with raw, crackling dark energy. He plunges downward, a matching dark aura blazing around him, hurtling straight for the beast. The monster lets out a shocked gasp. Its hideous head twisting in agony as the purple energy around it goes absolutely wild. The brain-like mass pulses with insane intensity, radiating an overwhelming, blinding purple glow. And a scream of pure, unadulterated terror rips from the creature, "Oh my god." A colossal, earth-shattering surge of purple energy explodes outward. The chaotic force then condenses, forming a single, intensely glowing orb of destruction. Jean Garam lets out a piercing shriek, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, devastating power unleashed. Jean Garam can barely believe her eyes, a shocked gasp escaping her as she screams, "That F***." The sheer power on display is mind-blowing, making her question everything she thought she knew. Perched high above, Myri-on is absolutely ready to unleash hell, and the narration confirms it. He's not just powerful, he's on a whole other level. The monsters below are totally freaking out, their shocked faces screaming, "What is wrong with that guy?" They know they're in trouble. Then, without a second thought, he just drops, a lightning-fast descent that's pure adrenaline. Green energy streaks behind him as he rockets down, a total blur of power closing in on his targets. The monsters below are in full panic mode, a massive bubble showing just how utterly terrified they are. He slams into the horde with explosive force, unleashing a flurry of attacks that sends monsters flying with a resounding AAAAAH. From her vantage point, Jean Garam lets out an ear-splitting scream, absolutely terrified by the raw, destructive power unfolding before her eyes. But Myrion just stands there, cool and collected, his face locked in a determined gaze, ready for whatever comes next. Myrion unleashes another devastating blow, absolutely pulverizing the monstrous orb. He watches intently, his face a mask of grim determination. Then, the creature detonates in a blinding, purple explosion. The explosion expands, ripping through everything in its path. From a distance, Kyoho and Dango witness the devastating power. Kyoho shouts in pure disbelief, "Hey, boss. What is going on there? This is incredible." Kyoho's mind is blown by the sheer scale of it all. "I didn't know it would turn out like this." Elsewhere, a dog-like creature and a panda-like creature observe the unfolding chaos. The dog mutters, "Hmm." The panda and an elephant-like creature react with surprise and a hint of amusement. The panda shouts, "What?" A rumbling sound accompanies a bewildered question about the ongoing events. Is going on? He's still going, tearing through everything. People are screaming, "What's going on?" and run away, as the destruction unfolds. A blue energy streak blazes behind him, the ground literally exploding from his speed. Even a massive red monster is thrown back, its body glowing red as it screams, "What is that?" Black energy explodes with every step, literally tearing the ground apart. Jean Garam and her crew are absolutely floored, her jaw dropping as she gasps, "Human. Huh." But even with all that power unleashed, she's not backing down, vowing to jump into the fight herself. Meanwhile, two beastfolk are absolutely freaking out, one yelling. Somewhere else, a mysterious figure is glued to a screen, watching the whole thing go down on some kind of high-tech tablet. And the unseen observer sighs, muttering, "It's difficult for me to handle such situations," as a creepy green tentacle glows behind them. Myrion, still absolutely raging with destructive power, lunges forward, a wicked green energy crackling around him. But just as he's about to unleash pure chaos, Jean Garam, with eyes blazing with fierce resolve, unleashes her own insane ability, Thunder Collapse, a blinding green aura exploding around her. She hits him with an absolutely devastating strike, pure green energy blurring into a focused, concussive impact. Her face is locked in fierce determination, the emerald light of her power still radiating intensely. The ground beneath Myrion instantly explodes, cracking and erupting into a massive shower of debris. The sheer force sends him flying, a dark blur hurtling through the air against the pale sky. He's plummeting, completely unable to stop his descent. His body slams into the earth with a brutal, violent impact, black energy and dust erupting outwards. Leaving him utterly wrecked and sprawled in a fresh crater, the ground around him deeply scarred by the sheer force of that fall. Myrion is absolutely launched through the air from that devastating blow. Before he smashes into the ground with an earth-shattering impact. Leaving him utterly dazed and defeated as dust clouds explode around him. The sheer power of that hit just keeps on reverberating. As Jean Garam stares down into the fresh crater, shouting, "Hey, over here." With Dango and Kyoho backing her up, she lays, but then, incredibly, Myrion starts to stir, pushing himself up from the wreckage. Just as Dango and Kyoho pivot to face a new, grotesque threat, a red-clad zombie thrashing on the ground, screaming in agony. Jean Garam stands victorious over the fallen monstrosity, as Myrion, now on his feet, observes the chaos. He's totally lost, wondering why his words are failing him. Meanwhile, Jean Garam is right there, calling him out, demanding answers after he just wiped out all those zombies. He tries to explain, but it's a mess, muttering something about the zombie being lower class, but even he sounds unsure. Then, a total blank hits him, and he's suddenly calling out for his mother in a daze. His intense gaze is locked in thought, his mind clearly racing with some heavy stuff. Out of nowhere, he snaps, shouting, "Go away," with a strained grunt, like he's fighting something invisible. He's still fighting it, groaning, and Jean Garam is totally confused, asking why he let whatever it was get away. But before they can even figure that out, a whole new horde of red zombies charges in, and Jean Garam is yelling, "Humans," and ordering everyone to catch them. Another one of those creepy things pops up, making Jean Garam gasp, and he's just begging them to stop showing up. The city skyline is just getting hammered, with massive explosions and crashes rocking the whole place. Amidst the shattered cityscape, he stands, his eyes locked onto an unseen horror below. A heavy sigh escapes him, a tiny stone slipping from his fingers, a moment of quiet before the storm. But Jean Garam, surrounded by the fallen, turns to him, her voice sharp with urgency, demanding to know if he grasped the sheer scale of their predicament. She pushes, her voice rising, which of them is a paladin? He can only manage a stunned, "What?" before she snaps, "What are you even talking about?" Jean Garam's mind spirals, convinced the paladin is already gone, but a chilling thought takes hold, why isn't he the one powerful enough to be a paladin? Her heart hammers a frantic beat, the terrifying question screaming in her head, is he not dead yet? With a frustrated sigh, she confesses, I don't know, then shouts, let's hide for now. But Myrion, his eyes still fixed on the defeated horde, cuts her off, his voice chillingly calm, why, what if the zombies come out again? A cold, unwavering resolve hardens his expression, his thoughts crystal clear, then we will kill them again. And with a final, stark realization, there is no paladin among them. But as the only thing that matters, he declares with absolute conviction, is the mission, leaving Jean Garam completely speechless and shocked. Myrion drops a bombshell, stating it doesn't even matter who the real culprit is, they just need to be taken out. A declaration that leaves Jean Garam completely stunned and visibly distressed. Her mind absolutely blown by the sheer brutality of his words. What? She screams, utterly unable to process it. Meanwhile, Kyoho, on a super-secret call, just casually confirms the whole thing with a cold, yes, adding that he couldn't care less about what happens next. The sheer impact of these statements is etched into Jean Garam's wide, absolutely horrified eyes. As she finally snaps and confronts Myrion head-on, yelling, what are you talking about? He holds her gaze, ready to drop the truth bomb, the reason we're doing all this. Myrion walks away, but Jean Garam isn't backing down, her voice cutting through the tension, screaming that no mission, no matter how critical, is worth more than a single human life. Her face contorted in anguish, she keeps pushing, practically begging him, to stop acting so recklessly. He just stands there, back still turned, as she reaches out, a desperate plea hanging in the air, but he's not giving an inch. His face is stone, eyes locked straight ahead, a chilling resolve etched into every feature. But then, Jean Garam's eyes snap wide open, her focus ripped from their argument by something terrifying off-panel, a silent scream forming on her face. Then, a monstrous, clawed foot crashes down, obliterating the ground, and a blood-curdling scream tears through the silence. The sheer, brutal force of the impact leaves everyone reeling, desperate to know what the hell just showed up. And there it is, a colossal, muscle-bound beast, its sheer size and terrifying form, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. Its leg alone is a mountain of muscle, hinting at its raw, destructive power, a beast known only as the lion, made on the back. No doubt about it. The ground shakes with a massive impact, Myrion holds his ground as Jean Garam drops, ready for whatever's coming. Watching the madness from afar, Dongo's eyes practically pop out of his head as he scopes the scene. Jean Garam is hit with a wave of pure terror, questioning why this monster showed up now and if they even stand a chance. Under a sky of pure crimson, a colossal warrior silhouette, weapon raised, dominates a sea of lesser foes. The stakes are insane, it's not just zombies, but a full-blown paladin they're up against. From above, the city street is a war zone, and someone screaming about their brother Craven, wondering what kind of monster this is. Craven, the absolute unit, is finally revealed, blindfolded and armed with a monstrous weapon, his power is off the charts. Myrion stands tall in the wreckage, and Dongo's jaw drops, realizing he's the one who took down Craven. A masked warrior, decked out in tribal gear and a bone mask, is absolutely locked and loaded, ready to throw down. But hold up. The scene shifts, and a chilling voice drops a bombshell, accusing Myrion of a total bloodbath, saying he's the one who wiped out Craven's crew. Craven, his face a roadmap of scars and his amber eyes burning with an unholy glow, can only manage one word, dripping with pure disbelief. A brutal flashback hits, showing Myrion, the immortal student, totally impaled and helpless, while the voice keeps going, admitting the whispers about his power were true. Myrion flinches hard, a burst of purple energy exploding around him, his face a mask of pure shock or agony. Craven's voice drops to an icy chill, his eyes blazing with pure vengeance, as he flat out states he doesn't care why Myrion did it, only that he messed with his family. With a massive power surge, Craven's eyes absolutely ignite, and he drops the ultimate death threat. Meanwhile, Kyoho and Dongo are checking out a total disaster zone, with Kyoho totally blindsided by how things went down, and Dongo demanding answers, ready to dive into the chaos. Myrion is absolutely booking it through the landscape, glancing back with frantic urgency, just as someone shouts out to him, signaling a chase or a fresh twist. The air crackles with anticipation as a voice challenges him, "Are you excited?" Myrion just stares down, his face a mask. Jean Garam, right there, drops a bombshell, that guy is a Red Dan's executive. Then, with a fierce glare, she snaps, "Don't even think about anything happening with me." Her eyes burning with a desperate resolve, she doubles down, "And no matter how powerful you are, you won't get to me." Myrion's eyes narrow, a silent promise etched onto his face. His voice low and steady, he replies, "I hope so." But then, a terrifying vision of Craven erupts in his mind, the hulking brute roaring, "I will cut you into pieces. And burn you to ashes." Yet, Myrion stands his ground, his determination burning brighter than ever. From behind, Jean Garam's voice cracks, a frantic HEY. P please, echoing in the air. But it's already done. Myri On's fist ignites with a blinding glow, unleashing a bone-shattering impact. He explodes into action, a black blur launching a flying kick with insane force, bones scattering like shrapnel. Eyes blazing, his kick connects with a sickening crack, sending shockwaves through the monster. The executive gets absolutely rocked, its body twisting violently from the sheer power. He lands, another minion down for the count, but the rest of the horde is still closing in. No time to breathe. He's already back in the fray, kicking another foe with ruthless precision. Then, a blinding purple flash. He unleashes a devastating spinning attack, sending another monster flying like a ragdoll. But the executive isn't done. Its face twists into a horrifying snarl, letting out a primal scream of absolute rage. Through clenched fangs, it gasps, "Big. Big brother," then explodes, "Why you bastard." With eyes burning green, the executive unleashes a final, furious roar, "How dare you!" Still burning with fury over his fallen comrade, the executive unleashes a primal scream, his voice tearing through the air. His furious roar echoing across the desolate wasteland, a chilling promise of vengeance. "You killed him. Right in front of me. I'm going to end you." But Myrion just stands there, unmoving, a silent, defiant challenge in his very stance. The executive's rage boils over, his eyes burning with a sinister glow as he snarls, "What are you going to do now? I'll just walk right through you, my blades will slaughter every single one of you." But Myrion, utterly unfazed, delivers a cold, cutting retort, "You have no idea what you're up against. I'm going to end you, then I'm walking away." The executive snarls, throwing down a direct gauntlet, "Then put your money where your mouth is." Myrion's eyes narrow, his determination absolute as he mentally retorts, "Doesn't matter how strong you think you are, you're still going to die." With a monstrous roar, the executive detonates his power, a violent, crackling purple aura exploding around him. But before the executive can even twitch, Myrion blurs into motion, a blinding flash of blue energy, launching a devastating counterattack. The sheer force of the clash sends a bystander reeling back in absolute terror. But Myrion, absolutely relentless, unleashes his power with a furious roar, striking hard. The hit lands with a sickening crunch. A devastating crimson energy blast exploding against the executive, rocking him to his core. Blindsided by the sheer, raw power, the executive screams, utterly bewildered by the attack. But Myrion's mind is a steel trap, laser-focused, aware that one slip-up means everything. The executive's eye snaps open in a chilling moment of clarity, recognizing the attack's flawless execution just as a new shock hits him. Then, in a terrifying instant, his form dissolves into shadow, consumed by a malevolent aura, his eyes blazing with an infernal, blood-red light. A terrifying, shadowy silhouette, the executive has fully transformed, a weapon now in his grasp, radiating an overwhelming, primal power. A grotesque, multi-eyed face with ancient, wrinkled skin and pointed ears stares out, its gaze absolutely chilling. A sudden, sharp sound echoes. As a voice questions in utter disbelief, "What?" The monstrous entity's clawed foot grips a precarious ledge, its terrifying presence solidifying. Another voice, equally stunned, can only utter, "Just." Meanwhile, on the street below, Myrion walks with a heavy stride, when a sudden, inexplicable dread washes over him. He pauses, looking down at his feet, questioning the sudden surge of terror, "Why did I feel fear?" Nearby, a young woman looks up, her face etched with confusion and concern, "What is going on?" Shaking off the unsettling sensation, Myrion lunges forward, engaging the transformed Red Dan executive in a lightning-fast blur of motion. Myrion explodes into action, a blinding white streak tearing across the battlefield. He's a whirlwind of destruction, slamming into multiple enemies at once, each impact a thunderclap. A Red Dan thug screams in pure fury and disbelief, utterly outmatched by the sheer, impossible speed. The protagonist doesn't let up, another enemy sent careening through the air from a devastating, invisible blow. Even Jean Garam is caught in the maelstrom, a shocked cry escaping her as she's violently flung away. But it's more than just power, a burning promise ignites within him, anyone who harms his family will face his wrath. He stands unyielding, a blazing white aura surrounding him, his declaration a chilling warning, he won't let them escape. His eyes narrow, the single word, family, resonating deep within, unlocking even greater reserves of strength. The energy around him erupts, a tempest of power building as he prepares to unleash hell. Myrion is absolutely relentless, a lightning-fast blur as he launches an executive through the air, sending the others scrambling. The sheer, brutal power of his attack leaves the Red Dan members absolutely floored, one of them barely able to stammer out a shocked observation about the guy. The executive, his eyes burning with a furious green glow, is utterly flabbergasted, gasping that this guy is just built different. Another Red Dan member, absolutely reeling from the sheer power on display, realizes he has to contact the boss, like, right now. The situation is spiraling out of control, and a third voice screams, they need to call in all the other executives too. Completely oblivious to their mounting terror, Myrion just keeps coming, landing another devastating, blurring kick. The executive's head snaps back with a sickening crack from the impact, his entire body staggering from the sheer power. His face twists into a mask of pure agony, the relentless assault absolutely shredding his form. A primal, guttural scream rips from his throat, as the brutal blows just keep on coming. Still in motion, he unleashes a bone-shattering volley, sending razor-sharp fragments tearing through the air towards the stunned executives. Amidst the brutal assault, a single, powerful word rips through his thoughts, family. The memory hits, even as he snatches an executive from the fray, hoisting him high by the throat, his iron grip crushing. The world around him blurs. Transporting him to a forgotten memory, a quiet meal with a gentle woman who asks, is the food delicious? A younger version of himself, eyes shining, a small smile gracing his lips, answers, yes, it's delicious. His youthful face beams with pure contentment, a soft, okay, escaping his lips. The woman smiles gently back at him, her expression radiating pure warmth. But the memory shatters, snapping back to the present as the executive in his grasp unleashes a guttural scream of pure agony, his eyes burning with torment as he fights against the overwhelming, crushing force. A chilling memory surfaces, the word echoing in his mind, killed. The image of a blurry figure flashes, the same word repeating, killed. A sense of profound guilt washes over him, the memory whispering, I myself. He sees her fallen form, a pained gasp escaping the memory's grasp. Ah, ah. Her voice, filled with terror, screams from the past, don't come near me, monster. His own desperate thought echoes back, my one and only family. Her pained cry pierces the silence of his mind, ah, my son, ah. Myrion's eyes snap open, a choked sound escaping him as the memory's agony grips his present self. His voice, barely a whisper, questions the haunting image. Mother. A chilling, inky blackness starts to ooze, dripping down like a spreading nightmare. This unsettling darkness continuing its slow, relentless creep with a soft, ominous sound. Then, without warning, he's plummeting through an endless void, Myrion freefalls, arms wide, his eyes locked on a terrifying vision above. A grotesque, green-skinned horror with blazing red eyes unleashes a mental shriek, its massive maw open in a primal scream, branding him a fucking bastard. Then, a skeletal, yellow-eyed terror confronts him, taunting him, asking if he actually thinks the other executives will just stand by. His face twists in pure agony as a chilling voice reverberates, commanding him to blame me for all of this. A fierce young woman flashes into view, her gaze unyielding, just as a massive impact shakes the very fabric of the memory. He's now standing in a desolate, war-torn city, a blade gripped tight, as dark, inky power explodes around him like fragments of a broken world. A terrified young girl emerges from the wreckage, her voice cracking as she cries out, I am dying too. For my family too. From above, a commander in a military cap shouts down, demanding to know if Jean Garam is okay. As the squad moves out, a voice quickly confirms, yes. The commander, Jean Garam, and another soldier push through a desolate, cracked road, the silence heavy with tension. The commander in the cap casts a sharp glance back, his face a mask, but his mind is already elsewhere, caught in a darker memory. Myrion stands isolated on a cliff, gazing at a devastated city, as a chilling voice from his past screams in his head, stop. The memory intensifies, the commander's face flashing into view as the voice booms, the mission's done. I said investigate, not start a massacre. You killed humans. The harsh voice cuts through, dismissing the devastation, there's nothing to investigate here, then barking, get back to the unit, now. Back in the present, the commander charges ahead on the ruined road, rallying Jean Garam and the soldier, everyone, follow me. But Myrion is still lost in the past, the commander's voice echoing a chilling confession, I sensed something monstrous. It wasn't just him, he had other intentions. The commander's voice rips through Myrion's thoughts, a brutal accusation that he doesn't even need to be human. He should at least show some humanity for the future, as he stares out at the desolate, ruined city. But the voice just keeps going, lamenting that it can't find a shred of humanity in him. The commander, his face a mask of grim resolve, remembers how the entire human race seemed pathetic to them, a quiet, desperate, oh my god. Escaping his lips. Myrion's eyes squeeze shut, the sheer weight of those words crushing him. Before the commander's voice slams back, a chilling realization, maybe I recruited a monster. Myrion can't help but wonder if he's gone too far, if his actions have spiraled beyond just a little. A chilling thought crosses his mind, what if he's unleashed a monster? Strolling through the ruins, he muses that some zombies might have crossed his path, but he's not about to drop his guard. The wind howls through the devastated urban sprawl, a haunting symphony of decay and distant groans. The ground is a graveyard of grotesque, shambling horrors, and the very atmosphere screams with the overwhelming stench of carnage. Yet, through this horrifying tableau, Myrion presses on, acutely aware that this devastation is soaked in human blood. High above the ruined cityscape, a new executive seethes, his eyes burning with fury as he spots Myrion and Jean Garam making their escape, utterly disgusted by their very presence. His glowing eyes track their every move through the shattered ruins, a snarl on his lips as he acknowledges the unexpected strength of these mere humans. A chilling glint enters his gaze, as he struggles to comprehend how they could have slipped away so completely. Pondering his next move, he debates calling in reinforcements from his fellow executives, but then a shocking thought strikes him. A gauntlet fist tightens, his determination solidifying into a deadly promise: he will find them, and he will end them. A chilling, toothy grin spreads across his face, his glowing eyes burning with lethal intent as he locks onto his prey. A brief gasp of surprise escapes him, before he snaps back to focus, declaring his immediate departure. Elsewhere, Myrion and Jean Garam press on with urgent strides, acutely aware that their presence has been noted and they need to vanish fast. They vanish into the urban haze, leaving behind a faint, crackling sound and a lingering shimmer of fiery energy. A figure in black is absolutely rocked, sent flying across a desolate wasteland as bones explode on impact. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds. A group of survivors, including Jinbei, are chilling by a fire, and he's not holding back, confessing, "Dude, I'm totally wiped. Can't even force myself to move." He lays down the law, "We're taking a quick break, then we're back on the move." The next thing you know, they're deep inside a creepy, dark tunnel. Myrion, chowing down on some rations, can't help but think, this situation is getting intense. Jinbei, fueling up, drops some serious mission talk: "We gotta push this mission forward. We're almost halfway to Jinbei's objective, but what are those zombies planning next?" Jean Garam, with a look of pure dread, chimes in, "And the biggest problem is..." Jinbei's face gets super serious as he drops the bomb: "He's our ultimate weapon, and we are in deep trouble." His eyes, practically bugging out, scream pure panic. Turning to Myrion, Jinbei starts to confess, "I totally tried to." Myrion's eyes pierce through Jinbei, demanding answers. He's been watching him from the start, and now, trust is on the line. He throws back a past command, reminding Jinbei he was supposed to investigate Jinhee, but things went sideways. The fallout was catastrophic, half the city gone, and Miss Garam dragged into a brutal, unwanted battle. What does Jinbei want from the wounded? Myrion asks, glad they won, but the thought of losing, it's chilling. The chilling thought lingers, as he looks at everyone around them. Around the flickering campfire, the grim reality sets in as he states they could have all been wiped out. His face tightens, and he flat out tells Jinbei he can't trust him. Myrion turns his head, the verdict delivered. Jinbei fires back, defending his actions, claiming he just followed orders to eliminate the Red Dan. Myrion, locked in a tense standoff with Jinbei, doubles down on his previous declaration, his eyes burning with conviction. But Jinbei, his hand instinctively gripping a knife, drops a bombshell, confessing he also aimed to investigate the very city Myrion had annihilated. Myrion, however, snaps, seizing Jinbei by the collar, his voice raw with a desperate vision, proclaiming his unwavering resolve to rebuild humanity. With a steely gaze, Myrion delivers a chilling prophecy: if he were to fight like Jinbei, every last human would be doomed. Jinbei, meeting his gaze, tries to pivot, suggesting they just imagine a new city rising from the ashes. But Myrion swiftly shuts him down, declaring that on the ruins of such a new society, so-called gods like Jinbei would simply become the new tyrannical law. Defeated and on the floor, Jinbei pleads with Myrion, his voice cracking, revealing he'd sought him out, convinced he needed his power, and that Myrion would prove his worth to his followers. Myrion, unyielding, stares down at Jinbei, his judgment clear as he condemns his utterly reckless actions. He finishes, his voice a cold, hard truth, that this path will only drag everyone into peril. He's sitting there, eyes downcast, but his words cut through the tension like a knife. You wanna die, right? Then just do what I say. Jinbei, Jean Garam, and some other dude are just standing there, hanging on his every word. And then Myrion finally looks up, his face totally locked in. His eyes, which were just closed, now snap open with this crazy, laser-focused intensity. And he just keeps going, a thoughtful hum in his voice, all right. This should be okay. But then, a new problem hits him, and he's like, the thing is, I kinda destroyed the city and... A terrifying, multi-eyed monster, a literal vision of the destruction he unleashed, flashes through his head. Before he snaps back, his voice getting super serious, he also took out an executive. That's basically declaring war. His eyes narrow, already bracing for the payback. I'm telling you, other executives are definitely coming for us. Bones are launched with savage power, sending a dark-clad figure reeling from the sheer impact. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, over there. The Red Dan executive, his imposing fur collar framing his sinister face, stands poised at the cave's dark maw, his hooded subordinate at his side. As the subordinate asks if their prey is truly within, the executive's glowing eyes narrow, confirming the presence of humans deep inside, a chilling declaration that they're trapped. A vicious snarl twists his features, as he spits out a furious curse at his naughty bastard's prey. Then, a furious rush of footsteps, thundering through the cavern's depths, as the hunt explodes into full gear. Then, a desperate cry of "Ah!" rips through the air from inside the cave, confirming the executive's forces have found their mark. With eyes blazing green, the Red Dan executive was absolutely furious, screaming about the bastards who dared defy him. He roared, demanding to know how they'd pay for their insolence, his voice booming through the eerie cave where a lone fire struggled to light the darkness. At the cave's gaping maw, the executive and his shadowy subordinates scanned the depths, the air heavy with the stench of smoke and the eerie drip of unseen water. He then sneered at his subordinate, acknowledging their cunning, but scoffing at the idea they could truly escape. The executive vowed their escape wouldn't be easy, his menacing stare piercing the cave's shadows. He conceded his personal efforts were futile, having exhausted his own methods. Now, he declared, they'd have to call in the big guns, the other executives, his face set in a mask of grim determination. But miles away, a lone car tore down a deserted highway, its occupants racing towards an uncertain future. Peering out the car window, Myrion takes in the grim urban sprawl, a single, damning thought ripping through his mind. The ride cuts through Busan, a once thriving city now choked by an endless, suffocating gloom. Blazing down the massive highways, the engine's roar is the only constant in this broken world. But Myrion's eyes stay locked on the outside world, his face a mask as the ride keeps pushing forward. The streets below scream of brutal truth, as exhausted souls drag themselves forward, crushed by their burdens. From the back, Jinbei cuts through the quiet, asking if Myrion even remembers the old Busan, a legendary city now utterly broken. He presses on, his tone chilling, laying out the brutal truth: humans here face only two paths, enslavement or annihilation. The desperate masses on the street hammer home his point, a brutal monument to how impossible life has become. He takes a moment, a flicker of deep thought crossing his features. But there's no time to waste, he and Jinbei are already moving, their footsteps pounding towards a grim, imposing structure. Jinbei points the way, plunging them into a shadowy, ominous tunnel, with Myrion and a mysterious new figure right on his heels. Inside, Jinbei reveals the shocking truth: this is Red Dan's headquarters, a place of immense power, and Myrion needs to brace himself. They push deeper, navigating the eerie silence of a forgotten underground station. Then, the big reveal: Jinbei declares they've reached the very heart of the lethal force's operations. Myrion's eyes widen, utterly stunned by their destination, as the enigmatic woman beside him keenly observes his shock. Her name is Commander Chionuri, and she's clearly a force to be reckoned with. Jinbei issues a direct order for her to investigate, but she's not one to blindly follow, immediately challenging his motives. Unconvinced by his casual dismissal, Chionuri presses Jinbei, demanding to know why he's putting off their discussion, after he brushes her off about talking later. But Jinbei isn't having it, coolly declaring he's got bigger fish to fry, his focus already elsewhere. Chionuri is left to stew, clearly thrown by his nonchalance, a puzzled her only reply. Shifting gears entirely, Jinbei then summons Myrion, needing a word with the young man. Myrion quickly falls in line with Jinbei and Jean Garam, a subtle sound marking his presence. Now a united front, the pair seem to be strategizing their next move. Myrion glances at Jinbei, a sudden understanding hitting him as he processes the words, a quiet exclamation escaping his lips about the man's identity. Jinbei lays out the plan: they're going head-to-head with every executive, his voice unwavering. That declaration hits Myrion hard, his face clouding with worry, as he silently grapples with the immense strength of the enemies they're about to face. He only knew one paladin, and that executive, the weakest of the bunch, easily defeated. Myrion and Chionuri were locked in, hanging on every word, when the bombshell dropped. A grim look on his face, the command came through loud and clear: this time, you're on your own. He stared down, the gravity of the situation sinking in, then shot back: I'm serious about this. Is this a direct order? Jinbei's gaze hardened, his voice cutting through the air: it's an order. Myrion's jaw dropped, his voice cracking as he protested: Captain. If you've got a problem with this, then say it. Jinbei looked away, a memory flashing through his mind. Right. Thinking back. They both came at me. The memory was crystal clear, back then. The captain held back her true power. Myrion's eyes went wide, the chilling realization hitting him: the captain wants to test. He's putting it all together, the pieces clicking into place. Chionuri, holding back her true power, just waiting for the right moment to unleash it. She's ready to push her limits, to see if she can truly dominate. A stern-faced captain, his gaze sharp, acknowledges a formidable power. Declaring them incredibly strong, and from this moment on, Myri will be thrust into every single future operation. Because what he truly needs, he declares, is the surety. As Myrion stands, a beacon of power, enveloped in a vibrant, glowing purple aura, his very presence a challenge to the moral compass of his executives. His conviction solidifies. Reiterating, for sure, before a resolute command rings out, calling for someone to come. As a small image of Myrion flashes, the captain, his resolve unwavering, delivers his final verdict: Myri is undeniably the strongest among them. There's this super rare power, right? It's called transcendent. And if you've got it, you're basically an executive, or even stronger. But forget Garam or even Myrion, the captain is the absolute strongest, packing insane martial arts skills and straight-up superhuman powers. Seriously, the captain's on another level. He's got moves so fast, you can barely even see him. Just a streak across the floor. His eyes practically burning with power, ready to drop the hammer. Then, with a massive power surge, he activates his ultimate ability, absolute sight. His vision locks on, the entire world crystal clear, every single detail popping with his insane perception. He's moving so fast, he's practically a ghost, just a streak of pure power. Even with his own powers, Myrion can barely keep up with this insane speed. The captain's mind is racing, revealing that he can literally predict every move with his absolute sight. And this isn't just a cool trick, he knows it gives him the ultimate advantage, an absolute option. Before Myrion can even blink, the captain's eyes blaze green, and he snatches the kid's wrist like it's nothing, leaving him completely shocked. Then, a lightning-fast punch slams right into his face. His eyes still burning, the captain is already winding up for the next devastating attack, pure focus. He's gone again, a blur of motion, leaving a shimmering energy trail in his wake. And just like that, before he can even react, a brutal kick connects, sending him flying. The captain's hand shoots out, a lightning-fast blur. And with a brutal quang, Myrion is absolutely slammed to the ground, the impact shaking the very air. Towering over him, the captain's voice cuts through the air with an absolute decree: you have to become the strongest human being alive. Myrion glances down, a subtle suk of movement as he processes the intensity, letting the captain's challenge sink deep. Then, with a quiet tuck, the captain casually drops a small bone from his grasp. He stares down at the student, making it clear he's taking this training deadly seriously. Suddenly, the captain explodes into motion, a blur of speed amidst scattered bones, moving faster than the eye can follow. A massive, glowing energy blast erupts with a deafening kwang, unleashing pure destruction. Myrion flinches back, a bone projectile whizzing past his head, stunned to realize the captain is now using a totally new, insane variety of attacks. Myrion gets absolutely launched, green energy exploding behind him as the sheer power of the blow rocks the entire training area. The captain's speed is insane. His bone projectiles are hitting 70 km per hour, a deadly green blur. But the captain? He's just getting started, calling this intense barrage nothing. Then he unleashes a blinding flurry of afterimages, completely engulfing Myrion in a whirlwind of attacks. Jean Garam and Cheon Nuri are stunned on the sidelines, one gasping in amazement, the other freaking out about the building. The captain's movements are so fast, he's literally leaving impact marks on the walls just by moving. Myrion is fighting for his life, green energy sparking around him as he desperately tries to block the relentless assault. Another devastating hit connects, sending his leg flying from the sheer, brutal impact. And his feet slam into the ground, barely holding him upright. Still reeling from the captain's relentless assault. He slams onto a step, absorbing the shock and instantly regaining his balance. A fierce, burning determination ignites in his eyes, blazing a vivid red. Then, with an explosive burst of speed, he becomes a pure blur, unleashing his own counterattack. He lands with a bone-jarring impact, the sheer force of his movement ripping through the training ground. The captain watches, a look of pure shock and awe plastered across his face, realizing this move is on a whole new level for Myrion. He rapidly processes the attack, recognizing its theoretical perfection for evasion. But then, a new question hits him: what exactly is Myrion even attacking? Myrion continues his insane, dynamic motion, executing a powerful, sweeping strike. Myrion's arm is a blur, deflecting an unseen force with a sharp yang as his relentless offensive just keeps coming. The captain's mind races, realizing these attacks are way more dangerous than they look, as the young prodigy unleashes a lightning-fast, sweeping kick, the air screaming, "Huwook," as his leg slices through the air. Then, his fist explodes into a clench, coiling for an upward strike, a quang of pure, raw power. And with an explosive leap, he rockets into the air, unleashing a devastating mid-air assault, motion lines blurring around him with an OK of pure force. The captain's gaze is locked, a thoughtful, almost stunned expression on his face, as he admits the kid is seriously better than he ever expected. Myri-on's eyes are blazing with fierce determination, his fist still coiled, locked and loaded for the next strike, another kwang of pure, unadulterated power radiating from him. Then, out of nowhere, the captain shouts, slamming the brakes on the insane training session, and with a raised hand, he throws in a towel, admitting defeat. After the captain's shocking surrender, Chion-nuri and Myri-on stand in a tense silence, her voice cutting through the air as she questions the unbelievable outcome. While he, with a cool demeanor, simply acknowledges the end of their epic clash. Meanwhile, the captain, still reeling from the unexpected defeat, can only manage a simple agreement to the session's end. While Jean Garam, witnessing the raw power, remarks on the captain's utter failure to counter Myri-on's devastating final move. The sheer, mind-blowing spectacle of their fight was absolutely incredible, forcing the captain to concede that Myri-on's power is beyond dispute. This insane power display ignites a blazing spark of hope. As the captain, eyes wide with realization, now sees a path to victory against the executives with such formidable allies by their side. And Chion-nuri, with a profound look, contemplates the dawn of a new world, forged by this incredible power. A new era of power is about to explode, and the challenges are just beginning. Chion-nuri, deep in thought, her expression intense, feels a surge of faith building within her. She spins to face Myri-on and Jean Garam, eyes blazing with resolve, announcing it's go time. Myri-on, cool as ever, just stretches and quips, get ready. He mentally flexes, remembering he didn't even lay a finger on her last time, as Nuri stares him down. Nuri then cuts to the chase, asking if she can grab him for a quick word. Her unspoken challenge echoing, so, what's your next move, hotshot? He just laughs it off, playing coy, I haven't even said anything yet. Do I really have to spill the beans? But as Myri-on casually strolls off, Nuri's focus snaps to a screen, displaying a massive red Dan executive. This is the second one she's encountered, and a chilling thought hits her, is this monstrous threat appearing because of him? His power is changing everything. She's just listening as the captain lays into her, asking if she's already trashed something crucial, demanding she be nice to him. Then, with a smirk, he drops it, she's actually pretty smart. But Nuri's not having it, firing back, why? I said it was a lie. Let's not get so heavy, things got rough, okay? Cutting her off, the captain slams his hand on a holographic map, stating, alright, first things first. He lays out the mission, they need to track down Oryukto, which Nuri quickly realizes is a human target. The captain drops the bombshell, Slavery City. He knows this means a massive fight is coming, and they're gonna need a mountain of weapons. He reveals Hyo Yang, a scientist who vanished on an expedition there, and he's going to get her back. He declares they're picking her up, no questions asked, and Nuri's stunned reaction is, right, now. He confirms it, stressing they need her now to mass-produce weapons. The captain presses, asking if the Red Dan executive spilled the beans about Jun creating the boy. Chion-nuri drops a bombshell, confirming it and revealing she brought Myri here under the guise of a death sentence. She brought Myri here, promising his demise, leaving the captain to question if this was all for the higher-ups. Chion-nuri then probes, asking if the captain has any intel on why Jun wants him, but he's just as clueless. She connects the dots, realizing this means the kid is immortal, and the revelation hits her hard. The captain echoes her shock, and she can't help but feel a pang of jealousy that Myri gets to stay young forever. She ponders the gravity of the situation, a single, well, escaping her lips. The captain clarifies that Myri is literally unkillable, even by his own hand, and to unlock his true potential, he needs to master his rapid healing. Chion-nuri then cuts to the chase, asking if he possesses Oryukto, and the captain's terse good confirms her suspicion. A dynamic visual flashes, showing Myri on mid-leap, as a commanding voice barks, step aside. As the captain geared up to drop some serious intel, Chion-nuri was already deep in the zone, scanning a map and muttering, alright, let's scope this out, if you're heading to Oryukto. Then, his voice boomed, cutting through any lingering distractions, alright, everyone, focus up. The captain took center stage, kicking off the official Operation Oryukto briefing, with Chion-nuri, Myri-on, and the rest of the crew locked in. Chion-nuri then laid out the mission's core objectives, making it crystal clear, they had to bring back Jun. And the second, just as crucial, is to recruit some serious powerhouses. The captain cut in, a stark reminder hanging in the air, look, we all know our combat strength is stretched thin. It's just you guys. Nuri was quick to counter, a confident smirk on her face, relax, we've already got that covered. She pressed on, detailing the plan to bring in more talent and seriously beef up our numbers. But the captain, ever the pragmatist, looked unconvinced, you seriously think that's a viable long-term strategy? Before Nuri could even get another word in, Jean Garam shot her hand up, cutting in with a sharp, Commander, I've got a question. The captain lays down the mission parameters, to get to Oryukto, they're gonna have to pull off a massive ship heist. Chion-nuri cuts in, what about the zombies? He just shoots back, you don't know what to do with them already. But Nuri just flashes a confident thumbs up, basically saying, don't you know I've got this? Suddenly, the scene shifts to a massive shipping port, a loud whomp breaking the silence as something moves among the colossal containers. And there he is, Myrion, stealthily making his way through the container maze, eyes locked on his objective. His landing is flawless, a subtle glow hinting at his supernatural agility, making barely a sound. Then, a voice crackles in his ear, checking in, Myri, can you hear me? He gives a quick yes, as the voice lays out the grim reality, there will be a lot of zombies ahead. Try to be quiet as much as possible. His mission is locked in, with the sprawling, ruined Busan port looming before him, a massive, zombie-infested challenge. The clock is ticking. Jean Garam lays down the law, scatter, find a boat, and whatever you do, don't get taken out. But hold up, let's switch gears. Over in the epic Busan L City, the city of the future gleams under the sky. And guess what? The super-secret, super-important meeting of Red Dan's 7 executives is officially wrapped up, with the executive looking intense among his crew. But across the city, in the heart of Busan, L City, something far more sinister was brewing. The notorious Red Dan was holding a top-secret meeting with its most powerful 7 executives. Shadowy figures, eyes burning with malevolent energy, gathered around a massive table, the air thick with unspoken tension. A masked executive, shrouded in mystery and crimson, absorbed every word, their presence a chilling enigma. Then, the terrifying 6th Paladin, Rishram, with his signature green skin and burning eyes, delivered a chilling update, Jinhee City was gone. Rishram pressed on, revealing the 5th Paladin's involvement in a previous tragedy, and now, despite their efforts, he was completely missing. A small, horned figure, barely visible beneath a hood, voiced a chilling thought, could a Paladin truly be taken down by humans? The 5th Paladin, Yoyeru, her golden eyes blazing, drops a bombshell, only humans could have pulled off such a feat. The 2nd Paladin, Rishu, his masked gaze burning with intensity, remembers a distinct scent, and if humans are behind this, it changes everything. Another executive, her golden eyes flaring, can't wrap her head around it, how could humans possibly pull off something so transcendent? It's impossible. The 1st Paladin, Terry-8, his imposing mask hiding his expression, locks onto Rishram, and he's not messing around, he wants all the details. Rishram, unfazed, continues his report, detailing how they instantly locked down all city exits and cranked up security to maximum across their entire territory. He makes it crystal clear to the assembled executives, they're not letting anyone escape, their collective determination burning bright. The report wraps up with Rishram's name, underscoring his personal stake in this whole mess. A masked executive, his voice dripping with menace, lays down the law, find those humans, and there are no second chances. He makes it clear he's only tolerating incompetence once, maybe twice, before heads roll. Still reeling from the previous setbacks, Terry-8 vows to himself, never again. This time, failure isn't an option. He's baffled by humanity's sudden surge in power, muttering, how did they get so fast? With a steely resolve, he declares he'll scout the area personally, starting with his own turf. Switching scenes to a massive, bustling port, a colossal cargo ship dominates the horizon, a symbol of human might. This is Busan Port, a vital human stronghold, still buzzing with activity, completely oblivious to the danger closing in. Watching the unsuspecting workers, the executive gives a cold command, a stark reminder, don't mess up and hurt the wrong humans. While the workers toil away, completely unaware, the executive's sinister green eyes glow with a dark purpose. His voice drops to a chilling whisper, commanding them to handle it quietly. 2 unsuspecting workers are just chilling, completely unaware of the impending doom. But then, bam! A shadowy blur explodes from one of them, hitting with insane force. That hit lands with a sickening crunch. Nearby, Myrion sees the whole brutal thing go down and is absolutely stunned. No time to think. He spins around and bolts out of there, leaving the chaos behind. He's tearing through the shipping yard, but then a chilling voice whispers, quietly, done. The mission's a success. Later, Myrion is practically flying towards Jean Garam and some other dude, yelling her name. They've been on the hunt, but the other guy just shakes his head, nope, found nothing. 0. This spot's a bust. Jean Garam's like, nothing here either. Let's bounce and check somewhere else. A quiet whoosh escapes him as he stares at the map. A frustrated hup escapes him as he scans the desolate container maze. Chion Nuri, ever practical, cuts through the tension. Footsteps tadadak against the concrete. Heat Suk peeks around the corner. Elsewhere, a civilian, no Red Dan, no weapon, just a suit. A sudden huh escapes him, then a panicked, what was that? His gaze drops to a gruesome sight, a dead body, and he whispers. 2 Red Dan executives, surrounded by a gruesome pile of bones, casually discuss their next meal, wondering if she'll be tasty. Elsewhere, a terrified Zhongchan, gagged and bound, can only listen in horror, as a chilling voice declares that all their human workers are equally delicious. The executives continue their gruesome chat, one chillingly noting that their human workers will never even realize what's happening. Another executive nods in agreement, complaining about the frustrating reduction in their supply. He elaborates, explaining that even with a monthly delivery of fresh human meat, it's simply never enough to satisfy their insatiable hunger. He then clarifies, stating they don't even consume their own human workers, but rather that the supply they're tasked with managing. Suddenly, Zhongchan erupts, thrashing against his bonds, a desperate cry tearing from his throat, "Don't touch my mother." Zhongchan. A Red Dan executive snatches Zhongchan's mother, his voice dripping with malice, demanding to know what the boy thinks he's doing. The executive maintains his grip on the struggling mother, taunting her, asking where she even came from, and ordering her to let him go. Still gripping Zhongchan's mother, the executive coldly shuts down her pleas for the children, declaring her survival depends on staying put. Then, with a brutal throw, he flings the boy, sending bones skittering across the floor, as the mother's scream rips through the air. But suddenly, a furious shout echoes, demanding the executive release her brother. The newly arrived young man stares, eyes wide with horror, at the unfolding chaos. His face twists in pure shock and disbelief at the sheer savagery before him. Another voice, sharp and commanding, yells for the executive to halt, quickly followed by a hesitant "but." The child, Zhongchan, scrambles up, desperately begging for his mother's rescue, while the young man can only question who this monster even is. He's instantly overwhelmed, realizing he just stumbled into this nightmare on a whim. Confessing he's no fighter, he's hit with a harsh internal challenge: what's his move now, when one wrong step means death? He's completely lost, admitting he has no idea what to do in this insane situation. But the Red Dan executive isn't holding back, violently tossing the kid aside like a ragdoll, who slams into the ground with a sickening thud. Witnessing the brutal attack, a desperate shout rips from him. The executive's smug grin vanishes, replaced by pure shock, as the child cries out in agony. Then, in a flash, a devastating counterattack lands, sending the executive flying. He's launched backward with incredible force, his face a mask of utter disbelief and pain. Myrion's power is undeniable, launching the executive across the room in a single, explosive blow. The Red Dan executive slams into the far wall with a sickening crunch, his body twisting from the sheer kinetic energy as he can only scream, "What are you?" A chilling scream echoes, "Mother." Zhongchan's mother instantly rushes to her son, desperate to confirm his safety, as the terrified boy, in turn, asks if she's hurt. She clutches him close, a wave of profound relief washing over her that he's unharmed, even as the executive, battered but not broken, begins to stir from the debris. Myrion observes the aftermath, his face a mask of calm, almost detached composure. Suddenly, a military captain spots him from the periphery, a spark of recognition igniting in his gaze. The captain rushes over, overwhelmed with thanks for the impossible rescue, pledging to repay him however he can, but Myrion, ever humble, brushes off the praise. Unable to contain his profound gratitude, the captain keeps thanking him, but Myrion, with a slight shrug, insists it was truly nothing at all. He whips his head around, a jolt of surprise hitting him. Then, he's off, his back to us, striding through a tight corridor of massive shipping containers. His eyes snap wide open, a sudden realization hitting him hard. He stops dead, staring down a shadowy alley, a silent question hanging in the air: why is it like this? Then, his hand finds it, a small, folded note. And just like that, the aura he was tracking, gone. Poof. Undeterred, he pushes on, weaving through the chaotic energy of the port, past ships and endless containers. He spots a boat, muttering about the captain's ride, realizing they'd been totally sidetracked just wandering around. Suddenly, the captain, now in full military gear, is right there, asking about the strange civilian clothes the other guy has on. The civilian, clutching a bright red box, grins, showing off his outfit, declaring that a guy like him just can't leave this kind of stuff behind. He's found it. Staring down at the small, dark figure, the truth hits him: this isn't just a decoy. This is the real deal, the actual source of the power he's been hunting. Discovery made, no time to waste. He and the captain are out of the port, full speed ahead, the captain pushing them to move. Their boat slices through the water, speeding towards a massive, jagged island that dominates the horizon. But wait, what's this? A young woman, glasses on, totally engrossed in a book, her jaw dropping as she reads about some mysterious press command. Back with the main man, Myrion is chilling on the boat, eyes locked on the waves, deep in thought as they cruise along. The captain cuts through the quiet, getting Myrion's attention, who just gives a quick yes in return. Out of nowhere, a sharp-dressed guy pops up, a confident smirk on his face, dropping a bombshell: he's a psychokinetic, and his power: manipulate. And he's not done yet, casually dropping that he can actually manipulate and change people's memories. Witnessing the psychokinetic Narcissus unleash his memory manipulation, a vibrant purple aura swirling around him, he's asked if he feels better after the supposed alteration. But a look of utter confusion washes over him, as the mind-bending power seems to have no effect. Even the captain is left speechless, utterly baffled, as Narcissus erupts in a furious outburst, demanding to know why his incredible power has failed. A gasp escapes him, as Narcissus, utterly flabbergasted, screams in realization, his psychokinetic memory wipe was somehow nullified. The psychokinetic clutches his head in sheer horror, his utter breakdown a spectacle for the young man watching. After a beat, the psychokinetic tries to play it cool, shrugging off his monumental failure as if it were nothing. Then, with a sudden shift, he drops some profound wisdom. Time is life, when death looms, and there's always time for reflection, casually revealing his true profession as a doctor. The young man, bewildered but resigned, simply nods, taking in the bizarre advice from the failed mind-bender. A subtle blush creeps onto Narcissus's face, as he flashes a surprisingly bashful smile. He tells the kid, "You can talk to me anytime," as the bones from the previous fight litter the ground. Then, getting a bit closer, he calls Myrion Kyoho and says, "I want to tell you something." Myrion sits by himself, and the man's mind goes to him, thinking, isn't he afraid of Myri? Watching him from afar, he sees no emotions, feels something's off, and asks himself, why does he want to die? Then, it hits him, a quiet, leaving his mouth. From his point of view, Myrion's face makes him think the kid is super unhappy. He just wants to die because he's got no reason left to live. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jean Garam quickly tells the captain and Chion Nuri, it's not the captain, there's something else going on. A tense voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what's wrong. While a colossal cargo ship dominates the horizon, dwarfing a tiny boat below. And another voice urgently confirms that something massive is closing in fast. Suddenly, a comms alert blares, revealing a grim discovery, dead bodies at an abandoned port, and Overseer W. Sung is already on the move to check the vicinity. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a sharp-eyed officer in uniform points out the incoming vessel as a feeder ship, then drops a bombshell, a suspicious fishing boat is dead ahead, and he's going to board it now. His face tightens with worry as he murmurs, what in the world is going on here? Meanwhile, in a shadowy command center, a sleek, elf-like figure with flowing dark hair processes the intel, his voice laced with suspicion as he echoes, a suspicious fishing boat? The captain, with his eyes blazing green, gets a critical update on the bridge. A subordinate confirms a suspicious boat is dead ahead, but it's not on any intel. What's the play, Captain? But while the military is on high alert, Myrion is just chilling, flat out refusing to move because he's feeling lazy. Back at sea, the military ship is closing in on the massive, unknown vessel, with a blaring warning, the boat ahead. Stop. The message is clear, cooperate or get ready for a fight. A nervous officer asks the captain what to do, but the captain just muses, hoping to resolve this quietly. With his glowing eyes fixed, the captain worries about Jinhee City finding out about this mess. When the officer spots something weird on the other ship, the captain brushes it off, only caring about the big picture. A blaring alarm cuts through the tension, and a voice snaps, what, as Zhongho frantically orders the captain to suit up. Then, the chilling word zombie screams across the display, and the captain lets out a low, ominous hum, the gravity of the situation hitting hard. Meanwhile, on deck, an officer demands to know their mission, are we transferring supplies to Grimwood Base? Zhongho, eyes wide with shock, can only manage a choked, why yes. The captain then confronts Jean Garam, demanding if she's alone, but she coolly confirms it, even as he shouts that no one else was on the schedule. Then, the bombshell drops as Zhongho exclaims, we're the additional staff. The captain, finally grasping the situation, lets out a massive sigh of relief, a relieved phew escaping his lips. A huge grin breaks out on his face as he shouts, thank goodness. Thank God it happens from time to time. But elsewhere, a sinister figure with dark skin and glowing yellow eyes demands, why are you the ones doing it? A military vessel cuts through the water, but something's off. Normally, Zomgans are the ones on this kind of mission. But now, humans are doing it. Zhongho can barely believe it, stammering to his captain, we're in trouble. The captain, however, is unfazed, assuring his subordinate that he wouldn't have let this happen for nothing. Meanwhile, a new face, Lee Dongho, is getting a harsh reality check, being told to get a grip. An unseen hand grips his shoulder, reminding him he's already an actor in this game, ready to deal with whatever comes next. Dongho's eyes widen as the voice drops a chilling truth, you have to become an actor before the zombie human does. The stakes are high, only a capable actor, one whose skills are undeniable, can survive this. Composed, Dongho finally reveals the truth, Kim Ki-olso sent US. But the name, Kim Ki-olso, sends a jolt through Dongho himself. Who is he talking about, he exclaims, utterly bewildered. His eyes practically pop out, the chilling words zombie humans in the port slamming into his brain. A Zongan should be there, right? Is Kim Ki-also behind this? He remembers the old name for these things. Back on the ship, Zong-ho can't believe his ears, spinning to face the captain. Why is Kim Ki-also with the humans, he demands. Then, with a smirk, he wonders if that's not a pretty cool name. In another location, a sharp-suited man corners Lee Dong-ho, cutting straight to the chase. Kim Ki-also sent you? Lee Dong-ho's answer is a simple, yes. The suit-clad man's jaw drops, his mind racing. Kim Ki-also is alive, he gasps, and still working there. Lee Dong-ho can only manage a stunned, what? The suited man stares at the floor, deep in thought, remembering whispers that Kim Ki-oso's projects went south. He grumbles about the hassle of writing a report. His face twists in agony, wondering who Kim Ki-also is even working for now. He forces a strained smile, good. Thanks for the update on Kim Ki-also. Elsewhere, the cool, dark-haired Myrion stands, utterly fed up, demanding, can't we just kill them and leave? A voice booms, demanding to know why the heck things are taking so long. Elsewhere, a squad of soldiers stands tense, one of them barely managing a nervous gasp. All eyes are locked on a towering, dark-skinned figure with long black hair, pointed ears, and intense facial markings, striding forward with an undeniable presence. Cutting back to the impatient voice, a glimpse of his dark jacket and red belt screams authority as he wonders if something's gone wrong. As a man in a white cap, face stone cold, hangs on every word. He reports everything's fine, but then drops a bombshell. These guys were sent by Kim Ki-also, a name that instantly sparks a shocked reaction from his superior. Meanwhile, the man in the suit grills Captain about this zombie human, totally baffled by its very existence. Seeing Captain's clear distress, the man in the suit boldly announces he's taking over as head of staff. And just like that, the imposing figure from before gets his grand reveal, introducing himself as Chief Rishuru. The captain locks eyes with the new threat. As the talent in charge of the Forgotten Island makes his grand entrance. A low rumbles from the captain, acknowledging the sheer power radiating from Chief Rishuru. Rishuru's eyes, glowing with an eerie yellow, bore into the captain. A silent from Rishuru, a challenge in his eyes. But the real focus shifts to Myrion, his stoic face revealing nothing. The captain's mind races, a sudden thought hitting him, met before. He's completely thrown off, escaping his lips. He can't shake the feeling he's imagining things as, from a ship, a crew member shouts to wrap this up, and another offers a ride, casually mentioning they're all going to the Forgotten Island. Rishuru's command is absolute, no matter if you like it or not, you're coming with us. Myrion, unfazed, simply states his name, accepting his fate. A sharp yes from Rishuru, then a direct finger points to that fellow, his focus now entirely on Myrion. A brutal throw sends someone flying, bones exploding on impact, and a chilling voice demands, make sure Tio remember him. Back to reality, the captain, looking grim, knows there's no escaping this, they're going, whether they like it or not. And there it is, the dreaded Forgotten Island, now revealed for what it truly is, a chilling human slave research base. Rishuru, with the captain and Myrion in tow, strides towards the base, as guards snap to attention, welcome back, Mr. Rishuru. Footsteps echoing, they march further in, the tension palpable with every stride. Rishuru, now inside, spots a subordinate and casually remarks on his new guests, ordering him to assign them rooms. Their fate decided, the captain and Myrion are waved off, as Rishuru casually sends a message to Chion Nuri. Lee Dong-ho then gets a bizarre order from Rishuru, to make sure Tio make booties when he returns. Later, the captain, utterly baffled, asks Myrion if he's supposed to find someone, only to realize Rishuru was talking about his wife's legendary booties. Beneath an endless sky, tiny figures scramble near boats, their desperate cries for more vessels hanging in the air, met with a reluctant, sure, response. Back in the chilling reality of the research base, Lee Dong-ho guides the captain and Myrion through a cold, unforgiving corridor, casually dropping the bombshell that the red-haired one gets Cell 7, and guess what? They're also crammed into Cell 7. Lee Dong-ho just keeps walking, leaving the captain and Myrion to stand there, the grim truth of their new home sinking in. Gripping the drab uniform, the captain's mind races, the horrifying truth slamming into him, this place isn't just a base, it's a human slave farm. He pictures the island's dark secret, where some are kept just for their meat, their lives stripped down to nothing but a carcass. And others, he grimly realizes, are bred for human milk, their entire purpose twisted into a grotesque biological machine. And some. They're twisted into even darker roles, raised purely for entertainment and pleasure, then these special humans are shipped off to different cities, each one tagged for their horrific category. The cold, hard truth of their cell, just a few boxes inside, is a brutal, in-your-face reminder of this island's utterly twisted purpose. The captain's mind reels, grappling with the monstrous truth, humans here are just white meat, categorized for consumption. Slaves are sent to the slaughterhouses, he realizes, and to escape that fate, you better be more useful than the rest. Myrion lets out a sharp tsk, his face a mask of pure defiance. Then, a heavy thud as Lee Dongho strides up to their cell, a chilling reminder of their new reality. This isn't just a prison, it's a barracks, a battleground for survival, he realizes, moving through the grim, functional space. Lee Dongho's voice cuts through the air, confirming his orders, leaving no room for doubt. Unless a new order comes down, Lee Dongho is to keep a hawk-like watch on Kyoho. Myri-on's eyes narrow, a silent, steely eye will echoing his resolve. Lee Dongho's final warning, be more wary of humans, even more than the actual zombies. A guard points to a grim cell, barking orders for 2 new prisoners to get inside, calling it room number 7. As they stand there, frozen, he snaps at them, insisting they move now. Gazing across the sprawling, brutal prison, Myri-on's thoughts race, he might not survive, but he's not giving up. Inside the cell, a bald prisoner glares up, challenging the guard's intrusion, his face a mask of defiance. The guard snarls, demanding his identity, but the prisoner, unyielding, just tells him to get out of his space. Suddenly, in another cell, a blonde-haired prisoner grins wildly at Myrion, shouting that they're here to save everyone, as Myrion tries to calm him down with a promise of explanation. The blonde prisoner's grin vanishes, replaced by pure shock, as the truth hits him like a truck. Across the way, the bald prisoner from before stares, his jaw practically on the floor from the sheer shock. Furious and confused, the blonde prisoner yanks Myrion's hair, shouting, "Are you really here to save us?" Myrion bursts into the cell, instantly locking onto a terrified figure and demanding to know what's going on. An older prisoner on a cot just turns away, ignoring the chaos unfolding. A young woman sobs on the floor, barely able to speak through her fear. Myrion's eyes dart around, utterly bewildered by the bizarre situation. He can tell something's seriously wrong with her, she's completely out of it. Out of nowhere, an enraged prisoner lunges at him, screaming that he's just like the rest and has no idea what he's gotten himself into. The furious man lunges, and before Myrion can even ask what he's doing, a devastating punch slams into his face. He stumbles back, stunned, a choked cry escaping him as blood gushes from his nose. A bald, dark-skinned prisoner seizes Myrion, his voice exploding with raw authority, demanding silence and absolute obedience. He boldly declares that from this moment onward, Myrion is his property, issuing a chilling warning against any resistance. Despite the fresh bruise marring his cheek, Myrion's eyes blaze with disbelief and fury, challenging the man's insane declarations. His expression steeling, he defiantly declares his true mission, to save everyone. The bald prisoner flinches back, a flicker of shock on his face, scoffing at Myrion's audacious bluff. But before the man can even blink, Myrion's hand explodes out, snapping onto his wrist with blinding speed and crushing force. The bald prisoner's face twists in pure shock and utter confusion, letting out a string of disbelieving cries as he realizes the game has changed. In one swift, brutal motion, Myrion wrenches the man's arm behind his back, utterly dominating the larger prisoner. His bruised face now etched with fierce determination, Myrion's eyes burn with an unyielding resolve. He's a blur of motion, unleashing a storm of bone projectiles that absolutely shred the air. Myrion is absolutely stone-faced, and you can practically hear the gears turning in his head. He's thinking, should I just end this? But before he can even process it, a hulking, muscular guy absolutely loses it, screaming, "How dare you? Have you gone nuts?" The captain is practically wrestling the guy to the ground, yelling, "NNO Myri. You can't kill him." The muscular man, veins popping, is still fighting the captain, roaring, "Both of you must have gone mad." He's not backing down, scoffing, "You think I'd listen to a young kid? But Myri?" He just stands there, completely unfazed, the chaos swirling around him like it's nothing. Meanwhile, an older man watching the whole thing unfold, is totally bewildered, muttering, "You. What in the hell?" and my hand is going numb. What is even happening? Myri, still cool as ice, just looks inward, wondering, what is this feeling? Suddenly, a massive force explodes, launching something across the room. The older man can only gape, utterly stunned by the sheer power on display. The captain strains, barely containing the enraged muscular man, yelling at Myrion, frantically reminding him it was just supposed to be a forehead flick. The older man, still dazed, rubs his head, trying to process the sheer force he just witnessed. Myrion looms over the muscular man, who's now a groaning heap on the floor, clearly devastated by the sudden, brutal strike. A primal scream of pure rage and agony rips through the air, as the muscular man can only curse his fate. Still writhing on the floor, he struggles to even breathe after that devastating blow. A female student nearby is absolutely aghast, her eyes wide with pure terror and disbelief. Another student, equally stunned, mirrors her friend's horror, her jaw practically on the floor. The older man, still clutching his head, finally manages to stammer out his absolute shock, completely floored by what just happened. He just stands there, cool as ice, while his classmates are absolutely losing it. One's like, was that even a forehead flick, and another's still freaking out about the zombies they barely survived. But the captain? He's absolutely losing it, screaming, totally blown away by that insane move. Another student is totally freaking out, crying about how they haven't even found Ms. Jun yet, and everything's just getting worse. And the older guy? He's panicking too, asking if this is really the time to throw down, begging them not to start another brawl. Then, the captain snaps, confronting Myrion directly and yelling, "Is it you again, causing all this trouble?" Myrion, looking totally confused by the accusation, just asks, "Pardon?" The captain grabs his arm, totally fed up, shouting, "Don't tell me you came to the rescue. It wasn't me." Whoa. Out of nowhere, a terrifying new figure with glowing eyes and tribal marks shows up, radiating pure menace, and declares, "This won't do. I gotta teach you a special lesson." Elsewhere, in some grim, locked room, someone's on the floor, totally freaking out and yelling, "I told you it wasn't me." Bones scatter, a chilling echo of power Myrion barely remembers, a close call he almost didn't escape. His eyes blow wide, the chilling words, "special lesson," slamming into him, a direct threat he can't ignore. He stares at the floor, an inner voice taunting, "He's not gonna bail, right?" Then a weird comfort, "Chill, Myri. It's totally their fault." The captain confronts him, echoing the accusation, "At fault," but Myrion just mumbles, "It's nothing." He spins away, a frantic thought exploding, "Oh, right. How do I even begin to explain this mess? Everyone, that kid." Behind him, the captain's patience snaps, a desperate, silent scream, "Just get me out of this nightmare." A tiny, bewildered "what?" hangs in a tense silence. Elsewhere, trapped in a grim cell, the older man screams in pure panic, "They'll send me to the slaughterhouse if this keeps up. Someone, save me, please." He's on his knees before a towering figure, who sneers, "You. Master, you gonna kneel? Is some kid getting owned in class or something?" Myrion's eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck. He finally gets it. But the captain's voice cuts through the tension, grilling him, "Do you have no control? Or are you just clueless on how to use it?" He's ready to write off these monsters as nothing more than targets to be eliminated. Myrion's face twists in anguish as he confesses this power struggle has been his constant companion, and that these things are actually getting weaker and slower than his own body. Just as he's spiraling, a cool, collected voice cuts in, a mysterious young woman with dark hair tells him to chill, promising him he's not going down here. Suddenly, Myrion's resolve ignites. He screams his earlier promise, doubling down that they are here to save every single one of them. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the young woman backs him up, declaring they'll help, and shouts for everyone to break free from this nightmare. But elsewhere, a sinister new player emerges, a sharp-grinned man who confronts someone unseen, demanding to know if they're the extra states before chillingly offering to lay down the law. Myrion is slammed with more work, but he just sighs and offers to take even more if they need it. But his face twists in shock and annoyance, as he grasps just how much extra work he's been dumped with. He's fuming inside, muttering about fake generosity as he mentally adds it to his good deeds pile. Still, he's totally suspicious, sure his boss is just dumping work and plotting something shady. The clock keeps ticking, and then a harsh voice barks, "Time for work. You pests." The grind begins. Outside, Myrion is still griping about the boss's greed, while everyone else is already hyped to get going, guessing the boss has some secret scheme. A massive, fenced-off zone looms ahead, the metallic clang of the fence barely audible. The muscular man, now in charge of the workers, is totally fuming about his lame assignment, wondering why he's stuck with this. He glares at the workers spread across the dusty site, then roars, "Hurry up and get moving." Myrion was already deep in thought about his new assignment, questioning if he'd ever find time for Mr. Jaemin, and just what kind of crazy task he'd been handed. The muscular man let out a dismissive humph, wondering if this job was already too tough for Myrion, and secretly hoping it wouldn't become a major headache. Myrion locked onto the screen, absorbing every detail of the how-to, knowing this was the only path forward. The muscular man barked at him to get moving, demanding he speed things up before the director showed up. Eventually, Myrion was benched, ordered to just observe and keep his hands off everything. Suddenly, a young woman appeared, her voice laced with worry, inquiring about his hands. Clutching a cup, she sweetly offered him some tea, her face full of kindness. His hand, now wrapped in bandages, was a clear sign of the toll the work had taken. He brushed off her worry, turning his head, casually stating his wounds would just heal themselves. A young woman, blushing hard, steps up to him, her voice barely a whisper as she asks for his name. He just shrugs, cool as ice, "It's Myri." She settles next to him on the bench, still a bit flustered, "So your name is Myri." Looking down, her face burning red, she blurts out, "Thank you so much, for keeping our room peaceful." She spills the beans about some guy always messing with their work, terrifying them that he'd turn their place into a total slaughterhouse. She starts to leave, but Myrion stops her cold. "Miss." Suddenly, an older man appears, formally introducing her. "Myri, meet Miss Jihyun. She's super kind." Jihyun, now beaming, explains that the older man is her only caretaker, leaving her baffled by his intense gratitude. Then, she bows super low to Myrion, her gratitude practically radiating, muttering, "Grateful. An." Jihyun clutches her notebook, the words, "I'm really grateful," screaming from the page. Myrion just stares, a giant question mark hovering over his head as he tries to compute her extreme reaction. Just 5 seconds later, back in their room, he's still totally baffled, wondering what's up with her dramatic behavior. He tries to cut in, but she quickly clarifies, it's all about the vibe in their room, apparently. While other rooms were a total mess, barely getting along in this super sensitive environment, theirs was somehow chill. Even with a dictator running the show, their room was still way better than the constant drama everywhere else. Jihyun beams, doubling down on her gratitude, admitting that because of him, everything got even better. Then, with a slight lean, she drops the question, just to make sure Myri was actually his name. His eyes practically pop out in shock at her sudden question, a rare crack in his usual poker face. He flinches, totally blindsided by the sudden, direct question. But then, someone else just casually drops a bombshell, asking, "Hold up, what did Hae-yeon even write on her notepad?" Next to Jihyun, a girl with long dark hair is just chilling, listening in. Myrion's eyes go wide, totally confused, muttering, "Huh. Did I mess up?" Then, a quick flashback hits, Hae-yeon, absolutely fuming, writing down a savage threat, I'm gonna make you pay." He instantly shuts that thought down, whispering, "In no way." Later, some girl in a cap tells him, Jihyun's not around. He checks the field, then the workshop. He finally hits up the training room, still on the hunt. He'd been on the hunt all day, but Jihyun was completely gone, vanished without a trace. A chilling thought hit him, had he seriously missed a spot? Was there somewhere else to check? The idea of her just leaving the whole place. That was the absolute worst-case scenario, a nightmare he couldn't afford. Every second counted, but the day was wrapping up, and he was being told to call it quits. Then, out of nowhere, a voice sliced through the silence, making him freeze. He knew that voice. It was unmistakable, a voice that sent a jolt through him. No way. A shockwave of realization hit him as he finally put a name to the voice, Miss Jihyun. Lee Dong-ho, with a stone-cold gaze, laid down the law, "You wanna live? Then you listen to your superiors." A familiar voice hits Myrion, and he's instantly like, "Wait, I know that voice." Then, a woman's voice cuts through, shouting, "Miss Jun." Later, Myrion is telling someone to bounce after reporting to their superiors, but not without reminding them he put in the work too. Now chilling with Jihyun, he's straight up asking if she knows where the broadcasts are coming from, and she's just giving him that look. Jihyun thinks for a second, then figures it's probably coming from the warden's office. Myrion is totally baffled, asking if there are no TVs in the warden's office, and just can't wrap his head around it. Jihyun abruptly changes the subject and hits him with the classic, "So, when am I getting my money back?" He tries to defend himself, saying he can only do so much if she keeps missing his calls. He barely gets an apology out before a hand snatches him, the impact sharp and sudden. With a vice-like grip on his arm, the voice makes it clear, a real apology is due later. No time for talk. Jihyun hauls him off, pressing for an answer, "When next time." His feet scrape the floor, a helpless sound as he's dragged down the hall. Still getting yanked, he looks back as Jihyun barges into a room, declaring her arrival. The captain and Lee Dong-ho are already there, talking about how some things aren't even human, while Jihyun still has him by the collar. His eyes go wide, processing the wild talk he just walked into. Still gripping him, Jihyun mumbles about her being here, then shouts, "I found her. Miss Jihyun." Staring at a screen, she's shocked to realize the person they were looking for was the warden all along. She's locked onto the screen, a low hum escaping her as the shocking truth starts to sink in. Her eyes blow wide open, and a single name explodes from her in pure shock, "Captain." She hits the deck, begging if this is all just a nightmare, as the captain looms over her, demanding answers about the mess that happened while he was gone. Tears stream down her face as she spills her guts, detailing the brutal grind and endless struggle she faced just to stay alive while out there. Then, the mind-blowing reality hits, she somehow became the warden, a title she can barely wrap her head around, doubting if she's even remotely qualified. The captain, stone-faced, just barks at her to get out, a harsh command to clear the area. But pure despair washes over her face, as she chokes out that she just can't. Scanning the cramped room, she's hit with the brutal truth, there's absolutely no way out of this joint. Beyond the iron bars, a storm rages, and then, a voice cuts through the tension. Now, attention please. She's locked onto her phone, a digital nudge flashing across the screen. Don't just zone out. Get writing. A flash of memory hits, taking them back to a time when Myrion, Jihyun, and their crew were all together, talking about their deepest desires. Someone throws out the question, what do you wish for each other? And after a beat of wishes, the energy shifts with an excited, sounds fun. The guild was history, and suddenly, they were all free, ready to dive deep and really get to know each other. Myrion was all in, ready to grab this happiness with both hands, but a tiny voice in his head questioned if it was even right to be this happy. He remembered all the deep talks he used to have with Jihyun, and knew he had to take the shot. He was eager for more stories, and Jihyun, with a cool smile, was totally on board, even suggesting they lay out everything on their minds. An older guy chimed in, urging Jihyun to join the fun, telling her to ditch the gloom and get involved. The whole crew, Myrion, Jihyun, the captain, Lee Dongho, the muscular guy, and the older man, all piled into a circle, each one silently pouring their hearts out onto paper. Myrion nudged Jihyun, curious about her writing, wondering if she had something big to drop. He thought back to the simple, powerful idea, just write what's in your head. Put your wishes on paper. He tries to keep it simple, but Jihyun's already on edge, wondering if this is just another command. Myrion's mind races back, remembering the compulsion to obey, but the real question still burns. He catches sight of someone else writing, a thought sparking. Then, a voice breaks the silence, checking if everyone's done writing, and Myrion glances at his own sheet. Task complete, the group moves on, deciding to kick things off with Gramps. The old man pauses, his mind already miles away, yearning for his grandchildren, a deep longing in his eyes. He admits the harsh truth, he never saw them again after the world shattered, and his only wish is one last glimpse before his time runs out. Tears well up as he clings to the hope they're still out there, burdened by his immortality that keeps him from them, feeling like nothing but a burden to everyone else. Jihyun, her expression soft, offers a quiet, heartfelt reassurance, letting him know they truly understand his pain. Still caught in the memory, she boldly states, all right, my turn. I'm up next. A thoughtful hum, then a surprising declaration, I just want to cook. Her face hardens, a stark truth dawning as she reflects on recent history. Seriously, zombie or human, trust has been non-existent these past few years. The warning clear in her voice, you just have to be careful with everyone. A pause, then a sudden thought sparks, a new resolve forming, wait, it's someone's turn. Oh, I know, there's someone I really want to connect with. Her gaze sharpens, a clear decision made. Myrion watches, confused by her abrupt change of heart. That's it? What are you talking about? Brushing off his bewilderment, she declares with conviction, all right, Gyunho. I'm coming for you after school. Myrion, now in the spotlight, simply responds, okay, Myri. He's just standing there, lost in his own head, before he finally checks out some cryptic notes. The notes are a mess, but the truth hits him like a truck, a devastating realization washing over him as he confesses he wants to die. Meanwhile, Jihyun's jaw drops, totally blindsided by something she just heard. But then, his face just snaps into focus, pure determination blazing in his eyes as he declares he's doing this for his mom. He looks away, his face shadowed, as Jihyun screams his name, totally freaking out. And then, some muscle-bound dude just grabs her, forcing her to witness something awful while she cries out for her mom. Flashback time. We see a young Myrion, looking all innocent and happy, on a super cold winter's day. But then it cuts to little Myrion walking away from a building, carrying the weight of the world as he thinks, I killed my mother. Deep in his own head, he's still replaying the past, grumbling about his eternal dislike for Jaeyoung, and remembering a quick goodbye to Jong-woon before he split. Walking with an older guy, the man's hyping him up, calling him a good kid, and even saying he could be president someday. His eyes widen in disbelief, asking if he could really be president, but the man quickly shuts it down, reminding him dreams aren't enough. Still walking, Myrion can't help but ask, a little suspicious, are you messing with me? The older man just grins, and Myrion, ever the stoic, says he's okay, and used to it anyway. The man playfully shoots back, telling Myrion he shouldn't have started the teasing. Walking solo now, Myrion just thinks fun, confirming he's heading out. He brushes off any worries, blaming it on a cold, and promises a quick return. His eyes harden with resolve, his inner voice pushing him to be strong first. He watches her go, a routine goodbye, but something feels off. A strange unease settles in as she leaves for work, a silent wish for her safe return. But a bizarre, unsettling feeling hits him hard, making him wonder if reality itself is twisting around him. He flashes back to that day, a day etched in his memory where everything felt off, a seemingly normal goodbye to his mom that was anything but. Without warning, a dark premonition gripped him. He almost screamed out, a desperate plea to join her, but the moment passed in a blur. He just stood there, frozen, the unspoken words burning in his mind. And as she vanished, a choked "thank you" escaped his lips. The flashback snaps him back, his eyes flaring with raw anguish, the unanswered question of that day still tearing at his soul. He can't even meet her eyes as Jaehyun hits him with the tough questions. Did your mom mess up? Why is everyone giving you the death stare? He's just as clueless, leaving her to rage about how unfair it is, demanding to know who has the answers. The night air carries her voice, pushing him. Seriously, aren't you bored just sitting around? He just grunts, yeah dash. Then she shifts gears, wondering why the crowd is so thin, before dropping the bombshell. Murray's here, so I'm totally shy and nervous. His mind wanders, a silent confession, he was absolutely drained. Inside the cafe, the low hum of customers and background chatter starts to pull him into a peaceful daze. He shuts his eyes, a wave of memory washing over him. Despite being utterly spent, this was pure bliss, a precious, quiet moment with his mom. He holds onto her image, a beacon of peace in his mind. A gentle hand offers a bill, and he just quietly accepts it. He closes his eyes, soaking in that soft touch on his cheek, desperate for this moment to last forever. She's just there by the window, back to him, radiating this soft, almost magical glow, like a dream he never wants to end. Then, a faint ticking starts in his head, a creeping unease as he watches her, and he can't help but wonder what's happening. He desperately clings to that feeling, that memory of her, wanting it to last forever, even as the ticking gets louder and louder. But the image of her by the window starts to waver, a chilling instability washing over everything. His hand shoots out, desperately trying to grab onto that fading vision, just to hold on to the dream of being together. Myri-on's hand reaches out, a subtle tremor betraying his weakened state. The sterile hospital room a stark contrast to his recent ordeal. Suddenly, his eyes fly open, a shocked cry tearing from his throat as he exclaims, "Mom. Are you okay?" He pushes himself up, attempting to downplay his state, but his words lack conviction. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit off today." Jaehyun, her brow furrowed with worry, offers to call the hospital, but he waves her off, claiming it's unnecessary. Back home, she proposes an early shop closure because of the weather, but he brushes it off, promising rest will fix him even as her concern persists. Yet, his eyes tell a different story, a sudden wave of dizziness hitting him hard, leaving him visibly disoriented. Under a vast, stardusted sky, the quiet silhouette of a house stands, its windows glowing softly in the night. Inside, the crisp sound of chewing echoes through the room, as a plate of freshly prepared food sits on a counter. Jaehyun watches him with a gentle gaze, asking if he's truly alright, and he reassures her that he is. A quiet sigh of relief escapes him, thinking to himself that everything is finally well. The sounds of munching continue, now coming from the refrigerator. Jaehyun, still concerned, asks again if he's okay, and he affirms his well-being with a smile. He smiles genuinely, confirming that he feels good. A bright smile spreads across Jaehyun's face as she remembers something, announcing that she has a present for him. Surprised, he asks about the present, as she dramatically reveals her surprise. He's absolutely floored, staring in disbelief as the woman drops a bombshell. All his old clothes are gone, donated. But then, she pulls out the ultimate surprise, a brand new uniform, explaining she wanted him to have the best. His mind immediately races, begging to try it on right now. With a knowing grin, she gives him the green light to go get changed. He quickly slips into the new threads, but it's a little baggy. He looks a bit awkward, nervously asking for her approval. She gives him an instant, enthusiastic thumbs up, and he's overwhelmed with thanks, mentally shouting his appreciation. Seeing him still rocking the new uniform, she playfully asks if he's actually planning to sleep in it. Later, under the starry night, he's still buzzing about the uniform, totally wanting to wear it to bed, even remembering her telling him to wash it first. Then, it hits him like a lightning bolt, his eyes popping open with a sudden, aha, moment. Suddenly, a nightmarish vision explodes into view. He's launching bones, a desperate barrage against two grotesque, lunging horrors. He jolts awake, the TV screaming an emergency broadcast, a chilling alert for everyone to find shelter now. Stunned by the TV's racket, Myrion barely registers the broadcast, his gaze locking onto the nightmare unfolding around him, blood everywhere. A brutal cough rips through him, leaving him breathless and reeling. Terror-stricken, he screams for his mom, desperate to know if she's okay in this bloody chaos. A disturbingly calm voice cuts through the panic, asking if he's still unwell. But the voice belongs to his mother, her face a horrifying, decaying mess with vacant, cloudy eyes. Staring into the abyss, Myrion's world shatters as he can only choke out one desperate plea. But before he can even blink, the monstrous figure strikes, sending him flying backward in a blur of motion, his scream tearing through the silence. He's slammed into the wall with a brutal, bone-jarring impact. The twisted, zombified creature towers over him, a grotesque, clawed hand lunging for his face as he lets out a primal scream of pure terror, his mind refusing to accept this nightmare. Tears streamed down his face, a desperate plea escaping his lips, demanding to know what's happening, but there's no answer, only hunger. The brutal struggle rages on, a desperate, frantic fight for his very life against the impossible, the relentless ticking of a clock mocking his every agonizing second. A sickening squelch. Flesh tears, bone grinds, his hand now a bloody mess. Another brutal impact, his face now a canvas of bruises and blood, but even through the pain, he still whispers her name. Slumped against the wall, battered, bleeding, and utterly broken, Myrion can only manage one final, desperate plea, his world in ruins. He's launched through the air, his body a ragdoll as bones explode around him with a sickening crunch. Time itself seems to shatter, a clock face spinning wildly as the world cracks around him. The creaking intensifies, the world a dizzying, terrifying blur. Then, a primal scream rips from his lungs, a soul-shattering cry of absolute terror. The scream tears through the air, his face contorted in a silent, horrifying testament to his pain. Then, just as suddenly, silence. He's left with nothing but the crushing weight of what just happened. His eyes snap open, locking onto his own hand, it's shaking, covered in blood, a horrifying, undeniable reality. He's surrounded by a nightmare of blood and bones, a chilling question echoing in his mind, what the hell just happened? But then, his vision clears, and the room is perfectly normal, the clock ticking innocently on the wall. Was it all just a nightmare? Myrion breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness that was just a scary dream. He tries to calm his racing heart, telling himself, there's no way Mom would ever turn into a monster. She'd be right here with me. But then, a horrifying, decaying figure with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth suddenly appears. And the sheer terror etched onto Myrion's face screams the chilling truth. A blood-curdling scream rips from his very soul. As the monstrous form of his own mother brutally strikes, launching him through the air. He lets out a desperate cry, the horrifying realization hitting him, this isn't a dream. This is real, and he's in for the fight of his life. Screaming, "Mother," he desperately vows to hold on. Even as he's violently thrown into the abyss. He screams, his mind absolutely blown by the horrifying reality of the situation. His strength just vanishes, leaving him totally helpless, he can't even process what's going on. Who is this enemy he's up against, and why can't he even throw a punch? A desperate plea for help rips from his throat, as pure terror takes over. He's violently launched through the air, a total ragdoll. The impact rocks him, leaving him totally dazed and asking, how the heck is he supposed to survive if this nightmare is actually happening? Why is this even happening, he thinks, his brain going a million miles an hour. He gasps, his eyes bugging out with confusion and shock. Then, a fiery explosion just detonates, swallowing everything in a blinding flash. He's on the ground, totally disoriented after that insane hit, barely able to gasp out a confused question. Then, a chilling tap-tap-tap echoed nearby, and his eyes shot wide open, pure horror etched on his face. The thuds got heavier, closer, and he desperately crawled, eyes locked on the unseen horror closing in. Suddenly, he's with Jihyun and another student, all three of them freaking out, demanding to know what the hell they're even looking at and what their next move should be. Pure panic set in as he confessed he had no clue, and Jihyun, totally losing it, screamed about whether these things were actually zombies. The third student yelled to hurry up and keep moving, but Jihyun was still just screaming about how they had no idea what was even happening. With a terrified gasp, Jihyun blurted out the ultimate fear, do we turn into zombies if they bite us? Then, a shocking realization hit her, he got bitten before, but he's still human. The grotesque creatures, all pale and hungry, let out a blood-curdling roar, their chilling "Hungyryy" echoing as they swarmed forward. Too late to react, one of the monsters lunged, its nasty clawed hand clamping down hard on his arm. He thrashes, fighting for his life. But just as despair sets in. Just as they catch their breath. The beast snatches its prey. Jihyun can only stare, frozen. The student fights back with everything they have. A desperate sob tears from their throat. In a last, defiant burst. The pandemonium raged on as a grotesque creature unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles, ripping through the air with terrifying speed. Bones slammed into the concrete, spraying blood and debris, and a choked gasp echoed through the terror. A guttural groan ripped from his chest, his entire being consumed by searing pain. Myrion, battered and bleeding against a grimy wall, screamed out, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. Gasping and groaning, he fought for every breath, trapped in a living nightmare of torment. But the horror wasn't over. Another student was violently snatched and dragged away by a different monster, their screams swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Tears streaming, Myrion could only choke out a desperate plea, it hurts so much. MOM. His desperate cries for his mother were met only by the looming shadow of a grotesque monster, its decaying maw drawing ever closer. A horrifying, guttural growl erupted from the monster, a chilling prelude to the inevitable. Myrion lets out a guttural gasp, the sheer, unadulterated agony ripping through him, threatening to tear his very being apart. He unleashes a blood-curdling scream, a primal, desperate sound that rips from his very core, his hands slamming over his ears in a futile attempt to shut out the nightmare unfolding around him. Amidst the chaos, he catches a glimpse of another student being mercilessly dragged into the darkness by a grotesque monster, and a heart-wrenching cry for his mother tears through the air. Tears stream down his face, a torrent of pure fear, as he unleashes a desperate, pleading scream for the encroaching nightmare to just disappear, his voice shattering with the sheer force of his terror. But then, in a shocking turn, the grotesque monster that was about to finish him off lets out a blood-curdling shriek, a guttural, pained roar tearing from its twisted face. Oblivious to the monster's sudden agony, Myrion continues to sob uncontrollably, his eyes clenched shut as he unleashes a desperate, tear-filled curse at the beast. He screams once more, his voice a raw, desperate plea that rips through the air, the gruesome bone projectiles impaled in his back a stark, horrifying testament to his suffering. Meanwhile, the monster's arm is brutally, savagely ripped to shreds, flesh exploding and bones splintering with an earth-shattering impact. But before he can even register the sudden, brutal turn of events, Myrion lets out a choked gasp, as a razor-sharp, black projectile slams into his chest, impaling him with a sickening, bone-jarring impact. He's on the ground, body screaming in agony, a desperate cry for it all to just end. His face, caked in grime and pure agony, is a mirror of the hell he's living through. As a name, a memory, fights to break free from his throat, a shattered, mere, A.E. barely audible. A shaking hand claws at the suffocating darkness, desperate for anything to hold on to. The void swallows everything, a black hole of hopelessness. He crumples to his knees, head bowed, a raw, choked apology for some unseen sin. Tears pour down his face as he screams, a single, gut-wrenching sound, then it hits him, a desperate whisper for his mom. Myri is holding a bloodied figure, their head just hanging there, and he can barely even whisper. He's trying to talk, but it's just a choked sound, a desperate, broken whisper. Tears are just pouring down his face as it all hits him, one gut-wrenching question ripping through his soul. His eyes are just huge with horror, staring down at everything, and all he can hear is this distant, terrified scream in his head. His mom's lifeless body is just lying there, broken on the ground, and now it's just this terrifying silence after all the chaos. He reaches out with a shaking hand, just a soft gasp escaping him, his face twisted in pure, raw pain. Sitting there in the blood and debris, Myri is just clutching his arm, his eyes locked on the horror, completely shattered. He whispers it again, just a broken echo in the silence, his entire world just falling apart. He stumbles back, a choked sound escaping his throat as he stares at the devastation before him. The scene of utter ruin and the still figure on the ground refusing to compute in his mind. His hand clenches, a desperate plea to deny the horrifying truth, but the reality is undeniable. A small, faint voice echoes in his head, confirming the identity of the fallen woman, it is his mother. Tears well in his eyes, a choked sob escaping as the voice continues, whispering a chilling accusation, he was the one who killed her. The full weight of the revelation crushes him, his mother's death now a burden he believes he bears. Overwhelmed by grief and self-reproach, he covers his mouth, unable to contain the raw anguish. Finally, his legs give out beneath him, collapsing onto the rubble-strewn ground in utter despair. He definitely heard something, a chilling sound that made his heart pound as he desperately tried to hide, peeking through a narrow crack. But it was too late. A massive guy in a green jacket was already there, shouting to his buddy, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The scarred man's eyes gleamed with dark excitement, as he confirmed they'd found their next meal. Myrion was caught. He stood there, absolutely paralyzed, his cover blown. They grabbed him, hauling him away like a ragdoll, joking about how they almost missed out on him. The big guy gripped Myrion's head tight, suggesting they check out his face before the feast. Myrion's eyes were blown wide, bloodshot, screaming pure terror, completely locked in shock. The big guy just laughed, seeing how terrified Myrion was, while his buddy seemed a little confused by the silent desperation. A single tear escaped, and Myrion, completely shattered, begged them to just end it. Utterly shattered, Myrion can only beg his captors, his voice a raw whisper, confessing the horrific truth that's tearing him apart. But one of the captors, a grinning fiend, just laughs it off, twisting his plea into a sick game of survival. The other captor just adds fuel to the fire, bragging about their recent zombie hunt and how it's put them in a good mood. But that one word, zombies, hits Myrion like a shockwave, instantly triggering a flood of forgotten memories. He's back in time, standing face to face with the same grinning captor, casually talking about zombies and how they've grown taller and think clearer. The other captor, looking younger too, had scoffed at comparing humans to zombies, but still agreed they were in a good mood. Back in the present, the grinning captor looms over him, his voice dripping with a sinister promise to grant Myrion's plea for death. A hand, glowing with sinister power, lunges for him. Myrion's eyes explode with terror as the other captor gasps at the sheer speed of the strike. Flashback to a chilling conversation. A captor asks Myrion if he's got that killer movie vibe, and Myrion just deadpans, yeah. The captor then casually asks, hey. How was it? Did I look cool? Suddenly, Myrion's eyes blaze with an unholy glow as he screams, I told you to kill me. What are you doing? The captor's face twists in confusion, muttering, what the hell? Myrion's glowing eyes are wide with pure terror, his voice cracking as he screams, what's with him, young? Surrounded by a squad of enforcers, the captor in green robes snarls, hurry up and kill him, only to be met with a confused, what? But the captor doesn't wait, he lunges, his arm a blur as he snarls, die, bastard. A brutal impact rocks Myrion, his face contorting from the sheer force, those glowing eyes still burning bright. The captor follows through, a dark, menacing aura swirling around his arm, cursing, FFUCK, as he presses the attack. One moment, they're attacking, the next, an assailant is sent flying. A voice shouts, he's ruined the mood. Let's go, and another quickly agrees, yes. Two of the thugs look on, one confused, asking, Young, didn't you already tear his heart out? The other just shrugs, nah. What just happened? The bigger guy just brushes it off, saying, I guess I'm actually more bored than anything else. Big mistake. But then, pure panic erupts. One of the goons screams, what the hell, as his face twists in absolute horror. Then, a single word hangs in the air, as Myrion's eyes blaze a terrifying red in the shadows, unleashing an unimaginable power. That power sends one of the thugs into a full-blown sprint, his legs a blur as he bolts. It's a full-blown rout. The whole crew breaks and runs, scattering like leaves in a storm. One of them is absolutely losing it, screaming, ARGH. What is with that bastard? I beg you. His voice cracks with pure desperation, promising, I'll do whatever you want. His power erupts, sending one attacker absolutely launching, their body soaring with a brutal, throw effect. Another's face twists into a grotesque mask of pure, unadulterated terror, fangs flashing as he's consumed by absolute dread. A voice, absolutely shattered, barely manages to question reality, then erupts into a desperate, terrified plea, HUH. Like this. From the swirling darkness, Myrion's terrifying, monstrous form materializes, his glowing red eyes blazing as he roars, do it like this. Completely broken, another attacker's voice shatters, screaming for the sweet release of death, kill me. Two more figures are violently thrown back, their bodies contorting in a desperate, terrified scramble away from the overwhelming presence. A man in a suit lets out a blood-curdling scream, his face a twisted, horrifying mask of absolute terror. Another voice, completely shattered, echoes the terrifying command, a chilling, broken repetition of like this. The desperate, terrified chorus swells, as another joins in, like this. Myrion's monstrous form was still unleashed, radiating pure, unadulterated terror. His power had already taken its toll, leaving two figures splattered with a dark, viscous substance, their bodies convulsing in absolute terror. Meanwhile, more victims shrieked in pure agony, bolting away from the unseen horror that hunted them down. A broken man lay there, gasping for air, as Myrion's shadowy form still dominated, a strange hiccup escaping his lips. A visible tremor shook his monstrous hand as he realized, it hurts. I'm the only one feeling it, but it hurts so much. His shadowy arm pulsed with a heavy thump, and a single, desperate word escaped him, Mom. He mused on the agony, was probably in more pain, as his monstrous form stood ominously in the alley. Just like that, the monstrous aura vanished, revealing Myrion back to his normal self, standing over an unconscious woman. He looked down at her, remarking, all of your clothes were probably worn out. As he reached out a hand, he wondered, did I really make you get into your first ever school uniform? He stands alone, his back to the viewer, staring up at a dark, oppressive sky, the echoes of his power still reverberating around him. With each heavy step, he pushes onward, his destination unknown. A quiet plea escapes his lips, a desperate apology to his mother echoing in the desolate emptiness around him, a soul-crushing regret. The word Mom repeats, a mournful whisper amidst the scattered remnants of his struggle, his pain a stark contrast to the blood-stained ground, a testament to his torment. He wandered around aimlessly, completely lost in his own torment. This aimless journey stretched on, for days, then weeks, eventually turning into years of endless wandering. Even now, after all that time, he wishes for nothing more than to simply cease to exist, a desperate plea for oblivion. Meanwhile, a young man looks on with wide, shocked eyes, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief, utterly stunned by what he sees. An elderly man and a young woman share a similar look of deep concern, their faces etched with worry, clearly troubled by the unfolding events. A heavy, suffocating silence descends, punctuated only by the subtle shifts of five figures kneeling in a tense, somber circle. His gaze is fixed on the floor, eyes wide and mirroring the palpable tension, a deep internal voice recognizing this isn't fear, but a torrent of raw, overwhelming emotions. They're utterly lost for words, unable to articulate the storm of complex emotions swirling within their group. All they can manage is to kneel, desperately wishing for a way to comfort Myri. Myri's expression is a mask of profound internal struggle, unyielding. A young woman, her face contorted with raw frustration, shatters the silence, declaring him utterly pathetic in this moment. His head jerks up, a sharp gasp of surprise escaping his lips. He whirls on her, a sharp demand for clarification on his lips, as she fires back, challenging his very being. Her fury ignites, her voice escalating as she launches into a furious tirade, "You seriously?" Myri is on his knees, mind racing, utterly lost. What does she even want from him? Suddenly, a guy cuts in, "Isn't this too much?" He then whispers, "Myri, Josian is crying." Myri just stares, "Then what is it?" The crushing truth echoes, "Mom died because of me." He feels it's only right to want to die, since he's the one who killed her. A single, agonizing question hangs in the air, "Was I wrong?" Josian, fed up, snaps, "Yeah, you're wrong." She continues, "If I was your mother, I wouldn't even dare to look at you right now." Her words hit Myri like a physical blow, his eyes flaring with raw shock and hurt. The other guy quickly steps in, grabbing Josian's arm and yelling, Myri, trying to stop the verbal assault. Josian, still locked on Myri brushes off the intervention and snaps, "Don't, talk like you're an expert." Myri tries to cut her off, a desperate "don't," barely audible. But Josian isn't backing down, her voice dripping with sarcasm, daring him to talk like the expert he thinks he is. Her eyes narrow, digging in deeper, demanding if he's really clueless. Then, she drops the bombshell, cutting straight to the chase, demanding to know why his own mother apologized to him. Josian keeps twisting the knife, her words loaded, taunting him about whether the apology was for a lame uniform or just because she was too weak. Myri thoughts are a whirlwind, a desperate inner voice screaming, he has to stop this mental breakdown. Suddenly, the whole place rocks, sending students into a panic, shouting, "What is this? Is it an earthquake?" Myri curses, his face a mask of grim determination, realizing he needs to get his head straight, or he's toast in this mess. Josian's voice slices through the pandemonium, a chilling order aimed directly at Myri. She presses her attack, her words dripping with venom, mocking his supposed lack of emotion. But his face twists, a raw nerve exposed, as he bites back, admitting she was wrong. But Josian doesn't let up, doubling down on her mind games, dropping his mother's name like a bomb. She twists the knife, sneering at his rage, then hits him with a brutal question, demanding to know why he's so desperate for death. Her words become a cruel weapon, twisting his mother's image against him, daring him to imagine her reaction to his death. But as her cruel words keep pouring out, Myri control shatters, his eyes blazing with fury, a chilling warning to silence her. The words hit him like a truck, a brutal reminder of the one person he holds most dear, his mother. Josian's voice slices through the tension, claiming he knew this was coming, that his mother's apology was just a desperate, empty gesture. A searing memory flashes through his mind, a blurred image of his mother, her apology a crushing weight, all because he had to survive. His face twists, a storm of sorrow and rage brewing beneath the surface. As Josian relentlessly pushes his buttons, calling out his name with an unnerving, icy calm. The camera pulls back to an imposing building, a silent, towering witness to the explosive tension, as Josian coldly tells him to just let go of his mother's memory, calling it nothing but dead weight in his heart. His eyes snap wide, a jolt of disbelief shooting through him, as her brutal words sink in. Josian's stare is unyielding, relentless, declaring that the only true apology he can give is to simply live. The student's face contorts, his jaw locking tight in a desperate struggle to contain the explosion of rage, her words crushing him under their immense weight. Standing face to face with Josian, Myri can't help but notice her words cut just like his mother's, but he instantly rejects the comparison. Then, a.m. A sudden, shocking realization or an internal tremor rocks him to his core, his mother's voice screaming in his head. He fights to stay upright as the very ground beneath him seems to shake, his emotional breakdown manifesting as a full-blown earthquake. He crashes to the floor, utterly spent, as a worried voice screams his name and an older woman bursts into the room. Josian, ever the Ice Queen, just watches as the woman frantically asks what's going on, wondering if the student was terrified. Myri is completely out cold, face down on the floor, the weight of everything finally crushing him. Still reeling from the tormenting words, Myri is absolutely wrecked, curled up tight, his body convulsing as if slammed by an invisible force. His face twisted in pure agony, he's gripping his own throat, a silent, desperate scream tearing through him. A crushing, suffocating pressure builds, about to completely break him. Meanwhile, a sharp-eyed woman with short, light hair lays out the brutal truth, declaring that the only way out is to take down Chief Rishuru. Her voice cutting through the tension, she drops another bombshell. A mysterious barrier has locked down their camp, breaking every rule in the book. You can get in, but you can't get out. And she's got a strong hunch that Rishuru is behind this whole mess. With a sharp gesture, she declares it, Rishuru has to go, no matter the chaos it unleashes. Her eyes burning with fierce determination, she knows it's going to be tough to outsmart this genius, but they have to come up with a plan. Myri-on's face says it all, a silent, I knew it, as Josian snaps her head up, a shocked, sorry, bursting out. Then, with a chilling declaration, she drops the bombshell, you can't escape. Josian demands answers, her mind racing, as the chilling truth sinks in, the entire research farm is about to be taken over by the chiefs. It makes perfect sense, she realizes, that this place is a lockdown. And a glimmer of hope sparks, Junwon reached out, so she has to be alive. She scoffs, imagining Junwon's reaction. Instead of actually helping, she's probably just whining about how impossible everything is. Josian's jaw drops at the sheer audacity, then she's all praise for Junwon's genius, especially after excelling under Commander Hong. It's a huge win just to talk to her. A rapid-fire bellalo dash escapes her, a clear sign of her intense focus or a quirky habit. Out of nowhere, Myrion asks about a weird noise, and Josian sheepishly apologizes, it's just her alarm going off. Josian reveals a mind-bending device, capable of wiping memories clean, but also packing a crucial alarm function. With a soft "AA" from the device, she drops the bombshell, it's time for a shift change. Myrion can only stare, utterly confused by the mention of the shifts. He pivots to a screen, his mind racing, a low HMMZ, barely audible. Eyes still glued to the display, he's left questioning his very next step. A terrifying realization hits, what if Miss Jun is still in the dark? Myrion freaks out, demanding to know how they're supposed to escape this mess, but Josian, cool as ice, just tells him to chill. Even as the world descends into total madness, their squad still has their backs. She promises him that no matter where they end up, there will always be those fighting for justice. It's the same story, no matter where you look. Hoyoung's gaze drops to the floor, his mind racing with the crushing weight of their reality. What are they even supposed to do in this messed up world? He can't help but wonder, are they seriously on floor cleaner duty again? Another day, another good work pat on the back, another shift done. Then, a colleague walks up, a quick, yes, and a reciprocal, you too, Hoyoung exchanged. Later, Hoyoung's totally absorbed, eyes locked on a complex blueprint laid out on a table. He studies the intricate layout, convinced that breaking out of here can't be that hard. But then, a voice snaps him out of it, shouting, Nuri, you punk. Hoyoung's face registers a flicker of surprise, as he processes the implication that they already have a few. He takes a beat, then confirms, okay, so this is the blueprint for the breeding farm, right? With Nuri and another colleague watching, Hoyoung just stares at the blueprint, a stunned, what, escaping his lips. Hoyoung grips the blueprint, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck as he deciphers its dark secrets. Turning to Nuri, he drops a bombshell, demanding they bail out of this place immediately, leaving Nuri completely stunned. Hoyoung's gaze locks onto a critical detail, asking if that red line is actually their ticket out of here. Out of nowhere, Jun bursts in, yelling at him not to touch the blueprint. Hoyoung's baffled by her outburst, and Nuri's scrambling for an explanation. He completely blanks her, his eyes laser-focused on the blueprint, already calculating how to follow this path to freedom. But Jun's not having it. She snaps at him, telling him to cut the jokes and finish his work, yanking the blueprint right out of his hands. Hoyoung's taken aback by her ferocity, but he doubles down, declaring he's dead serious. Jun's face turns stone cold, her mind reeling as she tries to figure out if he's actually serious, and what in the world is going on with him. She clutches the blueprint like her life depends on it, yelling for him to hand it over, but Hoyoung fires back, asking what she'll do when the guards catch her. Just as the pressure reaches its peak, a brutal, unseen force absolutely decimates someone, launching them across the room, bones flying everywhere as a panicked voice screams internally, we're dead if they catch us. Suddenly, a chilling masked figure materializes, their aura demanding absolute silence, a single, ominous syllable escaping their lips as they take in the chaos. Hoyoung, absolutely rocked by the unseen attack, slams into the ground with a sickening crash, sliding uncontrollably. A guttural scream of agony rips from him, the sheer force of the hit stealing his breath. Two guards nearby are absolutely stunned, jaws on the floor, one yelling, what the hell are you doing, as the other snaps to attention, realizing, oh Captain. The captain's voice, a thunderous roar of pure fury, echoes through the facility, what is this? What are you doing, you bastard? No time for answers. The captain snatches Hoyoung by the collar, hoisting him into the air like he weighs nothing, leaving the stunned young man only able to stammer, what? And then, with a lightning-fast, brutal move, the captain lands a devastating smack. Hoyoung gets absolutely rocked, sent flying across the floor, crashing down amidst a pile of bones. Witnessing the sheer brutality, Nuri's jaw drops. What in the world just happened? He can't even process how the captain just casually took down a Zomgoan, it's just too insane. But the real horror unfolds as a device clamps onto Hoyong's eye, his mind being wiped clean, memory by agonizing memory. The captain, cool as a cucumber, just chills out and brags that he can take on 100 untrained Zomgoans, no sweat. Then he drops another bombshell on his squad. There's a kid out there even stronger than him. Nuri's mind is racing, desperate to know who this powerhouse is. Hoyong's memory wipe is officially complete, a final, chilling spark confirming the deed is done. He then turns to Jun for backup, and she's quick to agree, yes. Nuri's head is spinning from the whole ordeal, completely dumbfounded by the chaos he just saw. After witnessing the captain's raw power, Nuri is left speechless as the captain challenges him, "Do you believe me now?" Nuri fumbles for words, barely able to respond, as the captain, ever the showman, thinks, "Still not enough to prove my credibility, huh?" The captain, with a hint of self-reproach, wonders if he's being too casual, and Nuri, still processing, can only manage a bewildered "alright, huh?" A sly grin spreads across the captain's face as he confesses, "You're actually stronger than I thought." Nuri, already a step ahead with his own escape strategy, shrugs internally, might as well let him join. "We're not dying anyway, so why not give it a shot?" Nuri just grunts, and the captain, clearly impressed, declares, "You're way more determined than I gave you credit for." No time to waste. The captain, device sparking in hand, charges down the hall, shouting, straight to the portal. "We're busting out and taking everyone with us." Nuri, stunned by the sheer audacity, stammers, all humans?" The captain scoffs, "Don't be ridiculous. Do you have any idea how many people are locked up in here?" He quickly corrects himself, "Alright, fine. We'll just grab a few of them on our way out." Nuri's face betrays a moment of doubt, but deep down, he knows the captain's conviction is absolute, a burning desire to save every last human. The captain, looking directly at him, offers a quick apology for his intensity, but doubles down on his absolute faith in their mission. Nuri processes this, remembering how effortlessly the captain took down a Zongan, and realizes this isn't just talk. Yet, a crucial question hangs in the air for him, is this person truly trustworthy? Standing before the humming portal, the captain pivots, demanding to know their escape plan again. He points to the shimmering gateway, revealing the shocking simplicity, just walk out the front gate. The Zongans, he explains, view humans as utterly insignificant, their security laughably lax, so getting out is actually the easy part. The real challenge, he reveals, is the overwhelming number of survivors. These humans are paralyzed by fear of the Zongans, he notes, questioning if they'd even dare to try escaping, because it's clear they'll. He lays it out, no one's following orders, no one's moving, and it's all because of the paralyzing fear Rishuru has instilled. Nuri, trying to keep up, demands to know Rishuru's exact location. The captain's conviction rings out, humans can beat Zongans. That's the only proof they need. His face turns grim, and he drops the bombshell, to get out, they'll have to kill. Then, with a cold, hard glint in his eye, he reveals the target, their kidnapping rim, the key to Rishuru. Nuri's jaw drops, eyes wide, a stunned, what, escaping him, instantly convinced he's doomed. But the captain just shrugs off the shock, casually calling Rim a complete nutjob. The intense discussion wraps up, and just like that, it's the next morning, time to get to work and keep pushing forward. Meeting Rishuru, the captain reveals, is actually way easier than you'd think. Just last night, an official notice dropped, revealing all the Zongans would probably be gathering around working time tomorrow. And get this, Rishuru himself would be there. Every single Zongan would be present. All gathering around working time tomorrow, at a meeting where Rishuru would definitely show up. Meanwhile, trapped in a massive cage with countless other humans, Rim clenches the bars. Muttering her absolute annoyance at the whole mess. This massive gathering, he stresses, would be the perfect opportunity, with all Zongans and Rishuru himself in attendance. Outside the cage, Hoyoung and Nuri stand watch, overseeing the captive humans as the captain's audacious plan kicks into gear, all to snap them back to reality. A drastic, no-holds-barred move he believes is absolutely essential. Myri-on's eyes blaze with an unearthly green, a shockwave of realization hitting him as he utters a single, piercing question, while Josian watches, her face etched with worry. He presses on, his thoughts turning to the volatile moods. Then, with a fierce resolve, he proclaims, "Let's get started." Hoyoung and Nuri are moving with a group, but then, bam. Everything just stops with a heavy thud. From the back of the suddenly frozen crowd, Hoyoung's voice booms, "What's going on? Why aren't we moving?" He's getting seriously annoyed, wondering why the front isn't budging, while everyone else is just as confused about what's in their way. Still stuck and unable to see a thing, Hoyoung shouts, "Is something blocking us?" and gets a confirmation, "Yeah, something's definitely in the way." His patience wearing thin, Hoyoung screams, "Come on, move it." He's absolutely losing it, yelling at the top of his lungs, trying to get anyone to listen. And then, the shocking truth, a huge boat is somehow blocking the main gate. The colossal main gate, pulsating with yellow energy, dominates the view as a voice booms, "This is where we came from. The ultimate escape route. That's where we will make our escape." Hoyoung and Nuri are caught off guard, a strange voice echoing around them. "What was that?" Hoyoung exclaims, while Nuri instantly identifies it, that's the captain's voice. Nuri urges them to move Rim, and Hoyoung wastes no time, lifting her. "Get her to Sunbae," he commands, adding, "I got it." The captain's voice, undeniably human, rings in their ears, sparking a single question: what is she doing? Jun pushes the group forward, but Hoyoung can't shake his confusion. "Wait, I thought we were escaping," he questions, clearly bewildered. His patience gone, he lashes out at Nuri, "Is she insane? What's your problem, you bastard?" But before he can finish, the captain's hand clamps down on his collar, rage burning in his eyes. "Why did you suddenly yell and cray?" Without a moment's thought, the captain shoves Hoyoung back with brutal force, sending him flying. Chief Rishuru, looking utterly unimpressed, leans in and challenges, "Don't you think this is hilarious?" He elaborates, stating that the main gate is literally the easiest escape route. His inner monologue cuts deep, concluding, "This is pure arrogance." Suddenly, Myri-on's eyes blaze with resolve, announcing, "Starting today." His declaration punctuated by a devastating impact, "Your era is over." The sheer force of the event leaves onlookers reeling, a shocked gasp escaping, "What is happening?" The captain, utterly bewildered, turns to Myri-on, stammering, "Did he just take down a Zongan?" His eyes narrow, the chilling question echoing, "Are you even human anymore?" A massive impact rocks the area, a thunderous thud announcing a new arrival, and Myri-on's urgent cry echoes, "Get out of here, everyone. You shouldn't have gotten dragged into this." From the settling dust, his heavy steps echo, fixing his gaze on the young man. Then, a chilling question. But Myri-on, cool as ice, just scoffs. Then, he lays down the truth. Meanwhile, two bewildered guards whisper. Myri-on's mind races, grappling with the impossible, but Chief Rishuru isn't having it, unleashing a thunderous roar that silences all doubt. Those colossal, shadowy wings unfurl, a terrifying spectacle of raw might, leaving a blazing red streak in his wake. Rishuru cuts off any further debate, scoffing at his foe's words as nothing more than yapping like dogs. With eyes blazing an infernal red, he snarls, demanding to know why his opponent won't shut up. But Myrion just watches, unfazed, a quiet, his only response. Rishuru finally relents, a grudging admission that, it's true. Then, with a burst of power, he rockets skyward, his true mission laid bare, he's the one who's freeing gear in this place. Myrion stares up, the pieces clicking into place, and challenges, freeing the humans. Myrion isn't backing down, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. He's not holding back, asking, how dare you boast that in front of me? All you did was get rid of a paladin. Aren't you being overconfident? Rishuru, cool as ice, just retorts, let me show you the fact that. He doubles down, declaring, rank does exist among the officials. But Myrion isn't buying it, his eyes locked on Rishuru as he fires back, well, though I'm curious, you've chosen the wrong person to punish, what? Then, the bombshell drops, I wasn't the one. He declares, his voice ringing with conviction, who killed the paladin? And with that declaration, his eyes blaze with a furious crimson light, raw power erupting around him. Rishuru's cool facade shatters, his face twisting in pure shock as he stammers, eh? The tension explodes. A shadowy blur strikes with blinding force, initiating a devastating assault. And with a deafening crack, the massive white beast is utterly annihilated, exploding into a million pieces. Then, a voice booms from the shadows, handing the reins of chaos directly to Myri. But elsewhere, a sharp-eyed guy in a cap is already on it, his face etched with intense focus. He screams at the top of his lungs, commanding everyone to get out of there, now. Two terrified students, their eyes bugging out, instantly grasp the gravity of the situation. Choi Gyoho, the quick-thinking guy, yells again, pointing out that everyone else is already bailing. This is Choi Gyoho, the ultimate decoy, he's literally only good at this stuff. And he's making a break for it, right now. The stampede is on. Everyone's screaming, me too, as they bolt for the exits, desperate to get out. The captain, his face a mask of pure fury, screams, have they lost their minds? His voice booming, he barks, HUI. Close the doors so they can't get out. And just like that, the heavy doors slam shut, sealing off the escape route. But wait, standing right in front of those closing doors is Gyoho. What's he thinking? A look of shock crosses his face, as he grapples with the insane order, I will follow you ordered. Is it really okay to? Elsewhere, the captain faces Hoyoung, who asks, leave you here alone. The captain's response is chilling, yes. So assist the others in the escape plan. I can handle them on my own. Hoyoung, clearly conflicted, can only manage a yeah, as the captain pushes him, hoyong. We have to go now. Walking away, the captain throws a loaded question back at Kyuho, a chilling, by the way, if you assist those humans, right? His eyes narrow, the unspoken threat hanging heavy, we're not gonna end up dead in a ditch, are we? The captain, deep in thought, recalls his initial hesitation, a feeling that just wouldn't quit. But that strange, unwavering voice he'd heard was oddly reassuring, for some reason. It felt like a whole new era was about to kick off, a powerful vibe he couldn't shake. Even if it wasn't for them, he just knew they'd break free eventually. He's thinking all this even as their grand plans are falling apart ahead of schedule, and the stakes are getting even higher, as he and Myrion bolt through the facility. Then, the captain whips around, his voice cutting through the air, blasting him with a, have you lost your mind? Myrion, completely isolated, stares down a massive group of identical figures, who mockingly ask if a mere human seriously plans to take them all on by himself. The menacing figures close in, their unified voices amplifying the challenge, ready to crush him. A cold, robotic eye glares, stating that while they might be numerically inferior, there are far more human lives at stake behind its position. Myrion's eyes blaze with an intense green light, a clear sign of his power activating, as he braces for impact, knowing this is his moment. He stands tall, a defiant silhouette, his voice ringing out with an unshakable vow, no one, absolutely no one, will get past him. Energy explodes around him, a visible aura of raw power, his dark hair thrashing wildly as he unleashes his full might. But from the shadows, a grotesque, monstrous eye, one of the nameless horrors, fixes on him with a chilling, almost taunting gaze. A deep, guttural voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know just who he thinks he is. Then, a jarring shift. Myrion, looking younger and in pajamas, is caught in a sudden flashback, a fragment of a past encounter flashing before his eyes. A younger Myrion faces down a formidable, horseback rider, who challenges him, asking if he's some kind of leader, but the young man coolly dismisses the notion, simply stating, no. The imposing horseman, his face marked with crimson, rants about humans appearing from thin air, invoking the name Lord Alan Bland, then, with a sneer, demands to know if Myrion dares to call him a fool. But the young Myrion, his eyes burning with quiet defiance, shuts down the conversation cold, declaring he has absolutely no interest in any of it. Still processing the chaos, Myrion just isn't sure what to make of it all. But his focus snaps to Choi Gyuho, kneeling there, demanding to know why he's so slow and telling him to bail if he's not ready, only for Choi Gyuho to flat out refuse. A frustrated scoff rips from Myrion, shutting down any more of Choi Gyuho's attempts to explain himself. Done with the talk, he spins, confronting a massive, shadowy monster with a blunt, defiant, fuck off. No hesitation, Myrion explodes into action, unleashing a brutal, airborne kick. Red energy blazes behind him, as he keeps up the relentless attack. The monster, all fangs and fury, is utterly bewildered by the speed of the assault. Myrion unleashes another blow, now crackling with raw, blue power. The assault escalates, as explosive red energy blasts from his form. A brutal hit rocks Myrion, sending a shockwave of agony through his gut. He lets out a raw, primal scream. His vision blurs, the pain searing through him, his eye flaring with pure agony. But that pain. It ignites a cold, burning rage. He snaps his arm out, a furious crimson aura exploding around him, ready to unleash hell. With a lightning-fast, brutal move, he unleashes a devastating, explosive burst of power. His hand slams down, locking onto an invisible target, and his foe screams in pure agony. The beatdown doesn't stop, as the unseen enemy lets out a long, desperate, blood-curdling shriek. One last, pinpoint strike connects, and the enemy screams about their eye being hit. The chaos fades, and Myrion stands tall, a dark silhouette against the sky, the threat utterly crushed. But his face? It's completely changed, his eye burning with an unholy yellow glow, dark markings crawling across his skin, a terrifying display of raw power unleashed. Suddenly, an insane, crushing pressure slams into him, making him question everything. He's hit with this absolutely insane, crushing feeling, like a shadowy, red-eyed monster is right there, ready to break him. The sheer weight of it is just too much, he's about to give up. But wait, a weird feeling hits him, he's felt this kind of crushing power before. This oppressive feeling is absolutely unmistakable, a chilling echo from his past. Still rocking those dark markings and that insane glowing yellow eye from his power-up, Myrion locks eyes with Chief Rashuru. But hold up, somewhere else entirely, a foot just casually steps over some junk, totally changing the scene. A cocky young guy with a smirk just shouts, "Yo, bro. Get a load of this." A chilling voice declares, I found us some food, as another, utterly broken, begs, please kill me. The desperation is palpable. Then, a terrifying, red-eyed Myrion, radiating raw power, roars, what the hell are you saying? But just as quickly, the scene snaps back to a composed Myrion, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. Only for the monstrous red eyes to flash back, a question burning in his mind, have we? The composed Myrion finishes the chilling query, met before. The monstrous eyes burn with even greater intensity. And a sharp, painful gasp of realization tears from his throat, A.H. A chilling, guttural laugh rips through the air. As a pale-faced figure with razor-sharp teeth unleashes a torrent of deranged cackles, their eyes burning with unsettling glee. The laughter intensifies, a manic chorus of ahahahallll. Before the figure finally screams, proclaiming the arrival of their master with fervent, terrifying devotion. Myrion watches the outburst, a single question mark hanging in his mind as he tries to process the utterly bizarre scene unfolding before him. Sorrow. That's the one word that perfectly describes the absolute despair that once consumed him. It was the only thing that could even begin to describe his state when the dungeon outbreak hit, forcing him to face his worst nightmares head-on. Pure terror plastered on his face, he bolted, trying to outrun the nightmare. But amidst that chaos, a chilling truth hit him, he had to get stronger to survive. He threw himself into it completely, doing whatever it took to stay alive, getting stronger with every single challenge. He kept pushing, getting even stronger. Before he knew it, all that grinding paid off, and he climbed the ranks to become an official. Now, rocking the official gear of his new status, he looks back at the insane journey that made him. He'd become too strong, so powerful that terror and fear were just, gone. His life? Totally boring. Just a monotonous grind, even with the occasional, throw of chaos. Ever since then, he'd been wondering if it was all about the glitz and glam, but the stench of boredom just wouldn't quit, even when he tried to chase after all the fancy stuff. But nope, his life stayed exactly the same. Then, suddenly, he was back on his own, just walking. When something exploded right in front of his face. Then, he showed up, and with him, Myrion just kept getting stronger. He craved that power, silently begging to be taught again, to finally make his life epic once more. Then, with a sickening thud, the monstrous reality before him screamed, your life is about to get wild. A primal scream rips through the air as he takes a brutal, unseen hit, the sheer power of it shaking him to his core. No time to breathe, a monstrous, clawed hand smashes into his chest, those glowing yellow eyes burning right through him. Then, a lightning-fast kick, and he's launched into the air, a pained shout ripped from his throat. He's just a blur now, hurtling through the air, completely out of control. But the monster isn't done. It cuts off his escape, smashing him with another devastating punch, those glowing eyes never leaving him. He's still falling, and the monster just laughs, a chilling, triumphant roar echoing through the air. Another brutal hit rocks him, a desperate huk, ripped from his lungs as the monster just keeps coming. He's just a ragdoll now, tumbling helplessly through the empty space. His black hair whips around him, as he plummets headfirst into the abyss. Myrion gets absolutely rocked, slammed against an invisible wall as the force of the blow rattles his very bones. Then, boom. Another explosive strike just detonates, sending shockwaves everywhere as he's just forced to take hit after hit. But the monster, that absolute unit of terror, just watches from the shadows, its voice dripping with a twisted evaluation, if he's gonna get stronger, he's gotta level up. But if this keeps up, he's actually gonna die. That glowing, terrifying eye just locks onto him, a possessive hunger burning in its depths as it hisses, you. And then, that thing just lets loose with a twisted, perverse delight, I love it. Then, with one last, earth-shattering blow, Myrion is sent absolutely soaring into the sky, just a tiny dot against the endless blue. He's just free-falling back to Earth, and suddenly, a voice from his past cuts through the chaos, asking, Master, did you know? That question just hangs there, setting the stage for a mind-blowing revelation. Superpowered individuals are walking among us, right here, right now. Myrion's face just twists in pure agony as the shocking truth hits him, and there are even more powerful beings out there, living right alongside humanity. He's launched sky-high, a brutal power manifestation of bone projectiles exploding around him, each one a lethal shard. Plummeting downward, the relentless barrage intensifies, a storm of sharp bone fragments closing in from all sides. Each impact shreds him, creating a red runway of pure destruction as he falls. Finally, he slams into the ground, the impact shaking the very earth. From above, the monstrous entity, eyes blazing red, hair flowing, sneers down, reveling in his agony. Ha! Akio. You got hit by that? With a dramatic flourish of its massive black wings, the creature soars, its voice dripping with pure condescension. I can fly, you know. Its sharp-toothed grin stretches wider, a truly cruel smile as it continues, you're quite the jokester. Still falling, he's trying to figure out what just happened, his brain working overtime as the ground gets closer, fast. Then, bam. He hits the ground hard, the impact rattling him to his core. The force just keeps him going, skidding across the ground and ripping it apart. Another massive crash sends him flying, absolutely wrecking the ground. He screams in pure agony as his body takes hit after hit. Just a choked gasp is all he can manage. And the monster, watching from above, actually looks surprised, its red eyes flashing. But even as he's getting wrecked, these insane black wings start bursting out of his back, fighting back against the pressure. The ground beneath him is totally obliterated, showing just how insane his fall was. The fall continued, a terrifying descent as the world blurred around him. But then, something incredible happened, dark, feathery energy exploded from his form, painting a black streak across the heavens. His eyes, a mix of agony and pure shock, shot open, gazing up at the rapidly vanishing world above. Then, with an explosive burst, massive black wings ripped from his back, shredding his uniform. These incredible new limbs unfurled, fighting against gravity, even as he still plunged downwards. Engulfed in a maelstrom of dark power, he became a streak of pure speed against the endless blue. Then, with a thunderous beat of his new wings, he shot upwards, directly at the monster who had thrown him, who could only gasp, "Master, you have the ability to fly as well." The monster, its eyes burning with twisted glee, grinned down at him. "You're beyond my expectations. So exciting." Hovering in midair, Myrion gazed at his hand, black feathers dancing around it, a single, confused thought screaming in his head, "Huh." Still reeling from the sudden manifestation of his power, Myrion continues his impossible ascent, a bright trail of light following him as he defies gravity. An unseen observer watches, stunned, questioning if he is truly flying. Meanwhile, Chief Rishuru's eye glows with an intense green light, observing the phenomenon with keen interest. The sheer pressure of his rapid movement causes blood to splatter from his feet, creating the illusion of him soaring through the sky. Myrion hangs suspended in the air, his clothes torn and a hole visible in his chest, a look of bewilderment on his face. As his feet continue to bleed, a voice wonders aloud if he is evolving, even mocking Rishuru in the same breath. On the ground, Rishuru is approached by a subordinate, who asks about his sudden appearance and if the cleanup is complete, to which another voice thanks Hoyong for her assistance. The group discusses the strength of their recent opponents, acknowledging their power but dismissing their skill as terrible. Meanwhile, a command rings out to gather all humans onto the boat, as Myrion is now engaged in a fight against Rishuru. A captain, looking absolutely furious, confronts a subordinate. While a wave of pure panic rips through the assembled crowd, their screams of alarm deafening. The subordinate, eyes bulging with terror, barely manages to choke out a warning. But the captain, now wielding a tactical weapon, roars, demanding to know why everyone is just standing there. Then, out of nowhere, a figure with long, flowing hair, in a martial arts uniform, explodes into action with a devastating, green energy-infused kick. The captain is absolutely floored, left utterly speechless. The martial artist keeps up the relentless assault, a blinding blur of motion and emerald light. With Taekwondo emblazoned across the screen, someone shouts, questioning the captain's current state. Total chaos erupts as soldiers scramble, one desperately clinging to a civilian while another glances back in sheer terror, the sheer number of enemies making them question everything. Two more soldiers, their faces a mask of confusion and dread, can only voice their disbelief at who these attackers are and how they're tearing through humans so effortlessly. Then, a commanding voice slices through the chaos, shouting a desperate order, "Everyone, get on the boat, now." But as the frantic escape pushes forward, one soldier screams at his buddy to move it, his heart pounding with fear for a missing Heian. His face twists in pure agony, as he realizes Heian was right there, now swallowed by the chaos, possibly lost forever. But there's no hesitation in his eyes, he's going back for her, telling everyone else to just keep moving. Then, with a burst of speed, Jizian spins around and charges back into the danger, his desperate cries for the lost echoing through the air. But then, the very sky rips apart, and a monstrous, jagged black monolith of pure dread tears through the heavens, casting an impossible shadow. And from its terrifying maw, with a thunderous roar, a winged demon with blazing red eyes and massive, shadowy wings plunges towards the earth like a meteor. A shadowy tendril explodes from nowhere, ripping through Myri's side, absolutely shredding his chest, and launching him through the air with a guttural scream. He's just a blur, plummeting, before slamming into the earth with a devastating impact. The monstrous entity hangs in the sky, its crimson gaze burning down on him. Myri scrambles, clutching his ruined chest. A desperate, confused cry tearing from his throat as he tries to comprehend the attack. Staggering upright, he stares up at the colossal threat, utterly stunned. Myrion, still shaken, immediately confronts the new arrival, demanding to know why they're even here in this death trap. With a look of pure alarm, he practically screams at them to get out, warning of the sheer danger lurking. But from the crumbling ruins, a chilling, skeletal eye emerges, watching their every move. Then, a voice shatters the silence, demanding answers and calling out to a master. With a lightning-fast whoosh, Myrion's head whips around, his gaze locked on a blur of dark energy. The terrifying gaunt creature, now in full view, utters a chilling question, its voice devoid of emotion. Its piercing stare unwavering, it coldly dismisses a weak expression, its judgment absolute. The female subordinate holds her position, a sinister tendril erupting beside her as a massive clash echoes around them. Her expression twists into pure shock and worry, perfectly capturing the intense gravity of the situation. Myrion, battered but unbowed, stares out at the desolate beach, the calm before the storm about to shatter. But then, his eyes dart open, a chilling realization dawning on him as danger closes in. The air crackles with anticipation, his every muscle tensing for the inevitable. Without warning, a sinister, black tendril lashes out, piercing his hand in a sickening spray of blood, leaving the subordinate stunned while the creature simply watches the brutal assault unfold. Myri gets absolutely rocked, sent flying with a brutal impact that sends blood spraying. He slams into the dirt, bone shards raining down around him, as the monstrous entity just stares him down. Those glowing red eyes are just pure evil. Myri's down, but he's not out, his eyes burning with a silent fury. You can practically see the gears turning, the comeback brewing. But the monstrous entity isn't done, clutching a glowing orb and sneering, "What's the matter, master?" Across the battlefield, the elf-like figure is hit with a sudden, sharp pain, his eyes glowing as he gasps, "Woman." Q. But Myri's had enough. A blinding flash of red energy explodes, as he unleashes a brutal counterattack. The monstrous entity lets out a blood-curdling scream as Myri's attack lands, sending it reeling from the raw power. He stares, eyes blown wide, as a chilling realization dawns on him. Suddenly, a monstrous hand snatches him up, holding him captive, as the entity's voice echoes, demanding to know if its master's right hand has returned. It then thanks its master, declaring it will handle the situation, while the young man struggles, his mind racing to understand who Heian could be. He looks down, a chilling realization washing over him as he wonders what kind of hell this special cage has put him through, deciding that evacuation is the only option, his resolve hardening with a sudden, intense focus. Suddenly, the monstrous entity lets out a guttural cry of pain, recoiling violently from an unseen, devastating blow. Far away, the elf-like figure clutches his head, a wave of agony washing over him, wondering if this intense sensation is just his imagination. Back in the cage, Myrion unleashes a powerful, glowing attack, striking the monster with overwhelming force. Myrion's kick connects with explosive force, sending bones scattering as the monster gets absolutely rocked, reeling from the sheer power. But a thought flashes through his mind, did he just trigger this thing even more? No time to think, he unleashes a follow-up punch, a devastating purple energy blast erupting from his fist with another massive kwang. Then, a razor-sharp crescent of dark energy rips through the air, a silent, lethal strike. He stands there, absolutely locked in, black energy swirling around him, pure determination radiating off him. Another brutal kwang hits, sending the monster's foot flying back, black goo exploding everywhere. His power just keeps growing, his form distorting as the sheer force explodes with another kwang. The monster's body is twisting and flailing, its limbs stretching out of control from the relentless beatdown. Its face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror, a silent scream ripping from its throat as the power just overwhelms it. He's not letting up. Another brutal kick sends bone fragments flying. As the beast unleashes a deafening, agonizing roar. Its demonic face twists in pure agony, red eyes blazing with desperation. As Myrion slams another lightning-fast kick home. The monster's features warp with every hit. Each impact driving it further into despair, until it lets out a blood-curdling shriek. Then, with a surge of raw power, a dark, crackling aura explodes around him. His gaze locked on his prey. As he delivers a final, crushing blow that absolutely demolishes the creature's face. He keeps the pressure on, unleashing another devastating kick that rips through the air. The impact is explosive, shattering the monster's very being. A horrifying shriek tears from its throat, its body contorting in pure agony. It's thrown back, dark power spewing from its wounds, each hit making it scream in torment. Its face is a twisted mess of pain, a final, ragged breath tearing from its chest. One more lightning-fast kick lands, sending black blood exploding everywhere. Myrion's eyes blaze with raw power, his determination unyielding. The monster screams one last, tortured cry, its very existence starting to tear apart. And as Myrion hovers effortlessly above, the monster explodes into a cloud of black dust, gone for good. The monstrous entity was sent absolutely spiraling through the sky, its form a blur against the blue, a faint, disbelieving thought echoing through its fading consciousness. For some reason, it had secretly expected to win, like, what even happened? The idea that it could be defeated by a mere human seemed absolutely ridiculous, a total joke. Then, with a deafening roar, the monster absolutely slammed into the ground, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Its form disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only a lingering sense of its utter annihilation, just gone. As its consciousness faded, the monster accepted its fate, knowing it was truly going to die. Game over. Meanwhile, Myrion stood ready, blue energy crackling around his hand, absolutely prepared for whatever came next. Elsewhere, a gaunt creature with a wide, menacing grin observed the events, a satisfied, "Well, that's good," escaping its lips, clearly enjoying the show. Its sharp teeth glinted as it declared that it was such an honor to fight you until the end. A chilling promise. The monstrous entity, in its dying breath, grapples with its own insignificance, realizing it was nothing more than a pawn in a cosmic chess match. It vows to make its final moments unforgettable, a last, explosive act of defiance. The monster's consciousness fades, accepting its inevitable demise, as its dull existence reaches its explosive conclusion. But elsewhere, the gaunt creature watches the chaos unfold, a sinister promise echoing, "I'm not going to kill you." Its eyes blaze with an unholy yellow glow, a chilling, predatory hunger burning within. Across the facility, the female subordinate shouts with desperate urgency, "Myri! All the humans have been evacuated." She stands with a terrified child, both looking utterly distraught, as she desperately urges someone to finish up and get out. The gaunt creature's voice cuts through the air again, a chilling declaration of its true nature, "That's just how I am." It continues, detailing its savage methods, "I beat them up until they were barely alive." A massive energy barrier, once impenetrable, started to crack, its shimmering surface giving way to explosive fissures. The intensity ramped up, as those glowing fissures pulsed with blinding light, threatening total collapse. Then, with an earth-shattering boom, the barrier detonated, sending everyone nearby into instant unconsciousness. As the chaos erupted, the gaunt creature, from its hidden perch, could only utter one chilling word, "Master." Its chilling thoughts cut through the air, a stark reminder of their brutal efficiency, push them too far, and they're dead. And just like that, a body came crashing down from the heavens, landing with a grim plop. Across the way, a subordinate, clearly freaked out, spun to Myrion, desperately asking, "He's just trying to knock him out, right?" His subordinate's voice rose in a panic, shouting, "Captain! The barrier's gone. Our boat's ready to roll." Myrion, already on the move, shot back with a mix of shock and command, "Seriously? Kyoho! Get out there and handle the crowd." The captain's voice cuts through the chaos, demanding everyone evacuate and wipe out the remaining zombians. Myrion and the others are already on the move, confirming the order. The sky burns with a fiery sunset, casting long shadows over a lone, imposing structure in the distance. The captain quickly passes an item to Myrion, who snatches it with a thankful nod. Sitting side by side, they watch the aftermath, utterly shocked that anyone actually made it out alive. Then, the captain spots something shocking, and Myrion's gaze falls upon a grotesque, pulsating mass. Could it be Rishuru? The monstrous entity writhes and pulses, its bizarre form unsettling as Myrion looms above it. The captain is absolutely stunned, praising Myri for his incredible work and how effortlessly he dealt with the threat. The captain barks a final, "Stand by," as Myrion, ever the enigma, follows close behind, his eyes downcast. Soon, he's walking with the female subordinate, a silent tension building between them. Their steps are the only sound. Before she finally speaks, a quiet but heartfelt, "Thank you for earlier." He halts, turning away. Her face contorts in anguish, a desperate whisper to "Let go." His reply is chillingly direct, "The mother you're holding in your heart." He spins to face her, his words cutting, "You asked me to do it, right?" His words hang in the air, a chilling challenge as she grapples with the unspoken consequences of, "If I do." Amidst the shattered remnants of civilization, he stands, a single, haunting question echoing in his mind. How can anyone possibly survive in this broken world, where true existence feels like a forgotten dream? With the world overrun by zombies, it's a constant, desperate struggle for survival. Some cling to the hope of finding lost family, whether they're alive or gone, while others just fight tooth and nail to make it through each day. All of them clinging to the desperate prayer for a better tomorrow, because even in this darkness, hope refuses to die. She's locked in, determined to find that glimmer of hope, pushing through the brutal reality of their world. With a steely gaze, she knows, that same spark of hope is out there for everyone. She's digging deep, trying to grasp the true meaning of it, the one thing that will ignite their future. Then it hits her, a sudden realization about Myri's path. Could something like this have happened to him too? She's grappling with the sheer weight of his fate, the ultimate price, but the why still eludes her. But Myri's got his own take, it's a whole different game for him. He's talking about forging his own path, finding a reason to live, even when every last shred of hope has been ripped away. Hoyoung confronts Myri, calling his name, and the young man simply acknowledges him. Hoyoung doesn't mince words, cutting straight to the chase and declaring, "To tell you the truth, I've been using you, treating you like nothing more than a tool." He saw Myri as nothing more than a pawn, a temporary ally to achieve his own objectives. You were just a stepping stone, nothing more. But then, a surprising offer: if you'd like, I will really treat you as one of our squad. But there's a catch, a final test. Hoyoung states, but before that, let me ask you a question. He turns, his gaze piercing, and the question hangs heavy in the air: do you still wish to die? Myri is deep in thought, processing everything that just went down, his expression unreadable. Hoyoung and his crew are locked on, waiting for Myri to make his move, the tension thick in the air. Then, a flicker of understanding crosses his face, and he simply states, I see. With a subtle nod, he acknowledges the situation, and delivers a calm, great job today. He turns his back on them, striding off as the others observe. Suddenly, a critical alert blares out: attention. Prepare. The heavens are ablaze, a terrifying spectacle, as the urgent cry rings out, to sail. Let's evacuate. The command is sharp: quickly, because in this chaotic world, hope is a rare and fleeting thing. Later, Myri is seen with Hoyoung and his squad, navigating a busy city, a profound thought lingering: his happiness might be someone else's pain, and conversely, their suffering could be his gain. The world was crumbling, and the very idea of everyone was about to be redefined. Hope itself was twisted into something new, as he stared up at the inferno above, a silent, shocked gasp escaping him. And the destiny of humans was on the line, right here, right now. But he wasn't alone. His squad stood with him, bathed in the apocalyptic glow of the city, their eyes fixed on the terrifying heavens. Then, a voice cut through the chaos, demanding to know if he was ready, leaving him utterly stunned. The voice pressed on, declaring it was time to just have a talk, as Hoyoung locked eyes with him, the tension palpable. A voice shatters the quiet, demanding if he's finally up. And Myri groggily responds with a confused, huh, as he starts to move. Suddenly, the view explodes onto a massive cargo ship, slicing through the inky black ocean under the cover of night. Its belly crammed with countless passengers, all trapped on a voyage to who knows where. Inside, a young woman tries to escape the grim reality by burying her face in a book, while another person chills out next to her, the tight quarters a stark reminder of their situation. Hoyoung's voice slices through the tension, demanding every single detail. He presses, if Myri is ready to spill every secret. Myri, his dark hair shadowing his face, challenges the sheer breadth of the demand. A chilling realization dawning that his survival wasn't mercy, but a calculated move to extract vital intel. He questions his next move. But Hoyoung swiftly shuts down any talk of a bargain, making it clear that spilling secrets won't help Myri, nor will it land him a deal. He asserts with unwavering resolve that Myri has fundamentally misunderstood the dynamic: this isn't a negotiation. Without warning, a blinding purple aura erupts around Myri as an anesthetic spell slams into him. A sinister voice commanding him to smile, as the world fades. Blindsided by the lingering spell, the gaunt creature reels, utterly bewildered by Myri's sudden takedown. Cool as ice, Hoyoung stands over the downed student with his subordinate, laying down the law: resist, and the target's still gone, so risk it all for him, or just die. He casually drops the bomb that they'll just extract info anyway. Crimson energy flares in the gaunt creature's eyes as he fights the invisible grip, snapping back that he gets it and to just let him go. A primal roar of pure frustration rips from him, face twisted in agony as he vows to protect his master's body, but Hoyoung just watches, stone-faced. Still locked in the spell's grip, he snarls that he was going to play ball anyway, demanding his freedom again. Hoyoung just raises an eyebrow. The gaunt creature's face contorts with raw effort as the spell's grip finally starts to crack, a faint spell release shimmering around him. He then demands to know what Hoyoung's game is. With his subordinate at his side, Hoyoung drops the bombshell: it was just an anesthetic. He's keeping the creature alive to leverage his colleagues, making it clear he wants nothing else from him. He keeps pushing, straight up saying the unconscious kid is worthless, and his real target is the creature's crew. The creature's eyes widen slightly as Hoyoung doubles down on wanting its people. A sly smirk crosses Hoyoung's face as he drops the bomb: that's where the real action is. The creature's eye flares with a savage yellow, its thoughts consumed by the epic, unforgettable showdown it had with its master. Snapping back to reality, the creature cuts the BS and tells him to spill it, demanding to know his real game. Hoyoung closes the distance, slinging an arm around the creature's shoulder in a move that's anything but friendly. And the creature's face contorts into a chilling, wide grin, announcing its readiness to switch teams. It promises to do whatever he wants, desperate to join. Hoyoung strolls off, but he's not buying it, wondering aloud what the creature's real angle is. Myri's declaration rings out, a chilling vow of absolute loyalty. With an unyielding gaze, he confirms that his master's side is the only place he wants to be. Meanwhile, chaos erupts as the captain screams in terror, demanding to know what monstrous power his foe wields, accusing them of escalating the crisis. His voice cracks with desperation, pleading, "Sea Captain." But the female subordinate cuts him off with icy calm, dismissing his efforts as useless, declaring his cooperation utterly worthless. Hoyoung observes the unfolding drama, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, a single, contemptuous word escaping him. Then, his focus snaps to the captain, his voice sharp with interrogation, demanding to know if Oryukdo Island has been fully evacuated, and what their next move is. As a massive ship looms into view, he presses further, challenging their impossible plan to sail endlessly with countless lives on board. His final words are a chilling prophecy, a stark warning that their fuel will inevitably run dry, leaving them exposed and captured the moment they seek refuge. Myrion drops a truth bomb, straight up calling out their impossible situation and slamming them for even thinking about ditching the civilians after all this chaos. Hoyoung gives a subtle nod, taking in the heavy words. Realizing the kid just nailed it and is way smarter than he gave him credit for. Then, Myrion drops another bombshell, casually mentioning a secret island near Oryukdo, where humans are totally stashed away, then hits Hoyoung with a loaded question, "Did you even know about this?" He makes it crystal clear, you don't just get this kind of intel by asking nicely. Stressing that he earned this info with his own will, then throws down the gauntlet, curious what else I'm holding back. Hoyoung's face twists in pure frustration, internally raging that even if this kid's telling the truth, it's totally against his code, and how can he possibly trust someone who could be a mass murderer? He just can't wrap his head around trusting a total bastard like that. Hoyoung finally gives in, accepting Myrion's demands, but the young man's gaze is locked onto the captain. But Hoyoung isn't letting him off easy, laying down the law. Myrion is absolutely forbidden from feeding on humans and will be watched like a hawk every single second. He even throws in a casual jab, reminding him that advanced zomgangs don't even need human food to thrive. Terms are laid out, and Hoyoung's ready to move on, suggesting they talk more once they hit the island, but Myrion still focused on the captain, shouting out to him. Myrion looks down, a hint of regret in his voice, apologizing to Hoyoung, calling him Gyoho. Hoyoung, still lost in thought, gets it, but he's firm, the intel is solid, and this is their only play. He tries to calm him, promising that Myrion will take care of the captain if things go south. And besides, the captain's in no shape to do anything anyway. But even with all that, Myrion's face is still etched with worry, struggling to accept this uneasy alliance with a zomgang. Myrion is deep in thought, recognizing the captain's flawless track record. Yet he can't shake the feeling of unease, questioning what kind of justice Hoyoung is really after. The tension builds as Myrion, growing impatient, finally demands to know, seriously, where is this island you keep talking about? Hoyoung, ever calm, just tells him he'll see it when they get there, the mysterious island he promised. Finally, under the cover of a moonless night, their massive ship slices through the waves, bearing down on a shadowy, isolated island. The vessel's sharp prow effortlessly carves a path through the sea, propelling them rapidly toward the unknown. As they finally hit the beach, Myrion takes in the wild, untamed island, a single, incredulous question hanging in the air, "This is it?" Hoyoung stands stoically next to him, simply confirming, "Yep, the island I told you about." Myrion's face is a mask of disbelief as he scans the tiny island, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Seriously, we're supposed to hide humans here? You couldn't even hide a single mouse." A man with light brown hair, amidst a group, is deep in thought, wondering if Rishuru can truly be trusted. He figures Rishuru is just a chief Iomegan, and his mind races, acknowledging the captain's call, but he still can't shake the feeling of distrust. Suddenly, a new scene unfolds, a figure wrapped in bandages, eyes burning through the cloth, orders someone to look under the tree. Their eyes flare with an intense green glow, and a furious accusation rips through the air, "Did you deceive me?" The bandaged figure presses on, recalling how they ignored their own people's warnings to accept an offer. Quang! An explosive sound rocks the air as an unseen person freaks out over the bandaged figure's sudden rage. Their green eyes blaze, connecting this betrayal to a past one with their master, questioning if someone else had been hiding their true power all along. Now, in a desolate, snowy wasteland filled with ancient pillars, the bandaged figure points to a time rock, giving a direct command. A voice rings out, dropping a bombshell of a promise. The truth behind their presence is about to be revealed. And just like that, a hand deliberately sets down a stone, a quiet thud marking the moment. Now nestled in the frozen expanse, the stone elicits a surprised, almost bewildered, reaction. The brutal, frozen wasteland unfolds, scarred by a monstrous, dark chasm that rips through the ground, a powerful gust tearing through the void. High above a tiny, floating island, the mysterious bandaged figure hangs suspended, taking in the epic chasm with a look that screams both shock and deep thought. Then, a.m. The view snaps to a massive, rain-soaked city, a colossal white tower dominating the urban sprawl. And from way up high, a tiny, dark silhouette is absolutely plummeting towards the city, cutting through the rain like a bullet. Myrion lays down the truth, challenging the very premise of their mission. Is saving all humans really the goal? The cap wearer probes, demanding to know if this whole setup was his doing, but Myrion coolly deflects, claiming he just found it. He theorizes it's ancient, its power drained, confessing he has no clue about its true origins. Pressed for its real purpose, Myrion shrugs it off, saying he just uses it to chill. Still, he deems the spot perfectly fine for his purposes, a subtle rustle punctuating his thought. The cap wearer then asks for permission to ask something, and Myrion just tells him to spit it out. Seeing through Myrion's facade, the cap wearer challenges him, why the charade of observation when he could just overpower anyone, including him? He presses on, asserting Myrion could easily crush anyone, not just him. With a cryptic look, Myrion just states, he's got his own agenda. The cap wearer, surveying the ruined landscape, admits a shocking truth, he's not as powerful as he let on. But then, a chilling thought strikes him, were those humans really low level, or was something far more sinister at play? Where did they even come from? His eyes dart skyward, a desperate thought flashing through his mind, how did he get into this mess again, and is hitting that button really the answer? Meanwhile, back at the facility, Hoyoung and his subordinate are absolutely stunned by what they're seeing inside a massive transparent chamber, their eyes practically popping out. Hoyoung's face contorts in shock and disbelief as he blurts out, what is this? Pulling himself away from the shocking sight, Hoyoung turns to his subordinate with a request, Hoyoung, I need a favor. Get those people to unpack their stuff. His subordinate, clearly hesitant, manages a meek, yeah. I'll get right on it, but inside, she's totally freaking out about how weirdly they're moving. Her face a mask of pure anxiety, she forces out a final, shaky confirmation, why yes. Footsteps hit, and then, bam. A mysterious, submerged structure emerges from the depths, its metallic form shrouded in watery mystery. Staring at the bizarre sight, the cap wearer and Noon, the man in glasses, are totally baffled, questioning if this secret lab is actually their new assignment. But before they can even process it, the female subordinate pops up, demanding to know how they got there and announcing she's got a message. The message drops, and the female subordinate gasps in shock, while the cap wearer just rolls his eyes, hating being treated like some office drone. Annoyed and impatient, Noon cuts in, straight up asking, where's Lee Kyung? Then, a sudden realization hits him, and Noon exclaims, oh, you're here way earlier than I thought. The cap wearer is still fuming, and Noon just keeps poking the bear, calling him a messenger and making him even more ticked off. The female subordinate spills the beans, the cap wearer got nabbed right after Ju Jihan got back, and Noon, ever the pragmatist, decides to play nice for a smooth operation. Then, with a cheeky grin, Noon teases the female subordinate, oh, you're worried about me? How sweet. He watches as the weapons shuttle finally arrives, and Hoyoung is absolutely hyped, declaring his idol has hit his peak. The captain thanks Hoyoung for his efforts, and then the subordinate asks about getting rid of the salvaged stuff. With a casual shrug, Myrion just drops the bomb, he threw it away. Hoyoung is totally flabbergasted, thinking it couldn't just be a paper boat, but then he just rolls with it, saying, good job. He then tries to rally everyone for a dinner or gathering later, probably to chill out or celebrate. But his idea totally bombs, and he just walks off, looking super bummed. Myrion, casually holding a giant pink cotton candy, just smirks while Hoyoung lets out an epic gasp of shock. Meanwhile, the female subordinate is with the captain, and Myrion and Hoyoung are still hanging out, probably still bickering. Then, a new voice cuts in, asking if everyone's good to go. The Oryukdo mission. Crushed it. A voice booms, hyping up the crew for their flawless victory. And thanks to their epic win, Hoyoung reveals they snagged some insane bonuses. Now, it's time for a brand new plan, kicking off right here, right now. The new HQ. Get this, it's gonna be called Oryukdo. But wait, isn't that just some tiny island? Someone's definitely raising an eyebrow. And this insane research lab we're chilling in right now is about to become our new headquarters. Hoyoung knows everyone's itching to check out the new digs, but he's like, hold up, we can't just yet. Then the female subordinate jumps in, dropping the reminder about the future plans briefing. The captain then barks that the briefing starts now, then points at someone, grilling them about the unknown resource management of the facility. He confirms the big boss has never shown their face, betting that no one else even knows who the real leader is. The captain's words drop like a bomb, and Myrion's mind is blown, a shockwave of understanding hitting him hard. He lays out the game plan, obliterate the red team's core, using intel that's about to change everything. This isn't just a mission, it's a hit list, kicking off with rank 5. Then comes the next target, rank 4, Nate Fesh, a cool operator with eyes that see right through you. But wait, there are two powerhouses at rank 3 Arrow. First up, a masked archer, eyes burning with golden light. And the second rank 3 Arrow? A fierce warrior in a fox mask, his red eyes blazing with raw power. Next up, the absolute unit that is rank 2, Speedus. A hulking figure, dark hair, and eyes that burn like embers. And at the top, the ultimate target, rank 1, Tier 8. A sharp, dangerous man with eyes that glow with chilling green power. The captain's voice cuts through the tension, dropping the hammer, the chief hunt is officially on. With the chief hunt officially greenlit, Myrion takes center stage, eyes locked down, finger pointing, ready to kick off the next epic chapter. The chief hunt is officially on, and Myrion is locked and loaded. With a glowing test tube in hand, he confirms their first target is a rank 5 Yarrier. He knows this won't be a walk in the park, especially with the Changwon outpost boasting a strong defense system and military weapons, but if they pull it off, they'll snag a crucial outpost, talk about next-level training. He listens intently as a subordinate declares these targets are exactly why they're here, solidifying their mission to conquer Changwon. Strolling away from the squad, the female subordinate insists he needs to level up as a leader, but the captain instantly shuts it down, reminding her that leadership isn't just about him. Deep in his own head, Myrion ponders a future where, even if he vanished tomorrow, humanity could still hold its own. He's exhausted, dreaming of the day he's tossed aside like a broken toy, free from all burdens, finally able to rest, even if it means dying ASAP. A sinister presence just nods at his dark desire. Elsewhere in the base, Hoyoung shouts to a commander, needing answers now. He pushes, demanding to know their next move if this mission actually works. Terry 8, the commander, retorts if he'd prefer to chat after the battle, making Hoyoung instantly back down with an apology. Meanwhile, a pulsating, complex device is unveiled, ominously dubbed the Super Cluster. Changwon isn't just some easy target, boasting high barricades and a strict defense system. This city is going to be a nightmare to invade. Myrion, strangely cocooned, confirms the daunting reality, Changwon has been transformed into an absolute fortress. And who's behind it? None other than rank 1 Terry 8, with his full area defense locking everything down. Even the mighty Zongan couldn't get past this. So the burning question remains, how in the world are they going to crack this defense? Two girls are completely absorbed, their expressions reflecting the sheer scale of the problem. But one of them, with a determined glint in her eye, vows to crack the code and figure it all out, starting now. He's deep in thought, grappling with the massive challenge of breaching Changwon's defenses. But a confident voice cuts through the tension, dismissing any concerns about the how. But the female subordinate, clutching a mysterious, glowing purple-pink vial, reveals a critical update. The inverts have gone completely silent. He's convinced, however, that if they pull this off, it'll be nothing short of a brilliant victory. She passionately outlines their grand strategy, capture the Zongans, conquer Changwon, and then, piece by piece, reclaim all human territory. Standing beside Terry 8, she paints a picture of a new world, a restored society. The entire team listens intently as she declares their ultimate goal, a world utterly free of Zongans. But Hoyoung, his face etched with concern, dares to ask the terrifying question, what if this whole thing is a lie? And the cap-wearer doubles down on the fear, asking the chilling question, what if we go to Changwon only to find even more Zongans waiting for us? Hoyoung confronts Terry 8, demanding to know how he can be so casual about a plan that could lead to their deaths. It makes no sense to him, Terry 8's only motive is to be by Myrion's side. Impossible. But Terry 8 fires back, demanding to know why Hoyoung finds it so unbelievable. Does he think Terry 8 can't betray the Zongans? He scoffs at the idea of love for his master, declaring he simply provided crucial intel. But a darker, more complex truth emerges, as he reveals his true desire isn't just to be near him. No, his presence here, he confesses, is for one thing only. He craves another brutal showdown with his master. Myrion, still trapped, challenges him, how can he fight with a shattered body? Then, a sudden realization hits him, he hadn't even thought about that. The captain steps in, promising a full investigation before they even think about moving forward with the operation. Hoyoung lays it down, they've got to confirm this intel. If it's a bust, no sweat, they'll just cook up a whole new plan. The captain, with an intense stare, makes it clear they're only going for the smartest, most responsible plays. Hoyoung gives a slow nod, taking it all in. Then, the bombshell, the operation's getting pushed back 6 months to a year. But before anyone can react, he hits them with a request, asking what their favorite is. The captain lays out the situation, they've got the rescued humans from the island, but zero plan on how to grow their ranks. That's exactly why this crew was assembled. He wraps it up, declaring the delay a good thing, and tells them he'll catch them at the next meeting. Then, the final order, report back when you pick out the clothes. The captain makes his exit, and Hoyoung lets out a surprised "whoa," before quickly suggesting, let's grab some food. Myrion, left to his own devices, eyes up a rack of clothes, his hand already moving to pick something out. Myrion was instantly hooked by the lab's data, realizing these computers could be controlled from the main floor. But that wasn't even the half of it, the idea of an entire underwater town was blowing his mind. A massive question hit him, where did all this insane data in the research lab even come from? The screens flashed with advanced tech, and a legend of Lux's from Jeju Island popped into his head. He'd definitely heard that name before. This tech was literally centuries ahead of its time, way before the apocalypse even hit. It was all about a super-advanced civilization that built a utopian world, and the glowing purple energy from the keyboard device just screamed, next level. His eyes sharpened, a single, mind-blowing thought forming. He was reeling, demanding to know who and why they invented this insane tech, the sheer scope of it all spinning in his head. His deep dive was shattered by Hoyoung asking Jean if she was free, and then the captain jumped in, asking if he needed help. The tension is palpable as the discussion starts with a cryptic, "It's nothing, but," followed by a loaded question about a past creation. "Do you remember that small knife you made?" A hand dramatically reveals a knife, its edge pulsating with a sinister blue glow, and the shocking truth drops, "To use this as a weapon. This thing actually delays Myri's healing powers." Myri's expression shifts, a silent shock registering on his face, as the speaker delivers the ultimate blow, that can kill Myri. Jean, visibly disturbed, confronts the speaker, "Are you seriously asking me to craft a weapon, to kill a human?" He tries to rationalize, a hint of desperation in his tone, "Look, I know it sounds insane, but this is." With a pointed gesture of the glowing blade, he clarifies, "This is why Myri called us here. So you have to make this work." Myri's voice, quiet but firm, echoes the chilling reality, "This is what I want, right?" Jean, her resolve hardening, pushes back, "I am not creating a murder weapon." Her gaze sharpens, a defiant question hanging in the air, "But a weapon to grant Myri's wish, right?" After a beat, Jean finally gives in, her resolve hardening as she declares she'll take apart that knife. With her mind made up, she confirms, "All right, I'm taking this knife apart." Myri, caught off guard by her sudden shift, can only manage a bewildered, "Huh?" Hoyoung then pivots to Myri, asking for permission to step closer, before dropping the bombshell. The dagger's material was a total accident, and he had no clue what it even was. He clarifies, "This dagger's material? Total accident. Had no idea what it was." Hoyoung furiously types at the terminal, and suddenly, data on the enigmatic material floods the screen. The screen flashes, revealing the truth, Ranjay flower. This is it. The dagger's core. More data streams in, revealing the Ranjay flower is a post-apocalypse discovery, a truly unique substance. Hoyoung keeps going, dropping more bombshells. Combine Ranjay flower with metal, and it amplifies mana. Even better, it can be alloyed to delay healing powers. Myri is hanging on his every word. The captain confirms it, the truth laid bare in the records. A shocking realization hits him, making him shout, "That means..." "Yes, that's right." Jean drops the bombshell, revealing that with the Ranjay flower, they can forge an unhealable weapon, one that shatters all defenses. The captain cuts to the chase, demanding, "So, where do we find this thing?" Jean confirms with a nod, the location is locked down. Pondering the next move, the captain wonders aloud, "All right, but who's actually going to retrieve it?" He takes a moment, a thoughtful pause, a low, rumbling from him. Then, Myri steps up, making a bold offer, "Captain, can I lend a hand?" The captain turns, a single, questioning word hanging in the air, "Yes." A bizarre, reality-bending distortion rips through the air. The next morning, their radar locks onto the coordinates, latitude 35.40158333, longitude 129.10622278, they're there. Suddenly, a vibrant orange-haired girl unleashes a barrage of ear-splitting shrieks, and Myrion can't help but retort that she's being way too loud. But she fires back instantly, blaming him for her own fear. Suddenly, Myrion clutches his stomach, letting out a pained groan, but the girl, completely unfazed, just keeps poring over her map, trying to find Jun's marked spot. Their epic trek pushes onward through a sprawling, ancient mountain range. And their target is finally revealed, the legendary Cheonseong Mountain. The intense discomfort hits Myrion again, forcing him to gag and retch. Finally, the orange-haired girl looks up, her face etched with worry, and asks, "Are you even okay, Sunday?" The cap-wearer couldn't shake the feeling of being abandoned by Captain Zero, questioning their new mission, but Sunday was already hyped and ready to go. Through a forest pulsating with mysterious energy, the squad pushed deeper into the unknown. The mission? Find the legendary Ranjay flower. But there was a catch, nobody knew where it actually was. A massive, intimidating mountain range loomed ahead, signaling a brutal, drawn-out hunt, so the cap-wearer decided they'd tackle what they could for now. But then, Sunday spotted it. Myrion was looking green again, and she couldn't help but ask, "Sick again?" Completely overcome, Myrion doubled over, barely able to stammer out an apology. The cap-wearer, device glowing in hand, calmly told him to take his time, knowing this was going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Suddenly, a shadowy, gaunt creature exploded from the trees, a terrifying blur of pure menace. The cap-wearer barely processed the ambush, only managing a stunned gasp as the Zongan lunged for him. The Zongin's attack hits with a brutal force, sending something flying as the cap-wearer and Noon barely manage to evade the immediate, terrifying danger. Sunday lets out a sharp gasp, her eyes blown wide in pure terror. But then, a horrifying discovery, a dismembered body, bizarrely splattered with what looks like paint. Sunday can barely process the bizarre scene, muttering about the paint and the shocking implication of superhumans being close. The cap-wearer makes a snap decision: they have to track down whoever did this, believing they might be the key to finding the Ranjay flower. Still shaken by the horrific find, Sunday is completely blindsided by the idea of superhumans joining their ranks. But unknown to them, a young boy, Myrion, stands isolated in the forest, a chilling dark aura subtly radiating from him as he glances over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Sunday and Noon lock eyes in sheer horror, struggling to comprehend the gruesome reality of the body and what it means. In that critical moment, only one terrifying thought dominates Sunday's mind. Amidst the horror, a single, chilling thought pierced Garam's mind: the bizarre, unknown paint splattered across the mangled remains. It wasn't just one victim, this was a grotesque fusion of a Zongan and a human, their bodies horrifyingly merged. Sunday's eyes snapped wide, a gasp escaping her as she pointed, realizing the implications: that person. Her voice rising with a chilling realization: might be dangerous. Myrion and Sunday are on the move, strolling through a lush, green expanse. Sunday, looking concerned, asks if a superhuman is actually lurking around here. Myrion, sensing trouble, thinks this person could be seriously dangerous, and then it hits him: he remembers a rumor. Sunday, totally hooked, immediately demands to know what rumor he's talking about. Myrion reveals the chilling detail: it's about someone who hunts down both monsters and humans. Sunday, nodding at the wild stories, then pivots to a darker thought: could they be running experiments? Myrion shrugs off the rumors, saying he doesn't care much, but even he has to admit, this one's new to him. Sunday then ponders the idea of humans fighting side by side, before abruptly mentioning weird pants. He's thinking strategically, proposing they head back to HQ for safety, as Jean Garam listens intently, a storm brewing behind her eyes. But retreat? That word ignites a fire in her, a direct challenge from the captain himself, his voice booming: snap out of it, Jean Garam. You're the commander here. That heavy mantle of command weighs on her shoulders as they move, but he just flashes a confident grin, declaring, if it's you, I'm all in. His faith is a boost, but her thoughts are still locked on the captain's words, the idea that he's counting on her, seeing her as a seasoned pro with others to lead. The captain's voice rings out once more, a direct order: I'm counting on you. That trust is a mountain on her shoulders, a pressure she can't ignore. Her eyes snap open, the realization hitting her hard: there's no turning back now. A surge of determination washes over her, and she resolves to keep searching. Myrion is not having it. He's trying to pull his companion back, pointing out that everyone else bailed and they're totally out of their depth, way off mission. But she's not backing down. Jean Garam hits back, declaring that as the commander, retreat is not an option. But the pressure is getting to her. She's wrestling with her role, muttering about being prepared, but the crushing reality is they've found nothing all day, not even a tiny clue. Then, a chilling thought hits her: what if the flower they're after is already gone, extinct? But that fear quickly ignites into a burning resolve. She curses her own weakness, swearing to find that flower tomorrow, even if she has to torch the whole mountain to do it. As she storms off, Myrion can only watch, a silent, bewildered question hanging in the air about what she's even doing. You know what, let's think about getting a good night's sleep. Myrion tells Sunday, who's all cozy in her sleeping bag, you should rest. I'll be on night watch. Sunday pauses, then replies, I'm fine. But seriously, I've never seen you sleep, like, ever. She stares up at him, totally confused: aren't you tired? He just shrugs it off: well, I don't feel tired. Sunday, still cozy in her bag, thinks to herself, he always says that. He doesn't even need to be on night watch. Then, she blurts out, yeah. Thanks, Myri. But a quiet thought escapes her as she looks away: that's so unfair. Myrion, now alone, ponders her words: he's already so strong. He doesn't need sleep, Sunday thinks, remembering how terrified she was when they first met. She just sat there, doing nothing, even on Orphaned Island, where she had to handle everything, she felt like she barely helped. That feeling still haunts her, and now, totally lost in these ruins, she's questioning everything, even if she's going the right way. The captain trusted her, made her commander, but she's just messing up, drowning in self-doubt. But then, a spark ignites in her eyes, a silent promise burning deep inside. She clenches her fist, making a solemn vow: she will be a hero. The burning school, a symbol of the world's destruction, stands as a brutal reminder of the massive challenge ahead. A muffled cry echoes from the shadows, a desperate struggle against an unseen force. From within a raging inferno, a small voice desperately pleads: someone, please help me. Young Sunday, tears streaming down her face, cries out for salvation, her small world engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a door creaks open, revealing a blinding inferno beyond, and a powerful voice cuts through the smoke and chaos. A figure in protective gear bursts into the room, demanding. The heroic firefighter scoops up the terrified child, urging her to escape the immediate danger. Sunday looks up, her small face streaked with tears. The person she saw then. As the firefighter carries her through the raging flames, it was the undeniable appearance of a true hero. From that day forward, a fierce determination ignited within her, a burning ambition to become an epic hero. Just like the one who saved her. But right now, she's nowhere near that level, lacking the captain's raw strength and decisive leadership. She's not even as sharp and strategic as Commander Jean. And forget about having the insane crafting skills of Jun. She feels utterly useless, questioning how someone so pathetic could ever rise to be a hero. Suddenly, a jolt of pain rips through her, snapping her out of her self-doubt. Myrion watches as Sunday lets out a startled cry. The scene shifts back to her younger self, a helpless kid in a blazing inferno, with nothing but desperate pleas for help. A gaunt creature, face twisted in a primal scream, gets absolutely launched through the air, convinced this is its lucky break. Still flying, it lets out another ear-splitting shriek, totally out of control. Then, with a final, agonizing gasp, it smashes into the ground, dust exploding around its defeated body. As the dust clears, Myrion lands like a feather, eyes locked on the downed enemy. He calls out, realizing no kid would be out here alone, demanding to know if this is the legendary trap killer. From his perch, Myrion spots Sunday, Cap Wearer, and Noon closing in on the fallen monster, tiny figures against the epic, barren terrain. A soft sound escapes him, a quiet, huh, of surprise. He turns slightly, his back to the approaching group. Suddenly, Sunday strikes from behind, her weapon flashing as she shouts, "Anyway, thanks for saving me the trouble of looking for you." Whoa! Sunday's brain just got hit with a massive data dump, leaving her totally bewildered. A faint green glow starts to pulse around her as she grips a book, her mind reeling from the sheer volume of data. She's completely lost in the info storm. Then, bam. Her eyes blaze open, radiating an intense green as the knowledge transmission finishes, and a fierce determination takes over her face. The creepy gaunt creature, feeling her shift in focus, tries to throw her off, shouting that it's not the person she's after. But Sunday isn't listening. She unleashes a devastating, green energy-charged kick, a perfect Muay Thai attack. Boom! The impact sends a shockwave blasting through the air, as her foot slams into its target with incredible power. Her leg whips through the air, leaving streaks of green energy and red impact lines, a clear sign of the sheer force she just unleashed. Sunday's eyes blaze with an intense yellow light. And she unleashes a devastating Muay Thai kick, a vibrant green aura exploding around her leg as she connects. The sheer force of the blow slams into the gaunt creature, sending a shockwave of raw green energy ripping through its form. But unbelievably, the creature, though clearly rocked, manages to block the full impact, its voice roaring in disbelief. What, he blocked that? A primal scream tears from the creature's throat as its own eyes ignite with a furious yellow, pushing back against the assault. Yet, even with its monstrous resilience, it's still driven backward by the overwhelming power of that kick. Sunday collapses, utterly spent, as the creature, now recovered, taunts her, as expected, "You're no ordinary human like they said." Its voice booms once more, "That wasn't enough to take him down." Suddenly, Myrion, Jean Garam, Hoyong, and the cap wearer burst onto the scene, their faces etched with shock and alarm at the sight of their fallen comrade. Sunday's barely back on her feet when Jean Garam screams for her to get out of there, pointing the way, and Sunday, terrified, can only manage a quick, "Yes." No time to think, Sunday bolts, her feet pounding a frantic rhythm on the floor. But the gaunt creature isn't letting up, its voice thundering, "Where do you think you're going, punks?" Sunday risks a terrified look over her shoulder, as the creature snarls, "Are you seriously just going to ignore me?" Then, a colossal, dark vortex of pure energy explodes into existence, spinning with terrifying force. Sunday stumbles back, a choked cry of terror ripping from her throat as the dark vortex engulfs her vision. Her eyes are saucers of pure panic as she screams, "Wait," hoping to somehow stop the inevitable. Seeing the chaos unfold, Jean Garam whips her head towards Myrion, her voice cracking with desperation, "Myri. Save him." She shouts again, on Myri. "Did you hear me?" demanding his attention. Her body tumbling through a storm of shattered rock. The very earth cracking as she plummets. She finally crashes down onto the broken ground. A pained groan rips from her throat as she screams out. Meanwhile, the gaunt creature just sneers at Jean Garam. Then, it throws down a challenge, asking if they're a gang. From the ground, Sunday's voice rings out once more. Myrion, standing with the cap wearer, drops a bombshell with a grim face. The gaunt creature wasn't letting up for a second, slamming Sunday across the floor and snarling for the location of the hidden humans. Then, its monstrous gray hand clamped down on her face, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated fear. A guttural roar ripped through the air as the gaunt creature's eyes flared crimson, unleashing a devastating, fiery explosion. But then, in a shocking twist, Sunday was suddenly held by a human hand, her eyes bugging out as she screamed, what the hell? Elsewhere, a terrified child let out a desperate cry, their face a mess of tears. Then, a voice full of hope shouted that their village's hero had finally arrived, as a mysterious figure with glowing eyes made their entrance. The hero strode through the dense foliage, a glowing yellow orb clutched tight in their hand. Hoyoung gets absolutely rocked, sent flying through the air by some shadowy, gaunt creature that just launched him with insane power. And then he just slams into the ground, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Jean Garam, protecting a terrified kid, is absolutely stunned by the hit, yelling out. What the hell? His leg just thumps against the ground. The kid, totally freaked out by the chaos, just screams in terror. With a faint aura flaring around her, Jean Garam shouts with fierce determination, our village's hero is here to save us. She looks down at the kid and adds, hero, those guys saved me. Hoyoung, now sitting up, flashes a casual grin at the kid, hee. Is that so? You heard anywhere? Then he looks at Jean Garam, giving his thanks. Ah, thank you for saving a child from our village. A new legend steps into the spotlight, introducing himself with undeniable swagger as Kim Min-sung, a hero. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds as a young man muses, questioning why people usually hold back from saying anything negative to someone's face. Cutting back to the action, Hoyoung turns to Jean Garam, proposing they finally catch a break. But Kim Min-sung, ever the enigma, brushes off the notion of taking it easy, coolly asserting that everything is fine. He then shifts his focus to other pressing issues, hinting he'll handle them personally. Jean Garam stares, utterly bewildered by his cryptic statements, as Hoyoung offers a quiet acknowledgement. Kim Min-sung's only reply is a low, drawn-out exhalation. He then laments the unfortunate circumstances, urging everyone to embody both kindness and strength, before offering a final, cryptic farewell of good fortune. Myrion's mind screams for them to stop, but Jean Garam is already pushing to turn back. But Hoyoung just brushes off her worries about his wounds, claiming the bone damage is nothing serious. Suddenly, a chilling, one-eyed mask hangs ominously in the shadows, watching. Myrion's mind races with the disturbing image, while Jean Garam confronts Hoyoung, demanding to know if this is the same corpse from this morning. Kim Min-sung is caught completely off guard, letting out a shocked gasp. Jean Garam's face tightens with suspicion, declaring that that person is definitely shady. She pushes Hoyoung, demanding if he's hiding something, but he just deflects, telling her they need to rest. Myrion's expression turns grim as he tries to decipher the true meaning of those earlier words. Noon looks utterly confused, demanding to know what in the world they're even talking about. Jean Garam is on the offensive, hitting him with his own words. You said you didn't help me, she challenges, demanding answers about what went down. Myrion's eyes snap open, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he questions, the captain did. But Jean Garam isn't letting up, her voice dripping with incredulity as she demands to know why he just stood there while someone was about to die, why he just watched. Myrion's dark hair falls over his face as he vehemently pushes back, his voice sharp with denial, it's not. His gaze, now piercing, locks onto her as he finishes his defiant declaration, me. Jean Garam can only let out a frustrated breath, a weary, hop escaping her. Myrion spins away, his anger erupting as he shouts, forget it. His voice rings with fierce independence, a defiant roar as he asserts, I don't need your help. Jean Garam stares after him, her face a mask of disbelief and worry as she repeats his declaration, by myself. He's calling out, demanding someone join him, making it clear they need him to kick off whatever's about to go down. Elsewhere, a young woman is looking down, as a child's hyped voice shouts, OMG, it's Sir Hero. You saved the kid again. He's totally a hero. The kid, clinging to the woman's hand, lets out a tiny sniffle, while two other adults just stand there, watching the scene unfold. A guy with light gray hair, facing away, is all like, everyone, get inside, it's getting late. The woman and kid start heading out, but the child whips around, yelling, Mom. Dad. The woman kneels down to comfort the kid, who's practically overflowing with thanks, OMG. Sir Hero, I'm so grateful. Hoyoung, the man from earlier, totally calms them down, it's fine. Just take the kid and head back in. Then he asks, his voice kind of fading, are you coming to the flower ceremony? Because if you are, then I. Myrion is absolutely hyped, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he declares, I'd definitely go. But elsewhere, high above the city, Jean Garam is locked in, binoculars glued to her eyes, a realization hitting her, Sir Hero is becoming a true legend. She wonders if they. She can't help but ask, did everyone just bail on the city? The cap wearer, looking totally confused, just lets out a quiet, huh. Jean Garam then turns to him, a slight accusation in her voice, pointing out, so, you took the binoculars. He gives a quick, right, then casually mentions he can see roughly anything from up here. But Jean Garam suddenly snaps back to attention, a thought hitting her as she exclaims, wait a second. The cap wearer, cutting her off, lays down the law, first, do what you want, leaving Jean Garam totally confused, demanding, what exactly do you mean by, do what you want? Footsteps cut through the eerie silence. As Jean Garam presses forward, closing in on the silent, ominous village. She halts, eyes scanning the decaying buildings, a burning question about the mysterious protector echoing in her thoughts. Her eyes fall, a shadow of uncertainty clouding her expression, as she grapples with the true purpose of his vigil over this forgotten village. Suddenly, a perplexing command flashes through her mind, combine. The bizarre directive throws her off balance, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her gaze drops to the desolate earth, a tiny, white companion darting around her feet. Her eyes ignite with an intense, yellow luminescence, as the audacious idea solidifies, should I just combine then? Deep in thought, grappling with the monumental implications of the command, she remains fixated on the ground, her mind racing. With the cryptic command to combine still ringing in her ears, Myrion made his move, a subtle hup marking his rapid exit. But Jean Garam's eyes were already blazing with an intense yellow, her thoughts a whirlwind. Combine what? The mystery was electrifying. A chilling, perhaps, began to solidify in her mind, a terrifying possibility. Her mind conjured a terrifying image, a human, radiating energy, fused with a monstrous Zamgan. A human and a Zamgan? The implications were staggering. Then, a sharp tack shattered her focus, a blur of motion indicating something fast had just happened. Witnessing his swift departure, her resolve ignited. I need to quickly follow him, she declared internally, a new mission forming. Her glowing eyes burned with fierce resolve, as she made her ultimate decision, then I must stop him. Beneath the sprawling, star-studded night, the city's rooftops held their breath, poised for the coming confrontation. Myrion is chilling, looking at this tiny, glowing blue creature, and he's like, yo, Freddy-o-bird. But then, a thought hits him hard, what's the move here? What should he even do? And then, Freddy-o-bird, the little blue guy, drops some serious advice, telling him to just go for it, because it's all gonna work out for him. But wait, he's totally thrown off, like, whoa, where is that voice even coming from? He's looking around, totally freaked out, thinking, am I even alone right now, and barely catching what's being said. Then, this creepy, sharp-toothed mouth pops up, and a dark voice whispers, like, ugh, I might get busted, but whatever. Suddenly, we cut to this intense blonde woman, looking super serious, and she's like, okay, let's just combine them. Myrion's eyes practically pop out of his head, because that word, combine, just hit him again, and he's totally freaking out. And the woman's voice comes back, super confident, like, yeah, I'm totally sure about this. He's there, at the edge of the room, eyes locked on something unseen, a quiet, escaping him. But then, a furious shout rips through the air, you crazy scientist, as Jean Garam explodes into action, yelling, I will. Arm extended, she screams. Her face twists into a primal scream of pure agony and effort, a desperate cry tearing from her throat. She keeps lunging, a frantic blur, pushing past her limits. Suddenly, she's on the ground, a crushing impact taking her down, as a chilling voice booms, I found it. From the ground, Jean Garam's eyes snap open, wide with shock and confusion, a bewildered, escaping her lips. Tears now streaming, she cries out, a heartbreaking lament, a strong and kind person. I was going to find you. Kim Min-sung, ever the enigma, starts to lay out his story, demanding to know if he's hearing this right. The setting, a seemingly ordinary house, belying the extraordinary conversation unfolding within. He presses on, is he seriously being confused for some kind of hero? Myrion is on his knees, hanging on every word, while Kim Min-sung looms, about to drop some serious truth. He confesses, his power, it's not exactly top tier, but it's still something. He's got a superpower, alright, and he remembers the day he was just walking around here when he heard whispers of someone taking down a Zongan. Myrion, caught in a vivid memory, is surrounded by others, staring at the grim aftermath, a time when this whole supernatural thing was a massive weight on his shoulders. Min-sung, with a wry expression, confesses he's no fighter, and that his victory over that Zongan was pure dumb luck. But even with his self-deprecating honesty, there's a weird twist to his tale. That smirk, it hides a past he can't escape, a memory clawing its way back to the surface. He's flashing back to when the hype was real, and she was soaking it all in, getting way too proud. But the brutal truth hit her, she was just some kid who spent her whole life drawing in her room. The lie, the pressure, it all became too much, sending her crashing down, a silent scream tearing through her soul. After that, even if she wanted to ditch the hero act, it was too late, the moment to confess the truth was gone. Crushed by the weight of it all, she drops to her knees, sobbing, screaming that everyone believed in her, only to be called a liar in return. He confronts her, demanding why she made him believe, and she fires back, who even says that? His face etched with pain, he pushes, asking why she even showed up in the village, confessing his fear of her rejection. She calls him out on the people's trust, but he admits it's tough to tell them he's a total coward, making her wonder if he's suddenly not a hero anymore. Kim Min-sung is haunted by the past, remembering the Zongans that constantly plagued their village. But a chilling thought cuts through, from the creature he couldn't save. Min-sung explains the village was a ghost, so hidden that no one, human or Zongan, should have ever found it. But even in that hidden sanctuary, the Zongans still found a way to strike. He knew he wasn't a fighter, so he rigged the whole place with traps. But the Zongan's chilling voice reveals the truth, those few Zongans. They were picked off, one by one. Min-sung remembers a massive Zongan outbreak that wiped out so many, and the sheer number of Zongans found near the village was impossible for just traps to handle. Even thinking about evacuating was pointless, because Zongans were everywhere else, too. He collapses, utterly defeated, realizing it was all his fault, a result of his own twisted ecstasy. Myrion's eyes pierce through the facade, a burning question in his soul, could this person really be so clueless? Jean Garam's voice cuts through the tension, a desperate plea in her tone, as she declares, beyond that, it's a demand. He stares, processing her words, as she asks, a demand, then a chilling memory surfaces, just recently, a Zongan uttered these very words. Her face contorts in pure terror, warning him, he's coming. Changwon is coming to drag me away. Myrion's gaze snaps, the name hitting him like a shockwave, Changwon. Her voice cracks, a desperate plea escaping her lips, I can't face him alone. Can you all, please? A wave of fear washes over them, the very world around them seeming to distort and tremble. The desolate earth stretches out, littered with shattered stone. Then, from the abyss, a chilling command reverberates, come out. A sudden, visceral red burst dominates the view, as a chilling, impactful message screams out, trap killer. Kim Min-sung just absolutely launches Myrion across the arena, bones exploding everywhere. But elsewhere, a barren, rocky wasteland just sits there, ominous as heck. While a chilling voice cuts through the darkness, asking, where are you, and then, come out. The tension builds over a creepy, red-glowing structure, and then the voice just screams, trap killer. Suddenly, 3 identical, crown-wearing, red-haired figures appear, and one of them just drops the mic, saying, this body has descended. One of the new entities takes a step, and someone in the crowd just freaks out, gasping, what the hell is that? Meanwhile, Hoyong is just booking it across some green fields on his horse, no idea where he's headed. But back where the action is, the crowd is absolutely panicking, their terror erupting into one desperate shout, Aa Zongan. Kim Min-sung explodes into action, a total blur across the bone-strewn ground. While someone screams, HHUI. He barely spares a glance back as the frantic question echoes, where are you going? The terrifying truth hits, a Zongan just appeared near the lab. Jean Garam's eyes go wide with pure disbelief, struggling to comprehend, what? He was just terrified a second ago. She screams, pleading, wait for me. Let's go together. Her voice echoes into nothingness, he's just gone, where did he go? I can't see him in the dark. Elsewhere, Myrion stares up, his voice laced with urgency, Sunbi, can you hear me? Then, a commanding voice slices through the tension, come here right now. The urgent command hits hard, and Myrion grips his phone, a voice on the line screaming, where? Do you hear me? Where? Picked up. Go. Those words hit him like a truck, his face twisting into a silent scream as the sheer weight of the situation crashes down, the danger is real. But across the city, new, devastating power erupts, screaming the name of a meteor sword. Across town, Jean Garam's eyes shoot skyward, her voice cracking with pure panic as she screams, H-hun. Hoi. A hand, bracelet glinting, tightens on a weapon, ready to strike, bracing for impact. Then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the silence, ACKKK. Help me. And then, the regal Zongan itself appears, red skin and glowing yellow eyes piercing the gloom, a crown on its head as it snarls, where is the trap killer, at this rate? Myrion hits the dirt, a desperate yell tearing from his throat as he screams for anyone to save him. But it's too late. An invisible power snatches him, violently dragging him across the ground with a brutal, scraping force. The unseen assailant mocks his futile efforts, declaring his struggles utterly meaningless. Then, the regal Zongan bursts onto the scene, a terrifying vision of red skin, glowing eyes, and a crown, shushing the world as she announces her plan to draw out her prey by continuing the slaughter. A wicked, sharp-toothed smile spreads across her face, finding the entire situation absolutely thrilling. Her monstrous claw flexes as she scoffs, amazed that mere Zongans were sent for such an easy mission, clearly enjoying the chaos. But her smug confidence shatters in an instant. As a fierce blonde warrior woman suddenly appears, radiating pure determination. And right behind her, a mysterious man with a glowing blue power source at his hip steps into the fray, ready to turn the tide. Just as things look dire, the man with the blue orb and the blonde woman make their grand entrance. Myri, battered and broken on the ground, can only muster a faint, "You came." But across the way, the ever-so-regal Zongan, who was just gloating, is now absolutely floored, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Her regal facade crumbles as she lets out a stunned cry, What in the world? The dynamic duo now stands protectively over Myri-on's fallen body, the dark, ominous liquid still clinging to him. A chilling thought echoes, but most of them are dead. The damage is already done. He turns to Myri-on, a heavy apology in his voice, "I'm sorry for not coming so soon." The weight of the situation is palpable. Myri-on is still down, his dark attire soaked in that creepy black goo. Zongan's initial shock evaporates, replaced by a sinister smirk and glowing red eyes as she locks onto one of the newcomers, a taunting "Teehee" followed by a chilling "You. It's you, right?" Her grin stretches wider, the taunt dripping with sarcasm, "Why did you have to be so late? I almost died because of them." She's clearly enjoying this. Zongan's eyes flare with an unholy green light, a primal scream of rage tearing from her throat. Her voice cracks with fury as she roars, "How dare you slaughter the villagers?" Suddenly, her staff ignites with an ethereal blue glow, a system notification blazes, palette open. Power surges through her, making her entire form glow, she's activating something big. She screams, activating all the colors, and "I have planted," as Freddiobird bursts forth, engulfed in a maelstrom of dazzling rainbow power. The rainbow ability explodes outward, a blinding, multicolored wave of pure destruction. Her face a mask of pure hatred, she spits, "You rascal." Amidst the chaotic rainbow energy, her scream echoes, "You will." Clutching her glowing staff, her eyes burn with a final, chilling question, "What's with the impudence?" Zongan's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory, "It was you, right?" Meanwhile, the legendary trap killer stands ready. Nearby, Jean Garam can only gasp, "How did SHE get here?" Zongan unleashes her full power, a rainbow torrent of destruction, her mind reeling, "All the traps I have planted over the past few months." Hoyong is rocked by the sheer impact. A wicked smile spreads across Zongan's face, "Let's have some fun." She dances through the vibrant, destructive energy, a force of nature. And Freddiobird, now a living weapon, streaks through the chaos, radiating pure power. A chilling thought cuts through the chaos, demanding to know, when did this all go so wrong? But a young woman, her pale eyes wide with distress, can only whisper a pained apology, her voice dripping with regret. As blood splatters nearby, she cries out for the villagers, her concern screaming through the destruction. Zongan, the gaunt creature, stands engulfed in swirling black energy, her form momentarily consumed by the sheer, raw power she's unleashing. A group of onlookers recoils in pure shock, uttering gasps of disbelief at the insane spectacle unfolding before them. Zongan's face, now cracked and distorted by the dark energy, reflects the immense, terrifying strain of her own power. One of the onlookers, a red-haired guard, screams in disbelief, demanding if this pathetic attack is seriously all the antagonist has. The young woman, the villager leader, her expression hardening, challenges Zongan, refusing to believe this is all she's got, only for Zongan to drop the bombshell, "It was all on purpose." A sinister smile plays on Zongan's lips, her glowing eyes hinting at a deeper, far more malicious intent. Jean Garam confronts the monstrous gaunt creature, but her attack is met with a chilling, almost bored, indifference. But before she can even blink, the creature unleashes a brutal counterattack, a massive surge of green energy exploding from its grasp. The sheer force of the impact sends her absolutely flying, slamming her into the ground with a bone-jarring crash. But even as she hits the dirt, a shimmering blue energy shield erupts around her, a last-ditch defense crackling with raw power. Just in the nick of time, Hoyong charges in, his face etched with worry as he drops to her side, demanding to know if she's okay. She quickly assures him she's okay for now, but her eyes dart past him, taking in the absolute carnage and devastation all around them. The fate of the villagers is a crushing weight. Suddenly, the villager leader bursts onto the scene, her face drained of color, utterly devastated as she takes in the horror, fearing everyone is gone. Dropping to her knees amidst the bodies, she lets out a cry of pure anguish, but then, a faint spark of hope, a few survivors still cling to life. Hoyong rushes into the devastation, finding Jean Garam already there, who immediately screams at him, desperate for answers about the chaos. But Jean Garam, face etched with panic, cuts him off, shouting that there's no time for talk, they need to save the wounded now. Scanning the wreckage, Hoyoung demands to know why anyone was even here, as Jean Garam's mind races, fearing the return of a Zongan. Jean Garam starts to reveal the truth: a sacred flower ceremony was underway, for a rare bloom that only blossoms here. But her words catch in her throat, the urgency of the moment overriding any need for a full explanation. Out of nowhere, a woman with blazing red hair and eyes like burning embers materializes, and Jean Garam, stunned, challenges her. "Who are you, sis?" The red-haired woman explodes into motion, her crimson gaze burning as she strikes with devastating, invisible power. The blow connects, sending Jean Garam flying, her body violently hurled through the air. Her eyes blow wide with a mix of shock and pure terror, as the sheer, overwhelming power of her assailant hits her. A mysterious, glowing embrace kicks off the scene, two figures intertwined in an almost dreamlike state. And then, boom! Three figures appear on a lush green field, but what are they doing? Back to the action. Hoyoung is locked and loaded, bow drawn, ready to unleash some serious damage. Myrion barely dodges, letting out a gasp as he realizes just how close that attack was. He instantly knows, that strike was meant to be lethal. His mind races, picturing his hand being severed if he hadn't pulled back in time. A drop of blood confirms it, that was a hair's breadth escape from total dismemberment. The red-haired woman just smirks, her eyes burning with power. Impressed by his speed, she challenges him, asking if he's the infamous trap killer. Fear and resolve war on Myrion's face. He knows he can't win this fight and his only move is to get out of there, fast. Amidst the escalating pandemonium, the cap-wearer shouted for everyone to get out, vowing to hold the line and aid the fallen, a call to action Kim Min-sung immediately amplified. Without hesitation, Kim Min-sung was all in. But from the shadows, the red-haired woman, a predatory glint in her eye, watched their frantic planning with an unnerving smirk. But before they could even move, an invisible strike sent the cap-wearer flying, crashing to the ground in a sickening splatter of crimson. The sheer, brutal speed of the assault left Myrion absolutely paralyzed with fear, his escape plan shattered by the terrifying reality unfolding before him. But as he dared a glance behind him, a sickening rip tore through the air, and a monstrous, scaly tentacle exploded into existence. No time to react. The tentacle snatched him, dragging him away with a desperate, strangled scream. Kim Min-sung could only stare, utterly paralyzed, a choked gasp his only response as Myrion was ripped away. Suddenly, a figure in a green tactical jacket unleashes a barrage of bone-like projectiles, tearing through the air with incredible speed. Then, with a brutal thwack, a hand in a spiked gauntlet tightens, poised for absolute destruction. And then, the chilling command from Changwoo, captain of Squad 3, echoes, "Don't move. Move and you're dead." Absolute menace. Right behind him, his elite squad, the Ji So Chai J, are locked and loaded, 3 warriors in their signature red and yellow, ready to back him up. He declares with absolute conviction, "My squad and I. We move as one. Like, a single, unstoppable, force." His foot slams down, radiating power, as he declares their thoughts and actions are the same. Talk about perfect synergy. The ground explodes with energy beneath his step, as he hints at their insane power-up, "We gain 4 times the." Meanwhile, Jean Garam is visibly shaken, her eyes wide with fear, as a menacing red-marked man gets right in her face, his gaze burning. With a sinister grin, he taunts, "Have some fun together." But Jean Garam fires back with pure grit, "We'll fight like our lives depend on it." Jean Garam, flanked by her crew, can barely believe what she's hearing. Her voice a shocked gasp as she tries to process the red-marked man's insane challenge. But he just glares, his face a canvas of crimson power, silencing all doubt. Meanwhile, Myrion is lost in thought, a heavy weight on his shoulders. Agonizing over the path ahead and what it could mean for Garam's ultimate quest. As he confides in an unseen figure, the chilling possibility of her failure hanging in the air. If that's truly the situation. Then Garam's journey. No sooner had the words left his lips, than Garam's world exploded. A brutal volley of bone shards ripped through the air, slamming into the ground around her with vicious force, leaving her stunned and exposed. A profound silence hangs heavy in the air. As the red-haired woman considers her next move, wondering if this quiet acquiescence truly means agreement. Meanwhile, Myrion's thoughts race, a desperate plea echoing in his mind, he cannot simply stand by and do nothing. He turns to Jean Garam, his voice laced with concern, asking what will happen if she truly dies. The weight of that possibility settles, implying that Jean Garam's journey could be cut short. With a resolute glint in her eye, the red-haired woman's internal monologue concludes, "It all ends here." A sudden realization or impact causes Myrion to react sharply, a sound of surprise escaping him. He's thinking about Garam's journey. Convinced it's far from over. Suddenly, the red-haired woman, absolutely stunned, shouts that no human has ever dodged her attack before. Still mid-air, Myrion pulls off an insane dodge against a massive red blast. Then immediately dares him to try again. And he bounces back from another hit. That rips up the ground. He's starting to think she's just toying with him, questioning why he's the only one getting pummeled. The red-haired woman goes all out, launching a bone-shattering barrage that Myrion barely dodges, a whirlwind of deadly projectiles. But even she's shocked, a thought flashing through her mind, can she even beat this guy? He lets out a strained grunt, the sheer force of her assault pushing him to his limits. Another pained gasp rips from his throat, as he desperately tries to hold on. Her attacks aren't just fast and pinpoint accurate, they hit like a freight train. No more scattered shots, now it's one devastating, focus strike, aimed to end it. And that one, killer blow is coming straight for him, no escape route in sight. A wave of despair washes over him as he screams internally, how is he supposed to fight back against this? Still reeling from the relentless assault, his thoughts race as he screams, I don't know. A guttural cry of pain rips from his throat. As he frantically scans his surroundings, bewildered, utterly overwhelmed, he shouts, I'm leaving. But a blindingly fast strike slices through the air. And the red-haired woman watches his desperate escape attempt, a chilling echoing her disdain. The force slams him into the earth, a sickening splash marking his defeat. Leaving Hoyoung utterly speechless. A smirk plays on her lips as she declares, humans are really foolish. Thrown to the ground, Myrion's mind races, screaming at himself not to zone out. Hoyoung's life depends on him, and he knows he has to fight back. But then, a spark of an idea ignites, he remembers the 3 martial arts manuals he has. He'll have to unleash everything he's learned from those books. With a surge of green energy, he locks onto the boxing manual, determined to beat her. The red-haired woman just smirks, watching his struggle with amusement. She taunts him, daring him to finally show her what he's got. But Myrion isn't scared, instead, a thrill of excitement electrifies him as green energy explodes from his body. He springs up, instantly snapping into a flawless boxing stance, ready to unleash pure power. And in a flash, his fist connects with her face, a devastating blow that sends her red hair whipping through the air. Myrion, mid-leap, unleashes a barrage of bone-like projectiles, forcing his opponent to scramble back. A confident grin spreads across his face, as he realizes his strategy worked perfectly, closing the gap. The red-haired woman is completely blindsided, her sword useless as she screams for him to get away, realizing the opening she's given him. Too late. Myrion's fist slams into her face, a devastating punch that rocks her world. He doesn't let up, constantly closing in, smashing through her guard. His eyes burning with resolve, he's ready to finish this. Then, with a final, explosive move, he strikes again. His eyes ignite, as he taps into his incredible power, absorbing knowledge through his whole body, growing smarter with every move. It's not just fighting, it's a full-body knowledge download. Myrion's eyes ignite with a spark of pure comprehension, his insane ability letting him instantly download complex combat techniques. Just by touching his opponent, he fluidly transitions into a Muay Thai stance, unleashing a barrage of devastating kicks and punches that absolutely connect with the red-haired woman, wrenching a pained gasp from her. Without missing a single beat, he instantly shifts his style again, now unleashing rapid-fire boxing combinations. Each blow landing with pinpoint precision. The red-haired woman, absolutely reeling from the unexpected onslaught, can't help but acknowledge his sudden, serious power, realizing this is a whole new level of opponent. Myrion, with his sharp eyes on her faltering defense, spots an opening, knowing she's about to leave herself wide open. With absolutely no time to react, he exploits it, unleashing a blinding flurry of attacks that leave her utterly shocked and overwhelmed. Myrion, spotting that one crucial opening, explodes with a devastating mid-air kick, knowing this is his one shot to finish it. He keeps up the relentless pressure, absolutely certain he can take her down. The red-haired woman gets rocked by a direct hit to the face, and she's quickly realizing this isn't going at all how she planned. A choked gasp rips from her throat, blood exploding from her mouth as she fights to stay on her feet. Myrion doesn't let up, slamming another lightning-fast strike that sends her flying. She finally crashes to the ground, and he just stands over her, a smirk playing on his lips. The red-haired antagonist sneers, looking down at her fallen foe, taunting that the entire fight was just her playing along. Another one of them chimes in, mocking the attempt with a dismissive, nice try. But Jean Garam is utterly crushed, her body battered and covered in the grime of defeat. Her hand, grimy and trembling, is a testament to her pain. A lone tear escapes her eye, a silent scream of agony. The red-haired tormentors press on, asking what twisted game they should play next. Pushed to her breaking point, Jean Garam screams, a desperate plea for them to just disappear. Her pleas are ignored, and she's violently thrown, crashing into the ground with brutal force. But then, one of the red-haired women snaps her head up, a single, shocked no, escaping her lips. After the brutal assault, a new figure emerges from the chaos, their presence undeniable as a desperate plea rings out in the stillness. Jean Garam's mind is a whirlwind, screaming at herself to remember her mission, to get up and save everyone. Her inner voice is a roar, demanding she find a path to victory, no matter the odds. But beneath that fire, a chilling, paralyzing fear takes hold, leaving her utterly helpless. While she's battling her own mind, a new pair of feet steps into her shattered world, halting right in front of her. Then, a calm voice cuts through the tension, with a simple, direct question. Jean Garam's terrified gaze snaps up, as a hand reaches out, a lifeline in her despair. Myrion looms over her, his face grim, revealing he's here to help. Jean Garam glances back, processing his words, a flicker of hope igniting within her. He's totally losing it, Myri thinks, questioning if humanity can even be saved. But he quickly shuts that down. Telling himself he doesn't need to be the hero. But deep down, the truth screams, he will become a hero. A flashback hits, showing a younger him, sprinting through a fiery hellscape. His eyes blazing with a starry glow, as he whispers of a future. A day when he'll become a hero just like his idol. A powerful throw sends bones flying across the arena. Then, Myrion looms over a kneeling Jean Garam, who hangs on his every word. Another presence watches on, as the tension hangs heavy in the air. But Jean Garam's mind is elsewhere, as a deep realization hits her. She thinks, a young child and an adult's mind, they're not so different after all. Her mind flashes back to a burning city, a young Myrion clutched in a firefighter's arms. The difference is tiny, she realizes, because she's just as terrified right now. Later, under the vast night sky, Jean Garam is still lost in thought. That firefighter back then? He must have been terrified too, because that's one high-risk job. The gravity of the situation hits him hard, a chilling thought that he might not make it out alive. It's the brutal truth, the ultimate sacrifice when you step up to save a life. Elsewhere, a trio of red-haired women are totally caught off guard, one of them gasping in disbelief. Shaking off the paralyzing fear, he refuses to waste another second overthinking. Myrion's resolve ignites, his fists clenching, green lightning exploding around him as he vows to make it happen. Pure green energy erupts from his hands, a power sphere coalescing as he screams his unwavering determination. A primal scream rips through the air, as Myrion is consumed by a chaotic storm of green and black power. The raw power surges through every fiber of his being, his leg blazing with that same untamed energy. The red-haired women are stunned, one shouting, a new skill. What is that? You're gonna make me fall. He shouts, a desperate plea escaping his lips, Jean Garam. A primal scream tears from his throat as blinding green energy explodes around him, his eyes burning with raw power. This very thought, a dangerous whisper, had once haunted his mind. As he grasps the essence of this power, a terrifying force that devours knowledge itself. But what if, he ponders, a dangerous idea taking root? He had tapped into knowledge that shattered all logic, ripped straight from the pages of a fantasy epic. What would truly happen then? As the green lightning rages, a storm of raw power. His arm pulses with that same potent, emerald light, the power coursing through him. Suddenly, a blinding blue-green energy explodes, initiating a massive knowledge transmission. And from the heart of it all, the red-haired woman lets out a primal scream, her eyes burning red with black scara as insane green power erupts around her. She's multiplying, her forms floating like extensions of the insane green energy, each one a living conduit for the sheer power now coursing through her. The green energy just keeps on expanding, ripping through the air like pure, untamed lightning. And caught right in its destructive path, Hoyoung gets absolutely swallowed, the raw power just slamming into him. These aren't just energy bursts, this is the devastating power of mountain attack waves. Suddenly, the red-haired woman's face twists into something monstrous, her eyes blazing with an unholy green, and a mechanical jaw ripping open. Her entire body then explodes, engulfed in a torrent of crackling green lightning, radiating immense power. The emerald energy courses through her, launching her into the air. As she charges up her devastating lightning mountain attack. With a cracking impact, she unleashes a devastating wave of force. A primal scream tears from her throat, her face contorted in pure, raw exertion. Another crushing impact echoes, as the red-haired woman keeps up her relentless assault, still blazing with green energy. The colossal green energy attack detonates with an earth-shattering roar. Leaving behind a swirling, chaotic vortex of dissipating power. She stands amidst the fading, ominous glow, her face a mask of shock and raw exertion. Those terrifying mechanical enhancements stark against her skin as she lets out a primal scream, utterly bewildered by the sheer magnitude of the power she just unleashed, and how anyone could possibly survive that direct hit. Jean Garam, witnessing the sheer devastation, can only tremble uncontrollably, her mind racing to comprehend where the student could have possibly gotten such insane power. Meanwhile, Myrion's hand pulses with that same volatile green energy, and he knows, deep down, he has to get out of there now before things get even more out of control. A guttural groan rips from his throat as the overwhelming power threatens to tear him apart from the inside. He feels like his very core is about to explode, acutely aware that this insane ability has a hard limit, only 30 minutes, tops. With a surge of desperate urgency, he leads the charge, Jean Garam and Hoyong right behind him, as they bolt across the open field, absolutely determined to finish this, and fast. The red-haired woman let out a wild, triumphant laugh, clearly having the time of her life amidst the destruction. Before casually dropping the bombshell that she was heading home, and would especially spare the humans today. Then, with a final, flirty wave, she turned to leave, promising to see you again, pretty lady. But just as she thought she was in the clear, a massive wave of vibrant green energy exploded from the ground, ripping through everything in its path. The very ground fractured and splintered, as the raw power of the green aura pulsed and expanded. Then, a sharp voice cut through the chaos, directly challenging her exit, demanding to know if she seriously thought she could just walk away. It was the yellow-armored woman, her eyes burning with fierce resolve, who declared they absolutely had to finish this game. A sudden, brutal impact rocks the red-haired woman, her face twisting in a furious, indignant scream. But she snaps back instantly, her voice dripping with pure venom as she fires back, daring to ask why they're so cocky, utterly dismissing any notion of fear. But before she can even finish, another devastating blow smashes into her, a crimson shockwave exploding around her as she's violently thrown back. The yellow-armored woman just stares down, a cold, dismissive edge in her voice, utterly mocking her with a claim of generosity. A blinding, star-shaped impact erupts, the sound of a massive crash ripping through the air. The red-haired woman, utterly bewildered, can only stammer out questions about the bizarre sound and effect. Then, a blinding, vibrant green energy explodes, engulfing her arm, Myri-On's attack sending her violently spiraling. She completely loses her footing, sent hurtling backward through the air. The yellow-armored woman watches her plummet, her expression utterly stone-cold, and snarls, "Who asked for your generosity?" her voice dripping with contempt. The yellow-armored warrior unleashes a brutal kick, launching her adversary through the air, shouting, "You're making me mad." The impact echoes with devastating power. Shattering the very air around the red-haired woman's contorted face, a desperate, drawn-out cry escaping her, "Yourself." Stalking forward with an unyielding gaze, the yellow-armored warrior proclaims her true resolve, "I'm doing it for real." Leaving a trail of raw power in her wake. A sudden, rapid motion slices through the void. Myri-On, his eyes blazing with an intense emerald glow, unleashes a torrent of potent green energy. The raw power surges, ready to obliterate. In the novel, Admiral Yi Sun-shin was a legend, summoning waves from within. And these were the very tactics the real Yi Sun-shin mastered in battle. 3 of those legendary techniques were adapted into the novel, becoming absolute game-changers. And among them was the first tactic, as Myri-On now charges a vibrant green energy in his hands, ready to unleash pure devastation. Preparing to unleash the Gjengsijin. The powerful green aura crackles around him, building to an explosive crescendo. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman lets out a sharp cry of pain, recoiling violently from a brutal impact. The yellow-armored woman, having landed a devastating punch to her face, screams for her allies to press the attack, while the red-haired woman, battered but defiant, demands they stop dodging and fight. The impact leaves the red-haired woman dazed and injured, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, a brutal blow. Myri-On is going all out. A golden aura explodes around him, his eyes burning with power as his body screams in protest, knowing this has to be the final blow. But across the field, the red-haired woman's eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting her like a truck. Oh my, she gasps, her face contorting in pure disbelief. Myri-On lets loose, unleashing the full, devastating power of his technique, a colossal green energy vortex ripping through the air, ready to swallow everything. The yellow-armored woman, ever the opportunist, just laughs from the sidelines, "Kaya ha, I saw that. You're totally leaving yourself wide open right now." Myri-On's ultimate attack, the Henjialjan, hits its absolute maximum, a monstrous green sphere of pure destructive energy, locked and loaded. Boom! The Henjialjan detonates on impact, exploding in a blinding, earth-shattering burst of green energy. And just like that, the yellow-armored woman stands triumphant over the fallen red-haired woman, who crashes to the ground, completely owned by that obvious attack. The red-haired woman just scoffs, totally dismissing the attack as a joke, like, who would even get hit by that? While a massive surge of green energy explodes around her opponent. Then, a lightning-fast, decisive move just slices through the air. But the red-haired woman just laughs it off, thinking it's a total waste of insane power. Completely missing the yellow-armored woman's chilling words, "You're exposing. You're back, like, totally." Her laughter just dies in her throat as a sudden, terrifying realization hits her. While the yellow-armored woman drops the mic, declaring, "I'm showing it to you on purpose." Boom! The impact lands, and her face just twists in pure shock. A grotesque monster, eyes blazing yellow, unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp bones, tearing through the air. But hold on, this isn't just a random attack. This could be a setup, a classic move from the playbook, because Henjialjan is a strategy that looks like a retreat, but it's anything but. It's a legendary feint, a masterstroke of deception, famously pulled off by the one and only Admiral Yi Sunshin. He'd use Henjialjan to fake a retreat, pulling his foes right into his clutches, a perfect lure. And then, just when they thought they had him, he'd hit them with the ultimate surprise, a sudden, devastating turnaround. That's the legendary tactic he mastered. But now, the game changes. It's time for something new, something powerful. The third tactic is online. Then, with an explosive burst, a blinding green energy ignites, ripping through the air. Myrion, now a blur of green energy, rockets into the sky, executing a lightning-fast counterstrike. The red-haired woman is going through it. Her body contorts, mechanical arms bursting forth, glowing with an ominous green energy. Pulsing with raw green power. But wait, what's this? A new player, a mysterious figure with a glowing symbol on their neck, and the name drops, Hakik-Jain. That mechanical arm is just glowing with power. And the red-haired woman lets out a primal scream, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated power, the green energy just exploding around her. But as all this goes down, Myrion's mind is racing, asking the ultimate question, what is a hero? He's deep in thought, what is? While his own body is engulfed in a blinding column of green energy, soaring or plummeting with incredible speed. The thought burning in his mind, what's the real meaning behind that word? He stares down, a subtle green glow around him, grappling with the sheer weight of overwhelming power. He's deep in thought, grappling with the idea of endless honor, convinced it's a core trait of any real hero. But he quickly realizes that's not the whole picture, that's not what truly makes a hero. He understands that sometimes, you just have to act on pure conviction, even if it looks totally insane. And that conviction? It boils down to knowing exactly when to put everything on the line. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman screams in agony, her transformation ripping through her with brutal force. Her body twists and writhes, consumed by a terrifying crimson aura. High above the distant peaks, the night sky looms, utterly uncaring of the chaos unfolding beneath it. A dark, swirling vortex of pure energy rips through reality, hinting at an unknown, terrifying power. But within this terrifying vision, a small child stands, looking up with wide, innocent eyes, flanked by two older figures who seem to watch over her. A voice echoes, contemplating the true nature of a hero, as the child's gaze remains fixed upwards, for Garam is already someone else's. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman's face contorts in pure anguish, her eyes burning with a fierce yellow glow, her transformation reaching a new, agonizing stage. The thought lingers, defining the very essence of a hero. A desperate voice cries out, filled with urgency and concern, pleading to know if Garam is still alive. The red-haired woman turns and walks away, her form silhouetted against the dim light, her movements heavy with unspoken emotion. As she departs, Myrion stands nearby, his voice a soft, questioning whisper, uttering Garam's name with a hint of worry. Her steps fall softly on the grass. A lone white rose rustling softly on the ground. She gazes down, a thought echoing, funny, right? If it was you, you wouldn't be in this mess. A tiny, dark creature staggers past, its glowing eyes a brief distraction. Suddenly, a voice screams out, Garam. Reality warps, and a childlike Garam looks down, a soft thud punctuating her confused sound. Ha! Now immersed in a field of white blossoms, she murmurs with quiet awe, flowers. Her adult self lies still among the petals, lost in this bizarre dreamscape. The child stands, staring up at the dark, starry sky, a deep question forming, am I, really? He stands there, lost in thought, a heavy silence hanging around him. But in a surreal field of white roses, a child Garam is still trapped, looking so fragile. Her tiny voice whispers, a desperate plea, am I actually asking for help, just this once? The thought screams louder, a raw, urgent plea, what? Help me. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. Myri stares out, his face a mask, but you know he feels it, that distant, desperate cry. Then, his hand reaches out, a simple, powerful response, okay. That hand, reaching out, a connection made, a silent vow across dimensions. He reaches out, a beacon of hope, his clean hand clasping a grimy, battle-worn one with a decisive thud. The young woman's battered face, eyes closed, finally finds a moment of respite, a silent acknowledgement of salvation. Amidst the desolation, a lone white rose blossoms, carrying a powerful, unspoken thank you that reverberates through the very air. After the chaos, Hoyong reaches out, his hand clasping the blood-soaked, grimy hand of the yellow-armored woman. Her yellow eyes, heavy with fatigue, stare up from a face caked in dirt and grime, a raw testament to the hell she just survived. A soft, heartfelt gratitude escapes her lips as she glances down, whispering, thank you. Hoyong gives a quick, reassuring, okay, then checks, are you alright? The yellow-armored woman's mind drifts to a grim truth: what, better than to suffer? Just a few feet away, Jean Garam's face is twisted in a primal scream, blood splattered across her features, her voice tearing through the air, down, only for another to snap back. You're the one who should be lying down. Injured and sprawled on the ground, Jean Garam gazes up at Hoyoung, who looms over her, and admits, I can't even imagine what would have been without all of you. He stares out at an endless field of glowing white flowers, a lone figure barely visible in the distance. His mind races, replaying all the hell his companion went through, and he can't help but wonder, what the heck is he even doing right now? He looks up, a wave of self-loathing hitting him hard, and the words start to form. His eyes drop, the brutal truth hitting him: he's completely useless. Then, through a blinding, magical glow, a voice cuts through: is this the flower they've been looking for? The light explodes, radiating outward in blinding, vibrant bursts. And suddenly, Myrion, Jean Garam, and Hoyoung are standing in a cave absolutely packed with the glowing plants. Someone shouts there's way more than they expected, and another asks if it's enough for all the elixir. The entire cave pulses with an insane, vibrant energy, the flowers practically exploding with light. He checks out the glowing flowers, wondering if they're even edible, but they just taste like mud and seem totally useless. Then, Hoyoung shouts, he actually pulled it off. Myrion, totally shocked, quickly corrects him, saying it was Jean Garam who actually did it, giving all the credit to his commander. Hoyoung then turns to Jean Garam, practically yelling at her to bag those flowers, and she's like, oh okay. Staring at the glowing flowers, Jean Garam quietly hopes this whole thing actually helps out. The scene shifts to a wide open sky. And shovels are hitting the dirt, making that distinct digging sound. A huge crew, including Myrion, Jean Garam, and Hoyoung, is totally grinding, digging up tons of holes, with someone letting out a tired groan. A brutal flashback erupts. A monstrous, dark-skinned behemoth, face scarred with crimson, savagely throws a smaller figure, the ground littered with shattered bones from a previous, devastating clash. Suddenly, the focus shifts to the yellow-armored woman, a pensive look on her face as she stares out, lost in thought. A tiny silhouette plummets from the sky, and a cry rings out, hero. The crowd below erupts, their voices roaring in unison, a hero has appeared. She takes it all in, a soft rustle of her gear barely audible as she processes the moment, her eyes still fixed on something unseen. A complex mix of exhaustion and fierce determination hardens her gaze. Finally, she turns to the anxious crowd, her voice cutting through the tension, now, let's try to clean up the village. The crowd stirs, and with a decisive thump of her boot, she adds, excuse me. She responds with a simple, yes, as Myrion questions the idea of taking shelter, wondering if they can move the villagers somewhere else, acknowledging the difficulty of such a task. The yellow-armored woman confirms there is indeed a safe place not far from their current location. She emphasizes, that is safe. She then assures him, we will come rescue everyone as soon as possible. Myrion suggests they take shelter for the time being, and she agrees with his assessment. However, she points out that rescue will take some time, asking if it wouldn't be better to transport him, one person at a time. Myrion quickly dismisses the idea, stating, that's not exactly a good idea. She explains that they would have to make several round trips, illustrating the route on a map. And if they are discovered by the Zomgans, it will cause them a lot of trouble. She's laying out the plan, telling him to chill in the safe zone until they can swoop in and grab him. But as he stares into the void, a shocking thought hits him like a truck. He spins around, his voice dripping with doubt, demanding to know if this safe place is even real, and if they'll actually come back for him. A sharp intake of breath from her, her face instantly etched with worry. She tries to calm him down, her voice a soothing balm, swearing they'll be in touch in no time. She shoves a small device into his hand, calling him Minxiang and telling him to grab it. She lays out the comms plan, telling him to guard that phone with his life for now. But he completely loses it, a raw, desperate scream tearing from him as he shouts he can't do it, leaving her speechless. His eyes burning with pure agony, he cries out about the never-ending deaths, wondering how many more lives will be lost. The yellow-armored woman clenches her hands, her voice cutting through his despair as she declares. He's no hero, just a fraud keeping up appearances, always thinking about bailing. But then she hits him with the truth, demanding to know who was the one who actually ran into the chaos when everyone else booked it. Myrion can only look away, the weight of her words hitting him hard. She presses on, reminding him he bolted the second he heard her screams, leaving him speechless. She gets it, he was probably lying because he was scared stiff, but even then. He didn't bail, he stayed to protect everyone. Myrion's eyes finally meet hers, a spark igniting within him. He clutches the device, his resolve hardening as he vows to come back. A soft smile touches her lips, her words a powerful affirmation, he's still the hero of this village. The yellow-armored woman hypes him up, and he finally owns it, he protected everyone. The truth hits him hard, the weight of everyone's safety resting squarely on his shoulders. But with a sudden surge of resolve, he asks for a moment, already moving to grab something crucial. His abrupt departure leaves the yellow-armored woman stunned, demanding to know where he's going, shouting that the fight isn't finished. Myrion strides forward, a determined thud with each step, snatching up the comms device and declaring its return. He blows past her question, clutching the device and proclaiming himself Yunmin Song, the village's hero. With unwavering resolve, he roars his vow to protect the villagers, leaving the yellow-armored woman absolutely flabbergasted. Then, he spins to the terrified crowd, barking orders for everyone to find cover, his voice a booming command as the villagers erupt in cries. The yellow-armored woman can only stare as he vanishes, utterly baffled by his sudden shift and disappearance, questioning what just happened to his entire personality. The yellow-armored woman stares, a mix of shock and awe flashing in her intense yellow gaze. As a thought echoes in her mind, this new, determined version of him is infinitely better than the gloomy, defeated man she'd known. Meanwhile, the villagers, now fully inspired by his rallying cry, erupt in a chorus of cheers. Their fear momentarily forgotten as they gaze towards where he just disappeared. A subtle, knowing smile plays on the yellow-armored woman's lips. As if she truly grasps the monumental shift within him, a change perhaps forged in the crucible of his past, hair pulled back, staring down an uncertain destiny. He recalls a younger self, sitting alone, surrounded by pristine white flowers beneath a colossal tree. A fleeting moment of peace before his world violently fractured. And the stern, unyielding face he once wore in a military uniform, prepared to face any and all threats. Before the chaos, before the legends, Myrion, Jean Garam, and Hoyong were just starting out, a fresh squad ready to take on anything. Their epic journey kicked off with humble beginnings. With Hoyong always bringing that infectious, confident grin. But everything changed the second they got their hands on the Ranjay flower. That was the game changer. The Death Squad quarters underwent a massive overhaul, leveling up into a powerhouse. They hit the jackpot, uncovering tons of resources, relief supplies, food, clothes for the village, boosting their power like crazy. And it wasn't just stuff. They rescued top-tier medical and architecture pros from the Rift, supercharging their team. This fueled insane development, even weaponizing their own gear, taking their tech to the next level. And the humans weren't left out, they underwent intense military training, forging themselves into an unstoppable force. To maximize every last resource, they locked down a hardcore division of labor and economic strategy. They even set up a system for making all the big calls, and just like that, things started moving fast. Before anyone knew it, the early days were a blur. And now, Myrion steps up, giving a shout-out to everyone's grind, telling them, "You guys have been crushing it this whole time." He keeps going, his voice hyped, "All that hustle you put in these last few months. It's gonna pay off, big time." A squad of absolute legends, yellow-armored woman, red-haired woman, Jean Garam, Myrion, and Hoyong, all standing tall, showing off the sheer power of their crew, totally geared up for whatever comes next. Hoyong scopes out a massive structure, a monument to their insane progress. Later, Hoyong and Myrion are side by side, their faces locked in determination, ready for what's coming. Jean Garam links up with Myrion, and a fresh order drops, "For the next 7 days, get ready for." He stands before them, his voice cutting through the air with a powerful declaration. "We are invading Changwon." Meanwhile, under a vast, cloud-strewn sky, the scene shifts dramatically. A lone, red vessel rests precariously on the jagged rocks of Oryukdo Island, a place now shrouded in an ominous, unsettling silence. Hoyong surveys the utter devastation, his thoughts heavy with despair. He came here to be a hero, but now Oryukdo Island itself is literally vanishing before his eyes. A heavy sigh escapes him. As he wonders aloud, his voice filled with disbelief, what on earth happened here? A lone figure stands in a desolate, wind-swept landscape, remembering a past goal to get a slave. But now, in the present, the very ground beneath them is crumbling, as Oryukyu Island is literally disappearing. Hoyong stares, his eyes wide with disbelief, totally baffled by what on earth just happened. A system message flashes, confirming the devastating news, the base island is completely wiped out. Rishuru, his eyes glowing with concern, immediately thinks of someone else, asking about their fate. Meanwhile, Rank 4 Nate Fesh observes the unfolding chaos, her expression totally unreadable. Hoyong, still grappling with the sheer scale of the disaster, questions if anyone could have possibly survived the island's evolution and destruction. Inside a high-tech chamber, a mysterious figure with flowing green hair is seriously stressing out, thinking, "I don't think I can continue this." Elsewhere, a shadowy figure with a glowing yellow eye is making a huge call, whispering that they absolutely cannot tell Turate, even though they know the fallout is gonna be epic. But forget all that drama, because now we cut to Myrion, looking totally isolated on a barren, rocky wasteland, with a crazy red sky swirling overhead, making his purple hoodie pop. His mind races, pondering a dark, what if he had just wiped out all the humans? The answer hits him hard, loud and clear, then there would be massive consequences. Suddenly, his gaze drops to the ground, where a bunch of glowing red, rectangular objects are just chilling, and one of them even makes a little cracking noise as he reaches out. Without even thinking twice, he slams his foot down, absolutely pulverizing one of those weird glowing things with a satisfying crunch. For years have flown by since the golden era of paradise, and he's been dormant for too long since his powers first ignited. It's time to sharpen those rusty martial arts skills. As golden energy pulses around him. When a thought of the fireworks aimed right at him flashes through his mind, then, a sudden realization, Ji So-gi is back too. He remembers the intel, she was attacked by humans, and she's the leader of the Chinese squad. His determined steps thump against the ground. As the crucial intel resurfaces, she was at Qianxiangsan Mountain, in Yongsan. But wait. Yongsan, which way was that again? As the sky erupts in a fiery, world-ending blast, Myrion stands unfazed, a silent challenge in his gaze, wondering if this epic moment will truly deliver. But far below the surface, in a world swallowed by the deep, a forgotten city sleeps, shrouded in an unsettling calm. Then, a sharp, energetic voice pierces the quiet, declaring, "All right, everyone. It's time for our third combined training session." With a megaphone in hand, she amps up the crowd, shouting, "The Snatch the Flag challenge kicks off right now. The rules are the same as always for Myri team, the defenders snagging victory if they grab the flag first." A determined young boy clutches the blue flag, representing the Rishura team, as both sides brace for the impending clash. Myrion takes his place at the head of his squad, a formidable group of young warriors poised for battle. A brutal vision explodes into view. He's tied up, surrounded by bones, as two powerful figures watch his struggle with chilling intensity. The stakes are revealed. The winning team gets a legendary box of prawn crackers from Jeju Island, or maybe it's a trick. Reward announced. Now, it's time to meet the masterminds, the leaders of each team. Introducing the first contender. It's Myri team's leader, Choi Jae-young, looking sharp and ready. And next, the strategic genius. Rishuru team's leader, Park Hoyoung, with his signature glasses and calculating gaze. Hoyoung takes charge, calmly stating, "Just tell me when you're ready." But don't let his calm demeanor fool you. This guy was once a highly respected preschool teacher. He's got big plans, vowing to fulfill his new dream right here. And after countless hours of intense analysis, he's already cooked up the ultimate strategy and tactics. His ultimate mission, he thinks, is to supercharge his team's confidence, especially Myri's. He's convinced they can absolutely crush it. Hoyoung roars, his voice practically vibrating with pure hype. Because every single one of them is radiating power. Spinning around to face his squad, he hypes them up with an electrifying shout, proclaiming the prawn crackers are already theirs and introducing himself as their epic team leader. With an absolute power-up yell, he declares, without a shadow of a doubt, they're gonna be the champions. The two teams square off, Myri's crew hyped and ready, their leader's words still ringing, claiming their team outshines the competition by a mile. But then Hoyoung's swagger just melts, a total shocker plastered across his face. Choi Jae-young, with a smirk that could cut glass, grabs Hoyoung by the collar and asks if he's even gonna be okay, straight up telling him his team won't even sniff a cracker. Hoyoung, totally caught off guard, stammers that it's not about losing, it's just. "Are you ready?" Hoyoung shouts, pumping up his squad. "Yeah. The Snatch the Flag training is about to begin, now." But a sudden, overwhelming pressure slams into the arena, making Myrion snap his head up. Myrion whips around to the new arrival, his face etched with confusion. "Master, what do we do?" It's Kim Hae-mi, the chief of Myri, and her crimson eyes are absolutely piercing. She just calmly replies, "I understand. Then I'll." Myrion looks up again, the pressure in the air crackling. Kim Hae-mi, stone-faced, drops the order, "Take care of this guy." Myrion is completely thrown, his mind racing. Who is she? He explodes into action, a total blur, unleashing a devastating mid-air kick that hits with insane power. His leg whips out with unbelievable speed, the impact just exploding. His hair's flying, and his eyes are absolutely burning with a crazy red glow. He lands like a ghost, bare feet hitting the ground without a sound, all that power just gone. Then, a voice booms in his head, "Look here," and he's totally shocked, his glowing eye going wide. He's totally confused, demanding, "Who's even talking to him like that?" His hand starts glowing with that same red power, and the voice drops a chilling bomb, "You can call him Master." His glowing eye just locks onto that chilling truth, as the word Master hits him hard. Consumed by a sudden, overwhelming power, he snarls, "Don't you dare come between us." His eyes now blazing crimson, he snarls with chilling contempt, "Master is not an object. Watch your mouth, you disgusting human clod." A vibrant purple aura explodes around him, as he roars, "You arrogant human bastard. The energy crackles around his form, his voice echoing with raw power, "You're." With a swift, powerful motion, he unleashes a devastating strike, purple energy lashing out. He moves with impossible speed, leaving trails of shimmering purple in his wake. His crimson eyes burn with resolve as he declares, "You probably think you're so great, Rishuru. But you can't do anything to me with that body." Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of confusion, a single word escaping his lips, "What?" A reflection flickers in his eye as he begins to utter, "That." Myrion is completely ensnared, wrapped in thick yarn, his body a puppet as the master's voice booms, claiming him as a personal creation. With a wicked smirk and eyes blazing crimson, his persona takes over, arrogantly stating that no ordinary person could ever grasp his true power, it's just too next level for them. His stare turns razor sharp, the crimson glow in his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve, a chilling display of raw power. But then, a jolt. A moment of pure confusion shatters the illusion, a desperate thought screaming from within, "What is going on?" Elsewhere, a whole new scene unfolds. A group is chatting, and one of them points out that someone's been so busy, they've totally missed out on all the crazy stuff that's been happening, big news is brewing. They're talking about the new, glowing blue J sword, a weapon that's just been released, but nobody has a clue what it actually does, it's a total mystery. But even with all the questions, the Runji sword is already changing everything. Its distribution has kicked off a massive wave, unlocking special abilities in regular folks. These hidden powers, once just a dream, are now exploding, starting to develop at an insane pace. The group keeps talking, pointing out that these new powers feel just like using a normal sword, and the absolute best part is that this whole thing is blowing up everywhere. The world was changing, humans awakening to incredible powers. But a shadowy figure in dark robes was already calculating the cost, worried about manpower shortages that could totally derail their master plan. But his green-haired subordinate was quick to dismiss the threat, claiming these newbies were no match for their lord. Meanwhile, the awakened powers were exploding into reality, with a red-haired woman absolutely radiating raw energy from her glowing eyes and outstretched hands. They were finally starting to emerge. The green-haired subordinate kept going, predicting a surge of these powered individuals hitting the front lines. And boasted about how much progress everyone had made since his training began, which made the dark-clad figure start thinking about backup plans. He emphasized that they always had other strategies up their sleeve. Elsewhere, Myrion, rocking a hoodie and cap, stared at his own hands, now faintly glowing with power. He was shocked by how useful it felt, questioning if it was all thanks to his special conditions. With a surge of resolve, he swore to catch up, no matter what. Refusing to be a burden ever again as raw, red energy pulsed around his form. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, a raw burst of power. Sprinting across the training ground, a blur of motion as bones shatter beneath his feet. An opponent tries to block, but it's a futile effort. Myri snatches the flag in mere seconds, his incredible speed leaving everyone in awe. Another crushing victory for Myri's team, as his teammates erupt in cheers. Meanwhile, from the observation deck, two senior figures are absolutely baffled, questioning why a genius like Myri is still stuck in regular human training. Elsewhere, a subordinate reports to his enigmatic lord, who seems utterly distracted, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The training session wraps up, and guess what? Myri's team dominates once again. The observers continue their heated discussion, with Rishuru's team getting a stern warning to step up their game. Hoyoung, the masked man, just lets out a knowing, "Ah, that." As the tension builds. Choi Jae-young, looking down, vents his frustration, admitting he's tried every test and method imaginable, but it's still an uphill battle. Myrion, lost in thought, can only think of one thing, the perfect way to die, a chilling thought. Hoyoung, his masked face unreadable, just confirms the obvious, it's all still a big, fat mystery. Choi Jae-young, ever the team player, offers to jump in, asking if he can join the mission, but Hoyoung shuts him down with a quick, "Sorry, I don't mind, but..." Myrion, with a sudden shift in demeanor, asks if there's trouble, then drops the bombshell, he's got a special mission. He sighs, a heavy weight on his shoulders, wishing he had backup for the insane mission he's about to face. A needle plunges into his arm, delivering a shot for a mission with an almost impossibly low fatality rate of 0.00052%. Hoyoung, ever the watchful guardian, sends a silent wish for a peaceful night to the unconscious Myrion. But from the depths of his induced slumber, a faint, almost imperceptible response echoes, a single, chilling, yes. He plunges deeper into the surreal sensation, a single, haunting word echoing in his mind, dream. Adrift in a void of pure darkness, he questions the very fabric of his existence, is this even real, or just a dream? Back in the sterile reality, the machines hum a steady rhythm, a silent testament to the delicate balance of his life. His body remains perfectly still on the cold bed, a fragile vessel in the eye of a storm, watched by unseen eyes. Hoyoung's face hardens with a grim resolve, the weight of their past failures threatening to shatter Myri-on's fragile trust. But a fierce determination burns in his eyes, vowing to do whatever it takes to secure that belief, even if it means defying fate itself. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal glow pulses from his hand, and the dream shatters, heralding the explosive awakening of Myri-on's true humanity. The only way to get Myri to cooperate, they decide, is to awaken him. But the real question is, what about his humanity? Hoyong probes, asking if Myri feels any different, but he just deadpans, no. Hoyong can only sigh, a clear letdown. The MF250 results are in, and they're crystal clear, 0 abnormal vital signs, absolutely no weird brainwave activity. The 150th experiment's outcome is a resounding failure. After the experiment's shocking failure, his world takes a wild turn, kicking off Myri's day. Then, a soft knock hits the door. And it creaks open to show a woman and a kid. She's totally shocked, letting out a confused eh. From inside, Myri-on is like, what's up, wondering if something's wrong. Next thing you know, they're all chilling at a table, surrounded by curry boxes. Lee Kyung drops the bomb, she's supposed to hang out all day. He just gives a simple, yes. The kid, eyes sparkling, excitedly asks if they're all gonna be together all day. And Lee Kyung, with a smirk, admits she hadn't even thought about it, before it clicks. She then drops the ultimate plan, let's make curry together. Myri-on just blinks, curry. The rhythmic thud of footsteps echoes. As Lee Kyung's voice cuts through the air, reminding him of her earlier promise to cook. With a determined look, she lays down the law, fetch all the ingredients for curry. Myri-on, now with a little companion, takes charge, declaring carrots as their top mission. They press on, the curious child wondering aloud where they're even headed. He glances at the child, asking if she's ever spotted carrots in the village, getting a bewildered carrots back. Elsewhere, a laid-back, orange-haired guy casually checks in, Minseong, can you hear me? A crisp yes confirms the line is open. He then promises, once this curry mission is wrapped up, I'll come get you. The orange-haired woman, on the other end of the call, locks into the Changwon plan, confirming that next week is a go. But then, her face totally changes as she spots something unexpected. And she blurts out, wait, Min Song. Who are why? And there he is, Myri-on, with a kid right next to him at the door, casually asking, hey. You got business here? Still totally thrown by his unexpected arrival, she stutters, carrots. Why are you even looking for carrots here? She can't believe it, asking if they're all gone, and if he's the one who just waltzed in and made them disappear, like it's his house. Getting straight to the point, she snaps, Myri, why are you even asking about carrots? A single, bright orange carrot takes center stage. While Myri-on just stares back, completely lost by her sudden interrogation, and can only manage, Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, the red-haired woman explodes, yelling for them to leave her alone. But Myri-on doesn't even flinch, coolly revealing they were forced out, and the little one immediately pipes up, where are the carrots? The red-haired woman just throws her hands up, but Myri-on doubles down, yeah, carrots. You got any? Her jaw drops, utterly stunned, carrots. Are you serious right now? Meanwhile, the little one, totally oblivious, just stares up, completely mesmerized, WOAH. Then, his gaze locks onto a massive field of carrots, and he screams with pure joy, carrots. A quick flashback hits Myri-on, a past conversation where he was told if he wanted carrots, he'd have to grow them himself. Snapping back to reality, Myri-on clarifies to the red-haired woman that growing them here is a nightmare, so they're stuck with just baby carrots. Her expression softens slightly, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her face, oh, really? Carrots secured. Myri-on and the kid just bagged their prize from the vendor, mission accomplished. But the red-haired woman, still trying to figure out their deal, asks the kid if they're into potatoes, and the kid's like, potatoes? Never heard of them. Her eyes widen a bit as the kid drops a bombshell, claiming potatoes are actually ocean-dwelling swimmers. She can barely believe her ears, echoing the kid's wild claim, then the kids all, come on, see for yourself. The kid's mind is clearly blown by the thought of an underwater adventure, just fixated on the ocean. Suddenly, a massive underwater base flashes into view, making the red-haired woman question if they even have the gear for an ocean dive. She turns, thinking about their resources, then cuts straight to the chase, asking Myri-on if they even have a place to crash. Myri-on, now right there with the kid, backs up the wild potato theory, insisting they actually swim in the ocean and they totally need to get some. The red-haired woman greets him, still reeling from the potato talk, then immediately asks, hey, where's the other one? In a brightly lit lab, Dr. Choi is absolutely bewildered as the child casually drops a bombshell, they're on a mission to find ocean potatoes. But far beneath the surface, the ocean's depths are alive with shimmering bubbles. Myri-on and the child are absolutely stunned by the breathtaking underwater world, the child shouting with pure joy about the incredible beauty of the Real Ocean. Filled with an innocent determination, the child announces this is their golden opportunity to forge unforgettable memories with Myrion. Then, a sudden shout. The child points with explosive excitement, spotting something incredible. Back on land, the red-haired woman's face is a picture of pure disbelief, a stunned, escaping her as she processes the absurdity. Underwater, the child is absolutely thrilled, pointing out a fish that's literally a potato doppelganger. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman's mind is blown, questioning if this bizarre creature is some new, post-outbreak evolution. The child, completely hyped, drags Myrion into the chase, determined to snag that potato fish, leaving the red-haired woman utterly flummoxed, still stuck on, as the chaos unfolds. But that potato fish is no joke. A terrifying, tooth-filled maw explodes from the darkness, revealing a monstrous predator. That potato fish just went full monster mode, transforming into a colossal, terrifying beast with glowing green eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth. The kid screams, and Myrion can't believe what he's seeing. A deep, guttural growl rips through the water, and then, bam. It just swallowed the actual potato fish whole. The kid is devastated, screaming about their lost potato. Myrion's eyes are practically popping out of his head, the sheer terror of that fish finally hitting him. But wait, there's more. This thing isn't just big and scary, it's got battle scars. One of its fins is clearly sliced off. The red-haired woman, ever the strategist, instantly realizes that scar means this thing's been in some serious fights, and she's convinced this monster is the undisputed king of the ocean. And just like that, the monster's massive mouth opens even wider, a terrifying black hole ready to swallow them whole. It lunges forward with insane speed, closing the gap to Myrion and the kid in a blink. Myrion screams in pure terror, as the monstrous predator is right on top of them. The monstrous creature, now fully revealed, lunges forward with terrifying speed, its massive form filling the space before them. A gasp escapes Myrion as he stares, wide-eyed, at the approaching horror. What could he possibly do? With a guttural shriek, the creature's enormous maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it closes in for the kill. This was no mere fish, this was the mega fish, a creature whose existence was recalled from a time when the ocean knew a different kind of peace. Once, on a seemingly tranquil afternoon, this very beast had asserted its dominion, proving itself the ultimate predator. It had declared itself the ruler of the ocean, devouring smaller fish in a swift, decisive strike, leaving no doubt about its power. Its eyes held a primal hunger, and its gaping maw was a terrifying testament to its predatory nature. The creature moved with an effortless grace, a true apex predator of the deep, a force of nature unleashed. From a distance, the red-haired woman observed the beast, her gaze fixed on the distinct battle scar marring its powerful body, a mark of its brutal history. Myrion is absolutely drained, his eyes reflecting the sheer intensity of the fight he just endured. But the mega fish, that monstrous leviathan, is totally out of commission, just floating there, making a pathetic little gurgle. It was the sheer, unadulterated horror of death, a feeling it had never, ever experienced before that moment. And because of that absolute, soul-crushing fear, the mega fish could only scream in pure, primal terror, its reign of terror utterly broken. It couldn't conquer that fear, and just like that, it passed out, its huge form just floating there. Then, Myrion steps out of the darkness, a victorious shout on his lips. He actually took it down. Hoyoung is absolutely beaming, shouting that this is exactly what you'd expect from Myri. Moments later, the crew is all gathered around the now tiny creature, Lee Kyung checking out its unconscious form, while Hoyoung asks if it's back to normal, as a faint, bewildered gurgle still comes from the little guy. That mega fish, now a tiny, pleading creature, was a massive spectacle. Everyone was hyped, helping to haul it away, but the little guy just wanted out. The crowd was insane, and one student was totally freaking out, yelling about all the people. So, what happened next? Jizian got stuck making a mountain of curry, and the little fish monster was still there, silently pleading, "Save me." The rushed dish was finally ready, and it was served. And the little fish monster, now part of the meal, could only muster a weak, "Thank you for the meal," as the culinary disaster unfolded. The students who dared to try it instantly regretted their decision, with one shouting, "YYUCK. This is nasty." Even Myrion, the absolute legend, was struggling, his face a mask of pure horror as he wondered, "This is curry?" Meanwhile, Jizian in the kitchen was having a full-blown crisis, regretting everything and wondering, what am I even supposed to do, after being told she was a good cook? Hoyoung tried to play it cool, saying, "Not that bad, I guess." But Lee Kyung, ever the observant one, suddenly remembered, "Oh, right. Myri doesn't even eat food, does he?" After the curry catastrophe, Myrion's mind went to a dark place, haunted by a voice he knew all too well. A stern voice cut through his thoughts, a command he couldn't ignore, "Remember, Myri. No matter what happens, you must not be skipping meals." The memory solidified into the image of a woman, bowl in hand, her words a chilling promise, "I will always be watching you." A single spoon, a stark reminder of his struggle, burned into his memory. The vision dissolved, leaving him utterly alone, slumped on a mountain of pumpkins, a quiet sob escaping him. His eyes were downcast, trapped in a silent, pumpkin-filled despair. His eyes lock onto the challenge laid before him. A seemingly innocent bottle of J milk. But the moment he sees his meal, a shocked, almost horrified gasp escapes him. As the entire class watches, buzzing with disbelief that he's even attempting to eat, desperate to know his verdict. His expression remains a mask of pure aversion. Until he finally drops the bombshell, it tastes bad, sending a ripple of laughter through the room. One brave girl tries to push him, demanding he eat it right, only to be instantly shut down. He's just sitting there, staring down at his plate, the tension already building. But then, a mysterious figure in a cap, with a knowing smirk, pops up, watching the whole thing unfold. Back to the main man, Myrion, who's just hoping this day actually means something big. He's just wishing for something, anything, to actually matter to him. Then, just a quick beat, and someone's chowing down. But then, Myrion just recoils from his food, totally grossed out. What is this stuff? Out of nowhere, a voice just cuts in, demanding, Minseong, you there? The voice keeps going, getting super serious, are you and everyone else doing okay? Then, it's all business, with a digital map popping up, remember the Changwon plan? We're going in, secret infiltration time. The tension is absolutely palpable, with a chilling declaration echoing, it's about to go down. Just hold on a little longer. Amidst a blazing inferno of orange and yellow, a monstrous, shadowy figure erupts, consumed by raging fire, its sheer power undeniable. And there, a solitary figure waits, their identity hidden beneath a bucket hat, a crimson strap gripped tight as they watch the inferno unfold. The Changwon plan is already a go, with a secret infiltration of the facility kicking off. The big moment is coming fast, just a little more waiting. Meanwhile, a young man is just chilling, thinking about everything going down, and all he can say is, Then he just blurts out, like, wouldn't that whole plan just be super boring? Out of nowhere, a young man with glasses, holding a comms device, freaks out, shouting, what? Who are you? The voice just keeps going, totally chill, announcing, I'm gonna turn off all the defense shields. And then, with a total power move, the speaker's like, so come meet me face to face. A fierce operative, geared for battle, flexes her martial arts prowess, laying down a stern warning against disrespect. Then, a voice, utterly stunned, stammers out a name, Yerir. Out of the darkness, a chilling figure with glowing, marked eyes emerges, a smirk playing on their lips as they declare, I'll be waiting for you. A furious voice then erupts, demanding to know, what the hell did you do to Min Dash? A sharp, commanding cry rips through the air. As the mysterious figure's foot slams down with a heavy, decisive impact. The operative gasps, her eyes wide with pure shock at the sudden turn of events. A pained ah escapes her, a sound of utter disbelief. But Choi Gyuho, his glasses reflecting fierce resolve, clenches his fist, declaring with unwavering certainty, don't worry. We will get them back. A sudden, sharp realization pierces Myrion's mind, forcing a desperate cry from his lips. He looks down at the scattered bones, a chilling thought forming in his mind, it was definitely something more profound than he had initially believed. Standing over a kneeling figure, Myrion observes the scene. As Garam reflects on the relentless drive for power, stating that she is obsessed with being stronger. But she clarifies that her obsession is different from others, as they are forced to get stronger just to survive. Meanwhile, in a different location, Hoyoung questions Lee Kyung, asking if it isn't true that they are the ones who end up making it, before adding that this situation is troubling, and their existence is exposed. With a final glance, Hoyoung announces his departure, then turns to ask Garam if she is alright. His footsteps echo softly as he walks away. Bandaged up, she's absolutely floored, completely blindsided by how things are unfolding. Elsewhere, Hoyoung watches Garam, thinking he totally expected her to be a wreck, crying over all the villagers lost because of her. But nope, he realizes, Garam is seriously tough. He keeps going, realizing she gets it, and this? This is some next level, smart revenge. Then, a sudden thud as feet hit the ground, sending dust flying from the dry earth. A dark hand whips out a pistol, a shot rings out, and blood explodes. Someone in the background is like, yeah, this is perfect. It's all part of the original plan. Myrion, deep in thought, stares down a whiteboard plastered with intricate schematics. Trying to crack the code. Getting to the wasteland's core with what we've got. Not happening, he states, I've been trying to force a plan. And that's because. He reveals, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses, we're completely blind on the information front. Out in the desolate wastes, Myrion and Hoyoung survey the bleak horizon. The only intel we've got on Changwon is the massive walls surrounding the wasteland. A glowing, intricate barrier materializes in their thoughts, a stark reminder of their ignorance. And that's literally it. Myrion sighs, walking alongside Hoyoung through the endless desolation. We're totally clueless about their numbers. Any move we make is a complete gamble. Myrion, ever the strategist, dissects the puzzle. Hold on, the door isn't here. And what if the text is a trap, leading us to the lock room? A flicker of doubt crosses his mind as he scrutinizes the intel. Could Yerrier be playing us? Is there any chance he's lying? But a smirk plays on his lips, quickly discarding the notion. Nah. That guy's too much of a loose cannon to pull off a lie like that. His eyes narrow, the gears turning as he crunches the numbers. Against a well-powered opponent, the probability of our defeat is. And the answer rings with chilling confidence: 0. Absolutely 0. The logic is undeniable. He'll see the truth soon enough, so why would he ever refuse our offer? A nearby listener, eyes wide and cheeks flushed, practically vibrates with anticipation. Whoa. That's insane. The master's about to get the full download. Suddenly, Myrion, now sporting a cap, pivots, a new, urgent question on his mind. Wait, where's Myri? A quick mental scan of the day confirms his suspicion. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him all day. Time to track him down. A quick thanks echoes. Before the view sweeps to a serene grove. Then, a sudden question pierces the calm. As Myrion, sharp in his uniform, confronts a woman in a headscarf, bucket in hand. She then dramatically empties the bucket with a loud splash. Reminding him of yesterday's curry, as he sharply asks why she's not in uniform. She quickly explains her culinary miscalculation, having made far too much curry for the staff, now needing to ditch the surplus. His uniform, a stark contrast, is clearly visible. As he points out that everyone else is wearing it. He presses her on the uniform, but she just shrugs it off, declaring she simply doesn't want to wear it. A beat of silence hangs heavy, as he tries to wrap his head around her blunt answer. Suddenly, she kneels down, and hits him with a bombshell. Myri. Did something happen? His answer is a hesitant, I don't know. The vibrant curry pot just sits there, a silent witness to the sudden shift in mood. She pushes for more, demanding to know what he's talking about. His thoughts flash back to a past filled with utter emptiness, a stark contrast to the bustling life around him. But then, a new realization hits him, a powerful shift from his old self. His gaze sharpens, as the weight of yesterday settles in. His gaze drops, a heavy question hanging. Why does he feel so terrifying, so scary to be near others? His only answer, I don't know. She presses on, her tone unwavering, seeing right through him, knowing he hates appearing helpless, and that's the root of his guilt. Then, a direct address, she calls him Myri, telling him he doesn't need to carry that burden. He pivots, consumed by his own mind, her words hitting deep. He sits, alone with his thoughts, her voice a distant echo, urging him to make memories he can share with his mother. A soft smile graces her lips, her gaze kind, teasing that if he only ever talks about fighting zombies, his mom will freak out. He should tell his mother about all the places he'd been, the incredible people he'd met. And all the deep conversations they'd shared. The powerful sentiments that truly connected them. Instead of getting stuck on the tough times, he needed to highlight all the good, happy days. Jean Garam gave him a warm, reassuring smile, telling him that if she were his mom, she'd be absolutely thrilled for him. Myrion took it all in, his eyes dropping to the floor, letting her words sink deep. Later that night, beneath the silent stars, he walked off, leaving Jean Garam to simply watch him disappear into the darkness. A simple, comforting meal was waiting, a quiet, grounding end to a day packed with intense emotions. Myrion, deep in contemplation, takes a curious taste, and to his surprise, it's not bad at all. Processing everything, he just drops to the ground, a soft shuffle the only sound in the silence. Meanwhile, a vibrant green energy starts to surge and permeate the very air, spreading out like wild, glowing tendrils. Hoyoung stands there, deep in thought, a quiet escaping him as if he can feel the very fabric of reality changing. And then, Lee Kyung is ready, bow drawn, her entire body crackling with a powerful, humming green aura. The distinguished ember has finally begun to ignite like a fuse. Humanity's moment is here. With tiny, precise steps, Lee Kyung reveals a card marked "Sure Kill," her eyes burning with fierce determination. A whole week flies by, setting the stage for what's next. Suddenly, with a massive burst of power, someone comes crashing down from the sky. Their foot slams into the earth with a shocking force. And the newly arrived master takes in the Zongan training camp below. Someone shouts for everyone to check it out. Another massive surge of purple energy explodes, making everyone gasp in shock. A fierce figure with fiery red hair and glowing yellow eyes shouts, "The humans are finally here." At the same time, Myrion gets launched through the air, with Jean Garam holding on for dear life. From afar, Hoyong questions Myri's whereabouts, revealing that the master's power can't get through his defenses, so he's literally flying in. He quickly calculates that if they'd left at the same time, Myri would be here just a second or two after him. Myri is hurtling down, and the red-haired creatures below are absolutely hyped for his arrival, one of them practically vibrating with anticipation. Practically screaming, "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? A whole week for this moment." Another creature, eyes blazing with pure savagery, roars, "Let's eat them up." Then, with a chilling grin, adds, "Yair said we don't have to leave any for him." Back at the Zongan training camp, the main building is still standing strong, shielded by its glowing green barrier. When suddenly, a voice crackles over a comms device, "Mr. Yair, we've got humans at the main gate." A massive, ancient-looking sword or staff is stuck deep in the ground, a silent sentinel in a bamboo forest, making one wonder just how long it's been since the breach. Yair, deep in thought, rubs his chin and questions, 1 hour. He glances at the sword's hilt, a plan solidifying as he waves off the worry, "Nah, I already sent the captains. So it'll take at least." A booming voice rips through the air, utterly trashing the incoming intruders as nothing but pathetic, inferior zombies. As a massive, horned beast with blazing red eyes snarls, furious about the idiotic fools who brought monsters right to their doorstep. Another towering figure, crackling with green energy, lays down the law, "Move fast or get eaten," then barks at Squad 1 to get their operation started the second they're done warming up. Meet Iron Trampoline, the Changwon Squad 1 captain, a powerhouse with spiky green hair and eyes that burn with raw power. Close by, a masked warrior with wild white hair and blazing red eyes snarls, wanting to know who the heck took down Ji So Chai J. This is Chemical Story, the Changwon Special Squad chemical team captain, and he's already calling dibs on fighting that bastard first. But far above the Zongan training camp, Myrion was in a freefall, a blazing countdown of 5, then 4, marking his insane plunge. The blue sky became a blur, dark streaks screaming past, showing just how fast he was dropping. He was getting closer, faster, a dark, accelerating projectile rocketing straight for impact. A blinding white light absolutely shreds through the air, descending with insane force, converging into a laser-focused beam as it slams towards the ground. The final, explosive moment of impact counted down to 1 before everything just explodes. Dust and debris absolutely erupt, sending bones flying across the impact zone, as a voice coolly states, "Good." The massive dust cloud slowly starts to settle, revealing Myrion, standing like a boss amidst the wreckage, his back to the viewer as he coolly acknowledges his arrival. "You arrived just on time." Turning slightly, he drops a quick, almost too casual farewell, "Good luck," before confirming his readiness with a single, confident word. "Okay." The dust continues to dissipate, leaving behind the raw aftermath of his powerful entrance. The clock is ticking. Is it 6 hours, or has it already been 7? But a massive, ominous building looms in the bamboo, and the question hangs heavy, can anyone even get past the main gate? Then, a massive, earth-shattering impact, boom. The battle has begun. Myrion drops like a meteor, a dark blur of pure kinetic energy, slamming down with an explosive aerial kick. This is it, the heart of the Changwon Defense Squad's territory, and they're not alone. Captains, low-rank Zongans, squad members, guards, a staggering 336 members stand in their way. But the shadowy Zongan horde, with their terrifying red eyes, is already being utterly annihilated. Their forms twist and dissipate into a maelstrom of dark energy, a swirling vortex of pure chaos. From the barricade gate, the mission is crystal clear, Yair's control center is just 3.2 kilometers ahead. An absolutely colossal explosion rips through the landscape, sending shrapnel and dust flying everywhere, showcasing the sheer, overwhelming power unleashed, as a staggering 678 Zongans were annihilated on the move. He's a total blur, a phantom in the air, having just wiped out a literal army of Zongans with a single, devastating move. And the craziest part? The entire, insane process took so little time, he can only react with a stunned. The air is thick with the residue of pure destruction, glowing motes of energy fading into the smoky aftermath of his lightning-fast assault. This overwhelming display of power, this complete annihilation, was accomplished in an unbelievable 3 seconds. Myrion is absolutely free-falling, a total blur as he rockets past some mysterious figure chilling on a giant blade. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure with the sick black stripe on their face is just staring up, their glowing golden eyes bugging out as they're like, "Who is this guy? Where did he even come from?" But Myrion just keeps on dropping, his face locked in pure determination. A subtle, almost ghostly glow starts radiating from him, sparkling with energy as he keeps falling. He lets out a frustrated groan, the realization hitting him like a truck. Seriously, an ambush? Myrion hits the ground, his eyes blazing crimson, as a voice immediately confronts him, demanding to know if he's the human making waves. He just stares, stone-faced, his crimson gaze burning even brighter. Suddenly, a menacing figure with purple skin and glowing yellow eyes, clad in a hat and mask, appears, scoffing that this isn't how you treat a martial artist. The masked enigma presses on, questioning if Myrion got blasted by the whirling ghast at the main gate, then mocks his lack of manners. Myrion takes in the grim scene, stepping through a literal graveyard of bones, the chilling truth hitting him, they're all gone. The purple-skinned enigma lets out a shocked gasp. His mind reeling at the fact that these corpses were grandmasters just seconds before. Myrion, meanwhile, locks eyes with the enigmatic newcomer, mentally assessing the sheer power radiating from this guy. He sizes up the purple-skinned figure, scoffing at any notion of their power being real, calling it an absurd lie. But then, in a flash, he's gone, a mere phantom of motion, leaving the figure utterly bewildered. The cloaked figure barely registers a thing, just a confused, as the world blurs. Myrion's assault is relentless, a blinding surge of power. Before the figure can even blink, a devastating blow connects, sending shockwaves through the air. Utterly blindsided, the figure can only stammer, "The heck?" Flat on their back, the figure is in utter shock. How could they have been hit by something they couldn't even see? It was like being punched by a shadow. Their glowing orange eye flares with disbelief, the impossible thought screaming, "I couldn't see anything." The figure finally comprehends, completely outmatched by the sheer velocity of the attack. He stands there, lost in thought, a quiet, barely audible. His eyes drift to the massive blade he's wielding, a weapon that's been absolutely convincing so far. Now rocking some new robes and a hat, he remembers how he'd really killed all the officials. Then, a sharp internal command, "Look." He's wrestling with his past, asking himself why he didn't seal Changwon, a quiet, "sorry," hanging in the air. Now, he's got these glowing red cylinders in his hand, each one practically humming with power. He sets them down, forming a pattern, thinking if he just goes all in on martial arts, maybe. A golden energy exploding around his face, he could finally erase all those haunting memories. Myrion is absolutely radiating power, a golden aura exploding around him as his mind fixates on one burning desire, to erase his past, a thought that has haunted him for so long. The raw energy spirals outward. When suddenly, a mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat and glasses looms over him, dropping a single, cryptic word, "Me." The golden light around Myrion's body just keeps getting stronger, a flame of some unknown power blazing around him. Myrion snaps his head up, completely blindsided by the sudden appearance and that bizarre statement, his mind racing with questions. The enigmatic stranger, his face still shrouded by his hat and glasses, presses on, his voice cutting off before demanding, "What in the world is happening?" And then, with a sudden, sharp intensity that slices through the tension, he demands to know, "Do you have any idea where Yair is?" Myrion, still radiating that incredible golden power, can only manage a completely dumbfounded, "What?" They say this is where he was held, and the sheer audacity of him just barging in personally. The unnamed figure is absolutely seething. A raw, furious sound rips from his throat, his face twisting into an enraged snarl. His eyes blaze with a furious yellow, red markings igniting across his face as he screams. He has no clue what kind of insane superpowers he's up against. He lunges forward, hand outstretched, demanding that there has to be a limit to this kind of power. But then, a new voice, cool and collected, cuts through the chaos, simply stating, "I'm Yair," leaving Myrion utterly dumbfounded with a quiet, "Ah, really?" The mysterious figure continues, his voice unnervingly calm, casually apologizing for the interruption. Then, almost as an afterthought, he clarifies that he has absolutely nothing against the other guy. But before the words even register, an invisible, explosive force absolutely rockets the unnamed antagonist backward, his form a streaking blur of red energy. He's sent absolutely obliterating through a dense bamboo forest, leaving a path of pure destruction. The defeated foe lets out a guttural gasp, his body absolutely sent through the air, leaving a trail of dark, dissipating energy in his wake. Meanwhile, a commanding voice cuts through the air, ordering his subordinates to rescue all the humans. Shadowy figures are already moving with intense purpose, ready to move in. The voice continues, a clear directive, follow the path Myri opened and infiltrate the inside. The hooded figure, the mastermind behind these orders, reiterates the critical mission, rescue the humans. He adds, they'll circulate fast from the main gate, confirming this entire operation was planned. A tactical map flashes, highlighting the research and military quarters, underscoring the ultimate goal, rescue all the humans who were captured as slaves. The hooded figure delivers the final, crucial order, entrusting the mission to one person, I'm letting you take charge, Garam. With a fierce, determined expression, Garam acknowledges the command, already moving with incredible speed and resolve, replying, yes. Myrion is locked in, ready to unleash his full power and make his move. And just like that, he's a blur, leaving nothing but a phantom afterimage. The mission, breach the guard post of the super cluster. He's a ghost, phasing through the checkpoint's defenses before they even know what hit them. Meanwhile, the guards are totally clueless, one casually saying, "No orders, no worries, right?" But then, a delayed shockwave hits, rocking the entire area and making the guards jump. "What the heck was that?" a guard shouts, totally freaked out. Meanwhile, Myrion is already miles away, coolly thinking, "Nice." He's still flying, a dark blur against the endless blue. An unseen observer is taking it all in, confirming this is the supercluster, right where Kyoho said it would be in Changwon. And the implications are huge. At this speed, the entire supercluster in Changwon could be shut down for a whole month. But then, with a shrug of indifference, they decide it's all irrelevant anyway. Their mind quickly moves on to the real plan, thinking it's totally doable to just let Myri handle it. And just like that, Myrion is a blur of motion, a sick green aura exploding around him as he rockets forward. He knows this power, this insane green energy, is exactly what everyone recognizes as his signature move. His power, including those augmented eyes, cranks up everything: vision, hearing, pain, smell, taste, you name it. It's a total system upgrade, supercharging his strength, gravity control, endurance, agility, and every single human sense and ability. Myrion is dialing in his powers, locking onto the lowest risk visual targets. His eyes blaze with an electric green as his senses go into overdrive, downloading data at insane speeds. The amplification hits a mind-blowing 580%, giving him god-tier awareness. From his vantage point, he drops the hammer, establishing his absolute territory, a massive zone where he's the undisputed dictator. He lays down the law. From this point on, absolutely nothing will get past him. But then, a gnarly monster with blazing yellow eyes bursts onto the scene, screaming, furious about its turf being trashed. But before it can even finish its rant, an unseen force absolutely rocks the monster, sending it flying back with a shocked yelp. Myrion, a blur of motion, follows up with a devastating, green energy kick, shutting down the monster's challenge instantly. After a shocking reflection of an attack, Myrion is sent flying, his mind racing with disbelief. Green energy explodes around him, and he unleashes his full power, a blinding aura igniting the space. A system alert blazes, declaring that new members are officially on the radar, starting today. His eyes blaze with fierce resolve, a silent, powerful vow echoing, "No humans will fall on his watch." Then, a voice shatters his focus, snapping him out of his power-up with an irritated groan, demanding to know who's interrupting him mid-battle. Elsewhere, an experiment is in full swing, with a system log confirming, 2 errors have been detected. A sharp-eyed woman, watching a glowing cube, declares, energy from the second monitor is now being transmitted. A green aura flares around her as she commands, having found the errors she sought, and orders their immediate transmission. Myrion lets out a raw, powerful roar, his face twisting with an intense surge of energy. While far away, in a cold, metallic room, a masked creature with glowing purple eyes urgently reports, "Humans are invading Changwon quarters right now. We need orders." Elsewhere, a green-skinned figure grumbles, clearly annoyed, "Ugh, Yair said no trouble. But what am I supposed to do, just report? And what about Garam?" After a beat, a sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes, maybe this is actually an opportunity. Across the network, a brown-skinned scholar with glowing eyes states with conviction, "As a scholar, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity." Initiating defense protocol. His hands ignite with vibrant green energy, confirming, it's now fully operational. Iron Trampoline is surrounded by a blazing green aura, slamming down the command, "Protocol initiated." The system roars to life, confirming the operation is a go. Green energy surges around him, as he locks down image regulation, making sure every visual is perfectly processed. Then, the next command drops, "Mobilize all forces." Defense is key. He knows it's a race against time for full activation. A sharp beep echoes, confirming his orders are received and acknowledged with a resounding "yes." But elsewhere, at a console, a female operator with a red bow is ready to blast out an emergency alert, wondering who's important enough to get the call. But in a completely different, shadowy realm, Yair looms, a massive weapon gripped tight, his silent presence screaming danger. A piercing shriek rips through the chaos, while the grotesque, decaying head of a monster flashes into sight. And the chaotic sounds of rapid movement erupt all around. In the heart of the storm, Jean Garam stands guard over a downed Myrion. As she surveys the insane number of enemies closing in. "There are just too many of them," she shouts. Her voice tight with desperation as she strategizes their impossible escape. "We gotta get these humans out of here, fast. When can we even make a move?" Out of nowhere, a glowing-eyed monster lunges from the flank, its weapon flashing as it roars, "Die, you filthy humans." But Jean Garam is a flash of green energy, moving with impossible speed, letting out a sharp cry as she takes the hit. "Aya!" Someone shouts for the baldy mister as he unleashes a powerful throw, launching bone-like projectiles with incredible speed. Grinning widely, he coolly states, "Come over and buy my carrots next time, okay?" But then, Jean Garam screams out, her body violently thrown back by a brutal, unseen blow. Her thoughts race back to days ago, when the mission had everyone absolutely terrified. A whole squad of them, some glowing with faint blue power, stood there, clearly on edge. The baldy mister and another guy were talking about the impossible numbers, saying it was basically hopeless to even think about beating hundreds of enemies. Jean Garam recalled her own honest doubts, thinking she'd be totally useless. But then, the baldy mister's voice cut through, a sudden realization that they had been completely mistaken. Suddenly, back in the present, Yarier's eyes snap open with a breakthrough. He finally gets it, that the Zongan attacks. Flashback to pure chaos. A devastating kick unleashes bone-shattering force, sending enemies reeling and screaming, "Why are these humans so strong?" These absolute units are now officially honorary members of the Death Squad. But even as the battle rages, Jean Garam is panting, fighting her own inner demons, screaming at herself to wake up. Wake up. Get a grip on yourself, everyone. The orders cut through the noise. Team 88, switch with Team 102. The mission is relentless. A disciplined unit of soldiers stands ready, poised for their next move. The security unit, 3rd Labor House, barks a sharp order, "Stop stalling and speed up." No time for hesitation. Fast forward, Myrion, towel around his neck, takes a moment, lost in thought. Baldy Mister strides up, declaring, "Summer vacation today," and then, the kids are there. Big news. A voice booms out to a young boy, "Jangan, your uncle is here, time for family." Baldy Mister's voice cuts through the air, "Kids. Ah, good work today." But his tone shifts, demanding, "Why didn't you guys greet me? Are you doing something interesting?" The boys stammer, "And no. It's not like that," they explain, "since they only call us by codes, we didn't know you were calling us." A heavy silence falls as Jong-sik grapples with the crushing weight of forgotten identities. Baldy Mister, however, cuts through the despair, "Jong-sik, Jangan, I told you this before." He declares, "Even if you have forgotten, I will always be there to call you by your names." But Jong-sik's mind races, trapped in the grim reality of being reduced to codes, living like machines. What's the point, he questions, of an existence so devoid of meaning? The ultimate despair surfaces, a chilling whisper, "Wouldn't it be better to just die?" Lost in a spiral of existential dread, Jong-sik can only question if they're just numbers, a mere code, his voice barely a whisper of an apology. But Baldy Mister drops a truth bomb, revealing that they are immortal, forever stuck in their unchanging existence. But here's the twist, humans are built different. We're constantly changing, growing, and evolving with every passing moment. Jong-sik takes it all in, as the truth hits, we're not static, we're designed to level up, to constantly improve and develop. But Baldy Mister cuts in, dropping the bombshell that this is exactly what they want, for us to stay stuck. The chilling truth unfolds, they are systematically stripping away our humanity, turning us into nothing more than livestock. Jong-sik's fist tightens, a fire igniting in his eyes, as he realizes, they are terrified of what humans could truly become. Baldy Mister puts a hand on his shoulder, a silent promise of support, his voice cutting through the despair with a powerful command, "Live on, no matter what." The boundless sky looms overhead, a stark reminder of the freedom they fight for. The world is just waiting, holding its breath, for our true potential to finally explode. And one day, a voice promises, your time will absolutely come. But for now, it's all about a desperate escape, as an adult clutches Jong-sik, their faces screaming fear, running from an unseen enemy. More people join the frantic exodus, a desperate plea echoing through the air, "Everyone. Come with me," as others are left stunned, asking, what? Amidst the chaos, a mysterious female figure catches everyone's eye, leaving onlookers to wonder, "Whoa, who is she? I've never seen her before." A uniformed man extends a hand to Jong-sik, desperately urging him, "Run away with us." Jong-sik, huddled with Jangan and the adult, expresses his deep fear and uncertainty, questioning if this is a trap, but knowing that staying here means certain death. A foot steps down, a decisive moment amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Jong-sik's eyes widen in surprise, as he calls out to a familiar face, "You uncle." Someone just got launched across the battlefield, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. A deafening crash rips through the silence. Jong-sik, despite his own fear, can't help but feel a surge of hope, they're actually here to save them. "Is this real?" he asks, then immediately shouts for everyone to go. A whole crowd of captives, their eyes burning with a faint glow, realize their nightmare is finally ending, no more slavery. A voice cuts through the chaos, telling Jong-sik to forget his worries and just run. He quickly confirms he's on his way. Then, a woman tells him to take care of the kids and the people, leaving him utterly shocked. He tries to grab his stuff, but the urgency of the escape forces him to keep running. Jong-sik, still on the move, shouts out to an unseen hero, amazed by their power, and thankful that they're all escaping the humans without a single loss. Jean Garam, with a look of pure urgency, shouts a warning to everyone, trouble's here. Get out, now. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair, glued to his device, barks orders, someone come with me. I'm moving out. But then, his head snaps up, a confused, escaping him as something unexpected grabs his focus. Then, out of nowhere, a terrifying glowing green eye manifests, screaming, psychic power activation, with a chilling, target, humans overlay. And then, green energy lines explode from the sky, with intense, crackling sound effects. Slamming into the ground with devastating force. Jean Garam stares up, her face a mask of pure shock, demanding to know, what is that? The man is also caught completely off guard, staring up as debris rains down around him. His eye wide with terror, sweat dripping down his face. An unknown assailant unleashes a barrage of bone fragments, but Myrion is already a lightning-fast blur, moving with insane speed. Then, boom. A brilliant green energy explodes around him, engulfing his entire body as he rockets ahead. The raw power detonates with a thunderous crash, unleashing shockwaves that rip through everything. From the epicenter, searing green beams of energy lance out, absolutely shredding the surroundings. Another violent explosion of green energy erupts, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The relentless barrage of green energy beams just keeps coming, a chaotic, unstoppable display of raw power. The sheer force of the attack is unbelievable, as the beams just keep tearing through everything. Myrion lets out a guttural scream of pain, his body plummeting through the chaotic green energy. The overwhelming power culminates in a final, catastrophic explosion, engulfing everything in a blinding green inferno. Barely conscious, a subordinate gasps out a desperate thank you to the captain. But Myrion isn't just standing there, his eyes are flaring with an intense, emerald glow. He spots them, those bizarre, flying clippers, and the horrifying truth hits him, they're not just flying around, they're actively hunting people. The city is being torn apart by an unbelievable energy surge, and Myrion instantly connects the dots, this catastrophic power source is directly linked to the research. One name burns in his thoughts, Fesh. There's no time to waste, no time to hesitate, he has to move, and he has to move now. He barks out an order to his subordinate, get inside the buildings, and the soldier snaps a quick, yes. Every fiber of his being screams to find Nate Fesh, but the captain knows his true mission, protect the people, no matter what. His jaw tightens, his resolve hardening, there's only one way forward, and he's taking it. He spins to face his subordinate, who shouts his name, then hits him with a captain. His face hardens, he declares Nate Fesh is already making moves, then challenges her, can you handle this? Her eyes blow wide, reeling from the sheer weight of his command. Catching her hesitation, he cuts through it, vowing, don't worry, I'll back you up. She grits her teeth, knowing there's no other way, they're running out of time. Her resolve solidifies, she shouts, I'll do my best, before a quick, thanks, escapes her lips. The mission is crystal clear, find Nate Fesh, now. Every lead screams one place, the research quarters. Mission accepted, Garam bolts, leaving the captain to observe her swift exit. A chilling voice, backed by the intense glow of a single red eye, cuts through the air, demanding to know where its sis is headed. And making it clear their business isn't done. The figure, now revealed in a school-like skirt and absolutely drenched in a grotesque, green slime, pushes onward, their eyes blazing with that same eerie red glow. A terrifying green-skinned figure with glowing red eyes and wild red hair suddenly appears, dropping a bombshell, we have unfinished business. Jean Garam's face instantly contorts in pure terror, as the chilling declaration hits her like a truck. The green-skinned menace closes in, their voice dripping with pure venom, demanding to know if she remembers. With an absolutely bone-chilling smirk, the figure declares that she definitely remembers. Their rage absolutely exploding, the figure screams that everything is because of her. The accusations just keep coming, blaming Jean Garam for their pretty face and friends. With one last, terrifying vow, the green-skinned figure explodes forward, a total blur. Jean Garam is violently yanked or shoved, her body completely overwhelmed by the sudden, explosive force. The green-skinned figure's voice booms, a chilling promise to transform her, to make her just like it. Before Jean Garam can even blink, the figure, eyes blazing crimson, blitzes forward in a flash of green, slamming into her with devastating power. A powerful, scaled arm lashes out, snatching her, pulling her back into its terrifying grip. A chilling voice snarls, where do you think you're going? Her face twists in terror and fierce determination, Jean Garam's thoughts scream, I have to get to the research quarters fast. A desperate scream rips from her throat, shouting for her captain, can you hear me? Her voice cracks with pure terror, as she screams for help, something unexpected happened. Help me. A torrent of green energy erupts, painting the entire area with an eerie, pulsating light. Suddenly, Myrion appears, taking in the chaos, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at this unforeseen development. But the green-skinned monster isn't done, letting out a primal roar, its challenge echoing, "Are you talking too?" Trapped and desperate, Jean Garam screams, "You shouldn't shift your focus." The situation is spiraling, and she knows it, shouting, "I don't know what's happening, but I think you need some help." Her last hope, her final desperate cry, she screams, "Sea Captain." The monster's eyes narrow, its voice a snarl, "Who the hell are you? Get lost." But before it can even react, Myrion is already there, a lightning-fast strike connecting. The attack doesn't stop, a rapid succession of blows raining down on the monster. Myrion isn't messing around. He punches through a portal, grabbing the monster midair. He hurls the beast with incredible power, sending it smashing into the surroundings. Then, a voice cuts through the chaos, promising, "Don't worry. Backup's coming through Hamey." But the monster isn't done, snarling at Myrion, "You seriously think you're not fighting me?" Myrion's gaze sharpens, his resolve clear, "My priority is protecting the humans. No time to waste here." He pivots to Jean Garam, his voice sharp with command, "Get to the research quarters, Garam. Now." And just like that, he's gone, a lightning-fast streak across the ground. Jean Garam stares after him, a confused thought escaping her lips, "Wait, I thought we got everyone here. What's going on?" But the monster's agony isn't over, as it screams from another brutal hit. He's thrown back, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat as a bone projectile screams past, the green monster's attack absolutely relentless. Then, a furious voice absolutely rages, screaming, "Who is that bitch just now?" The green monster, absolutely seething with pure, unadulterated rage, winds up for another devastating, bone-shattering strike. It snarls a chilling promise of pure violence, vowing to slice both of them into pieces. Myrion is absolutely engulfed in a blinding burst of purple energy, a desperate, urgent plea for backup tearing from his lips. He lets out another choked, pained sound, barely holding on against the monster's relentless, brutal assault. Another bone projectile, now absolutely crackling with malevolent purple energy, is launched with terrifying speed through the air. The monster's eyes blaze with cruel, sadistic delight, its maniacal, chilling laughter echoing through the entire area. Watching the brutal, terrifying exchange unfold, Jean Garam's face twists into an expression of absolute, unadulterated terror. Amidst the chaos, a chilling scream ripped through the air, a single, desperate word, "My Master." Suddenly, a figure, completely engulfed in a grotesque green slime, writhed in pure agony, their face twisted in a silent, blood-curdling scream, a primal cry for salvation tearing through the air. Meanwhile, Myrion, rocking a crisp white lab coat, was on the move, absolutely tearing through the facility, his face set in a determined, serious grimace. The slime-covered Ji So-Chai J, now with a surprising blush, looked up and dramatically announced, "I am here." And there it was, the colossal green monster, its eyes burning with an eerie yellow glow, staring down Ji So-Chai J, who was actually talking to the beast like they were old pals. Ji So-Chai J's voice cracked with a mix of shock and recognition, barely managing to get out a name, Rishuru. Rishuru, the green monster, actually looked surprised and shot back, "Hold up, is that really you, Ji So-Chai Jae?" Then, with a touch of playful sass, Rishuru quipped, "Dude, you look awful." "No, wait, that's my line." "How the heck did you end up like this, Rishuru?" Myrion shouts to Garam, demanding to know if she's okay. She quickly confirms she's fine, but then hits him with the real question, "Are you guys the backup?" But elsewhere, a shocking detail emerges, Rishuru is sporting a strange device around his neck, a definite control mechanism. Back to the conversation, Myrion coolly reveals the device is to control that punk, who apparently agreed to his supervision, making them just backup. Garam lets out a disbelieving gasp, seriously questioning if that strongman could actually be useful. But despite her skepticism, she makes it clear she's counting on him, because she literally has nowhere else to go. Myrion, with absolute confidence, takes on the challenge. Meanwhile, Yerier cheekily asks Rishuru if his sis is actually bailing. A sudden, ripping sound tears through the silence, snapping Jean Garam's attention upwards. A chilling voice booms, promising brutal retribution, followed by a lightning-fast, whistling blur. A bone projectile rockets forward with a deafening crack. Garam's face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock. Rishuru, now encased in a bizarre, pulsating green moss, barks a command for her to leave, declaring he'll take care of everything. Still, she hesitates, a worried warning escaping her lips about his overconfidence in this state. Then, with a desperate, panting sprint, Garam makes her escape. Yerier appears, his gaze fixed on the transformed Rishuru, demanding to know what has happened. Rishuru's eyes blaze with an eerie red glow as he retorts, a sinister question hanging in the air, "Helping humans?" Engulfed in eerie green moss, his eyes blazing crimson, Rishuru's voice cuts through the air, a chilling acceptance of his twisted fate. His voice, a haunting echo of his former self, challenges the impossible. I was told you were dead. Yerir, a shadow of intrigue, observes him, her thoughts a sharp whisper, mocking his supposed allegiance. Who knew you'd end up as human's loyal dog? A surge of raw, crimson power explodes from Rishuru's mossy hand, a devastating energy beam tearing into the sky. His glowing eyes pierce the ground, a single, sharp "oi" escaping his lips. Then, a harsh order, a single word, scram. But then, a new player steps into the arena, her fiery red hair and mossy skin a chilling echo of Rishuru's own corruption, her gaze burning with an unsettling intensity. The newcomer, Ji So-chai J, cuts through the tension, dropping a bombshell question about the hierarchy of Zomgans. With a chilling certainty, she declares the undeniable truth: high levels are always more powerful than mid-levels. Ji So-chai J, now fully embracing her mossy form, absolutely dominates Rishuru, ensnaring him in wicked green tendrils and demanding to know his level. Then, with a chilling confidence, she declares herself high-level and dismisses him as merely mid-level. Her eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a silent, terrifying accusation that he even thought to stand against her. And with a brutal, explosive force, she hurls him aside, cutting off his pathetic attempts to speak. He slams into the ground, the crushing impact a testament to her overwhelming power. Defeated and broken, Rishuru stares at his own hands, a crushing wave of weakness engulfing him. His moss-covered face twists in pure despair, he can't believe how utterly weak he's become. But the terror isn't over. The transformed Ji So-chai J has a new target, now relentlessly hunting down Jean Garam across the battlefield. And from afar, Myrion can only watch the unfolding nightmare, his face frozen in absolute horror at Rishuru's devastating loss. Ji So-chai J was on the hunt, screaming, and Jean Garam was sent flying, her panicked shouts barely audible over the chaos. But elsewhere, a remote control flared with crackling yellow energy, and a voice yelled, "The remote. Shut it down, now." Myrion, clutching the device, looked totally busted, confessing, "Oops, my bad. I had no idea that's what it did." Back to the action, Ji So-chai J had Jean Garam cornered, gloating, "Ha, you see that?" Then, with a vicious kick, her voice cut through the air, "I said, get lost." Down on the ground, Jean Garam screamed, "Rishuru, help me." But Rishuru was in agony, green energy flaring around him as he fought the remote's power, yelling, "No way. This is too much. Human. Stop this medicine." Myrion's jaw dropped, the realization hitting him like a truck, as he gasped, "That." He stared at the remote, a cold dread washing over him as the warning echoed in his mind, "Only for emergencies," they said. Myrion, still processing the chaos he unleashed, stares down at the writhing form, a soft, almost questioning, "Hey," barely audible. Rishuru, face twisted in pure agony, can only gasp out a desperate plea, demanding the torture end now. Myrion, seeing the chief's torment, tries to cut a deal, telling him to just hand over the remote and make it all stop, a dry "ha" escaping his lips. But Rishuru's reply is a guttural, agonizing, "What?" He thrashes, calling the remote's power medicine, and then, in a heartbreaking plea, offers to get rid of her if he could just see his mom, even if it meant facing him a few days sooner. Myrion looks away, his thoughts a whirlwind of conflict, torn between Rishuru's agony and the desperate plight of humanity, questioning the cost if they failed to act while pursuing their own vendettas. A fierce resolve hardens his features as he makes a tough call, acknowledging the truth in Rishuru's words: this power has to be unleashed to save humanity. He carefully supports Rishuru, who's still in agony, and softly confirms his choice, promising he's not exploiting him, but truly wants to ensure Myri's safety. Suddenly, a small, fish-like creature is launched with incredible force. It slams into Rishuru's side, and he screams in pure agony as a gruesome wound erupts. He's thrown back, his eyes blazing with an intense, demonic red glow as a terrifying crimson aura explodes around him. The agony is too much, ripping another raw groan from his throat. Then, Rishuru's body undergoes a horrifying, complete transformation into a monstrous, feathery beast, with grotesque green tendrils bursting from his back as he lets out a soul-shattering scream of torment. Witnessing the insane transformation, Myrion can't help but exclaim that Rishuru has finally gotten his body back. With an unyielding resolve, he barks out a direct command. Rishuru's monstrous eye flares with an ominous glow, a silent, chilling acknowledgement. Now, he stands in his terrifying, fully transformed, sinister form, absolutely ready to unleash hell. Myrion, his back to the chaos, feels the pressure mount, knowing he has to act, and fast.